Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning, hello. Good morning, Emily. Good morning, Pickles, Rubber, Lois. Good morning, Denise in the background, lurking already. Paula, I think she might be there as well. But good morning, everybody. It is Hump Day. We have made it through half of the week. Hannah, good morning. And oh my days, no, that is not a good thing. Emily, I hope you are having a better day today with a little bit less pain. Good morning, Stephanie. Hello, everybody. How is everyone doing? It is Wednesday. We've made to the half of the week, and Hannah is already having an emergency. She has dropped her coffee, so we need to send every single one of you good vibes today, because definitely man down, emergency, emergency. There's a coffee everywhere. I think Stephanie can kind of relate to your pain right now. She has suffered uh some coffees, let's just say, encounters of drinking coffees, and I agree, that is a massive tragedy. I think that should be a breaking news. What do you guys think? So um I think definitely we need to call the police. We need to have this whole situation investigated, because it's definitely a tragedy, and someone should get arrested for this, because no, it is not good. uh Today is Wednesday. We've made it halfway through the week. It is only 2 more days until the weekend is here again. Um, oh no, not your clean laundry. I mean, if it was the dirty laundry, that would have been fine. But oh no, that is all. Anna, I am so sorry, my friend. Oh, I'm sending you a lot of hugs. Like, yeah, and it's gonna be having to rewatch, wash. I can't even speak anymore. All of it. Oh, that is so. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. It's so sweet of me to remember. Sometimes I do have a good memory, don't I? Uh, it's not a good thing that I have a good memory. If you guys should not like that. Um, I know it's. I think I would, you know, go somewhere and yell. Um Hello as well to you too, Hannah. Hi. I think I would absolutely do something that I would not be proud of to, like, or say. I think I would just quit for the day, to be fair, if I did that, because oh my day. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I this morning had, well, I haven't forgot to tell you, I started this like 3 minutes ago, and Hannah has been telling us all her disaster already. But this morning I wasn't well. I My night was horrible. I slept absolutely horrible. Hey, I did not yell at you. Let me explain before you guys get the wrong thing. I said that Hannah needs to go outside and touch grass. That's all I said. That's all that I said, was that you need to go outside and touch grass. Not like me, that is going to be stuck inside of the house all day until later when we have date night. Um and I go outside and touch dark grass, because it's going to probably be nighttime by then. But hey, this morning was productive. I have done a new intro for the channel, which I'm still not 100% on. I still need like opinion. So what I might do is post on Facebook and on Discord the new intro and get your guys' input on it. I know it's my decision, but I always like your guys' input. You guys know that. Um, so I've done that, and guess what? I You better be joking. um, and I was serious. Yes, I thought that was good for your puff grass. No, I sadly cannot smoke puff grass. It's illegal here, and if I'm caught buying it, I can go to jail for a while, quite a while. So, and I would not like to be the next case we cover. So, I'm okay in the freedom world. You know, sometimes it does suck. It would be nice not to pay rent off on meals and having nothing to do all day and just watch TV. No, you're not. So yeah. Um, no, you're not. Yeah, sorry, Hannah. But hey, you're gonna be busy. You said you did not had anything to do today. No, I'm joking. That was not fun. But I was productive this morning. Guess what? We have a new thing. So if you want, you know that playlist that we play music during during the breaks and everything, now you can listen to, because I finally did a playlist of them on Suno playlist. You can click that link and thanks, Hannah. To you too. Um so um you can now get the playlist as well of Suna. I did two new songs about the Karen Raid trial. Let me know your feedback. I haven't uploaded to StreamYard because now we're going to be just using that link during the breaks and everything, because now actually the songs go one after the other. I don't have to click on every single one and be on a computer. I can actually, on the break time, I can actually go and walk along. But good mornings here, Ozzy. Good morning, William. You wrote Zio, and my I went to there. So, but sorry. Good morning, William. How are you, my friend? Hello, everybody. So yeah. So see, the morning was not completely a waste of time. Did I clean my house? No, I did not. I need to do that tomorrow morning, because tomorrow I'm gonna be babysitting Anya, streaming, and then uh, was it on Friday? We have our cousin coming, so it's gonna be a busy weekend. What are you guys doing for the weekend? I know it's only Wednesday, but we can talk about it. Um, feed is up, but I think they did not put the fan working, because look at this. The fan is not working, or the fan already broke, which would be amazing because that would make us dizzy. But yeah, look at that. The the fan is not working and it's hot. Actually, it is quite. It is. I don't know. Do you guys know? And I'm in a very talkative mood today, apparently. Um, in the UK, and I think Hannah is gonna probably back me out, or just telling that I'm. Oh no, Hannah, that is not good. I'm so sorry. Yeah, the poor fan is broke. It's a broke fan today. Hashtag broke fan. Who broke the fan? Was it? Oh, I think it was the witness yesterday that we were listening. That with the boring testimony, it broke the fan. Even the fan gave up. Tell me that this trial is bad without telling this trial is bad. The fan, the number one fan broke. Oh dear me. Um so I was gonna say something. Oh, it hasn't rained in the UK, in England, because it just rained in Scotland today. But in England, hasn't rained for almost 2 months. Like proper rain. It has like drizzled a little bit here and there, but it hasn't properly rained, like a good rain, in like 2 months, which is crazy. So because we've been having such a good weather, yeah, summer in the UK, the proper summer, because this is our summer. That's gonna be it. We are not gonna get anything else. We've been spoiled. Sorry, I should have done this before stream, but I didn't, because obviously I was procrastinating, because that's what you do good. I do very good is procrastinate. Hey Denise, hello. See, I have my water. Well, a little bit left already. Good morning. Hi, Denise. I hope you are okay, my friend. Happy hump day. Kisses for you too. And I did not break, but the fan is broken in the courtroom. So it was not my fault. I did not do it. I'm innocent. And the fan did it itself. They did not want to work anymore. So it's taking the day off today. Um and I was just saying and talking that it's been so unusually warm in the UK that it hasn't rained in 2 months, and it's very, yeah. Hey, Zizzy, good morning, my friend. Hello. Um, Good morning. It is gonna be a good day. It's hump day. It's Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better. Not 100% yet, but I am trying to push myself. I can't speak. Push myself and try to look at the positivity and just being a weirdo. That's what I do best. Yes. Can I get a life, like, yeah, life sentence without the possibility of parole? I don't have to pay rent. I don't have to pay bills. That's the perfect sentence. So hey, Zizzy, I think I'm gonna jump in your pool today because yet again it is warm in the UK. I don't know where I'm living anymore. I swear I'm in the UK, uh, but I'm always complaining about the sun. I'll give you the sun, Stephanie. You can take it away, all of it. I know people will be mad at me, but hey, it will be nothing new. Um, People normally are mad at me for some reason. I don't know who, but they are. Uh, but yeah, it has been too sunny. I don't like this. People say just like, oh, when there's sun, you are more positive. You are more, you have a better mood and everything. Not me. When there's sun outside, I'm in a worse mood. I'm sluggish. I don't like it, and yeah, um, I. How, okay, right. How did I do that? Uh, it's okay. I can warm it up, Zizzy. I can personally warm up. I promise. That I can warm it up because I can warm up anything. But is not. I am terrible. Yes, I know. I am sorry, Hannah. I spilled your coffee all over your clean laundry. I'll go down there and I'll wash it all over again, and I'll leave an iron. Shall we do that? Shall we put that in agreement? I'll iron it. Um, to me, Lizzie, I did not go to work. I I had a horrible night. Um, so I had a horrible night. I barely slept last night. With the sweats, I fainted twice after the stream yesterday. I was not well at all. So I end up not going to work yesterday. Yesterday, no, this morning. So I slept in, which made me feel worse than actually. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of sun soon, and us plenty of rain. I am sure I can see that in the horizon as well. um you made fresh coffee and put on your laundry. Well, I know it's horrible. Well, good for me. I did rest and everything, but not good for my wallet. But how, well, who needs a wallet these days? You know what, Anna, Garden bought does iron. He only irons like his shirts and everything else, but he does. I don't. I hate ironing. I don't see the point of ironing, and it annoys me that he's like, oh, I need to iron my shirts, and I was like, no, you don't. It's like nobody's gonna see your shirts, and they get wrinkled anyway. Um, so there's no point. But Idle likes it. Like we have the most stingiest iron board ever. That the like it can iron, but I can never close the iron board, so it always stands up. So it's just not good. Same. Exactly. Well, we don't really use a dryer because our house is unnaturally warm. So we just put it on the era, and then after that just goes in the wardrobe. Always just, wear straight from the rack. So yeah. Um Irony for this wrinkle. Jeff wears linen shirts sometimes. Oh yeah. Definitely, yeah. Like, I mean, if you work in a business type, like corporate job and everything, yes, I agree with um ironing shirts and stuff like that. But if you don't, I don't iron my uniform to go to work. Absolutely. First of all, because the material doesn't really wrinkles, and I'm just in the bakery. No one sees me, and I have to put an apron on top of it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, just shirts or a skirt. Yeah, exactly, a skirt, maybe, or maybe a pair of pants, man. Oh wow, I know. Like Stephanie, my grandma used to iron towels, kitchen towels. That you dry the dishes with, and all of that, sheets, pillowcases. She loved to iron, and then made hers ironing. And I remember in like 90-degree weather in Portugal in the peak of the summer, she would make his iron, and oh my days, he would sweat so much. It was absolutely horrible. I did not like it at all. Um, Oh yeah, so same, Hannah. See, absolutely same. It's just like yeah. So yep, I am the same. I refuse you ironing. It's my grandma. I love her. I miss it to be bit, but I do not miss the ironing. So they definitely gave me a character. Yeah. No, what's watching? What's happening? Because that's what I have. What's happening on Core TV? Is this not working and I am just talking for no reason? Julie has a V. Ooh, no way. Really? Is she live? Ooh, I'm on the TV, Stephanie. No. Oh, on TV. Oh, hang on. I have Core TV on here. Hang on. Let me go. Core TV. Let me see if that's would be the same TV that you have. 1 second. Oh, what's happening here? Ah, oh, they're on break, of course, typical. Um, she got some crazy thing. Hang on, let me see if I can get it up on my computer. I think Anna is paying attention now because she says the word her favorite word. Because right now I'm only saying, "Come on, I don't want to like stop with the ants." And good morning, Nancy. Good to see you. How you feeling today? I hope you are better. Come we just apparently there's something going on with court TV, and I want to try to see if it happens because court doesn't start, of course, because why would we be on time in this crazy trial? um and yeah, I'm feeling a bit better, thank you. I did not go to work. I had a horrible night. I fainted a couple times last night after the stream. And I had a horrible night. I was sick, so I ended up staying home yes this morning, but it's all right. I'll be fine. We'll be fine. I'll recover. It's this menopause thing, getting older. It is not fun. So oh yeah, I am a bit better now. I had some time to relax, to rest, and I cool myself down and everything, but it's one of those things. It happens. Hey, it's life. My core TV life is not loading. I want to see what's happening, but it's not good. It's not happening. But I guess we'll see, because I think normally, like after they air on the TV, they will put that on the YouTube, and I will see it later. Cause yeah. So court is still not started. The fan is not working, which we are very concerned about the fan. The fan, it's a moment of the court, is a signature of the court, and it's not working. It's a very sad day that it's just there and it's not working. Good morning. Hey, thank you very much, Sherry. I really appreciate it. Good morning, my friend. I hope you are okay. Are you ready for another crazy day? Are you guys ready for another crazy day? I will try to take as many breaks. I will be going tonight, as you guys know. It is Wednesday. I'll be going on the date night with Garden Bot today. Don't know where we're going. We still haven't talked about. So Rubber should be with us. About 11:30 her time. I think it's 12:30 Eastern time, and yeah, that'll be the plan. Hello, Nancy. Hi. So yeah, the court is not start. Sherry, have you noticed the fan is not working? We are very concerned that the fan might be broken. I think we should pitch in and help the court to make the um yeah, Oh, this is in the photo now of the Julie thing. So we were talking about the Julie. Oh wow, what in the world? Oh, I think she has something underneath. That's crazy. Hang on, let me share this. Um, I probably will like cut. Hang on, let me download. I know it seems like she has nothing underneath. I definitely see it. That is crazy. Yeah, I do love a good date night as well, Sherry, and we've always had um on Wednesday nights, and we want to carry on that. So, I've never seen that either, Sissy. Hang on, let me. I'm just gonna obviously try not to share any like of your thing online. So I'm just gonna put just a TV, and I'm gonna share the picture with my not with my computer. And then I'll show you the picture that I was talking about. If not now, obviously, yeah. Um, hang on, where is it? Here. So yeah, sorry, I'm trying to be productive with this. I know it is crazy how like she's like this. I don't know either, so let's stop sharing this for a moment. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on court. So this is from Zizi that's shared with us how Julie is looking in Core TV. So on the first glance, it looks like she has nothing underneath this black top thingy that she's wearing, but she does do. But it is very like skin color. It is crazy. This is absolutely. It's yeah. It it is crazy. It's yeah. Not not the greatest thing ever to be wearing, in my opinion, on live TV or on YouTube or whatever. But that is crazy. Sherry, I wish I would be able to, but mine are in jail right now. They need to be in jail. So fun is still stuck. Actually a little bit worried. Is this actually working? Because the fun is not working. Oh, hang on. I have this unmuted. So let's unmute. So when it actually comes on, I can hear that it is come on. So yeah, I mean, hopefully the day today is gonna be a little bit better. I forgot who is it still chat now. We have a lady on the stand, isn't it now? Right? Because Shannon is gone, the Burgess one, the one that took 17 years or still more than 17 years to do a degree, and he still hasn't finished, which is absolutely insane. Um, well, yeah, I think it is. So it is going to be a bad day because the fan is not working. Bev is not going to be happy. She's never happy anyway. But I know it is a big fail. That outfit, bad choice. Whoever chose that, it's yeah. Yeah, they had one fan and it's gone. Exactly. I mine is still kind of working with I still have to shake it. I still have to shake my fan to make it work, but it still works. See? Still works. I just have to shake it and then be cold for a little bit and then I can undo it. Yeah, it's getting a little bit yeah, no. Do not like I hate when people wear clothes that are similar to their skin color because you'll never know, especially if it is like tights or something. Ew, no. Like big no no. Oh, something very funny as well. Well, the fan is clean. It's not blowing anything. Definitely no. Um. Oh, Christina Henley. Okay, thank you. I will pin your message already because so we won't forget. So hey, good morning, Benny. Good morning, my friend. How are you today? We are yes, definitely. It's improving right now because everyone is here. We are getting ready for the court. Fan in courtroom is broken. Well, I'm assuming that it's broken because it's not working. But I hope you are okay. And yeah, I mean, I think it should start soon. Because yesterday finished the day all the very sudden. We were in was in the middle of testimony, no sidebar. I think was one of the many sidebars. and we Bev decided to finish for the day, which was very weird. But coming from this courtroom, everything is weird. Even this whole situation is weird. So nothing really surprises me anymore. I don't think it would be very surprising, something surprising me in this trial, because it's just a whole hoot. And I hope that there's no weird looks today from the gallery, which probably there is. This trial is nuts. I mean, I was watching a couple of videos, listening to a couple of videos this morning, because I'm still catching up on things, and I was like, so many crazy theories, and oh, it's just wild. But yeah, but it's day 20. We made to two, well, more than 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks of this trial. That is something else. That is a very, well, it's gonna be even longer. How, like, Stephanie, do you know, like, how long it's gonna be the case of the defense, or does anyone else, not just to single out Stephanie and Petra on the spot, sorry, my bad, um but does anyone, like, are they gonna take it 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Because we've already been going on with this trial for a hot minute. So I'm just trying to see, like, how long, because obviously, hopefully next week we are going to be doing the Maxwell trial, and we might catch up again. I don't know, because it's still 3 weeks, mid-June. Oh my days, that is absolutely insane. That is going to be as long as Brian Kohlberger's case. 3 weeks. The can't even speak of how stunned I am. Is that just the defense case? Is 3 weeks? My dear days. Who are they gonna call, the whole entire of the U.S.? A week and a half special. Yeah. Well, yeah, especially with Hank doing cross, they claim a week and a half, but who knows? Okay, right, all right. A week and a half, it's not as bad, but that still goes until the mid of June. I'm just thinking that June is still ages away, but Hannah, you in fact my words well, very well there, my friend. Hang on, let me see if there is another feed, because this one is literally, yeah, I think we're gonna go on strike indeed, Anna. I don't think it's gonna be that long. Do you guys think is it that gonna be that long? Oh, okay. It's not just us that the fan is not working. The fan is definitely not working. Um, I hope they call everyone that the Commonwealth doesn't hasn't called, because it's not good um for their case. But at the same time, I just wanted this it be over. Um, this kitty trial, yeah. I this goofy. Oh, it's goofy. I don't think it's gonna be that long. I don't think it's gonna. The verdict watch is gonna be long. I am predicting the verdict watch is gonna be a good 3 to 4 days, maybe a week long. I'm assuming. I think, and they're gonna be deadlocked. There's gonna be another hung jury, or it's gonna be a not guilty. I don't know. It's just so hard and so complicated and so polarized that yeah, like, the good thing is like we might have a bit of a break coming up in terms of the trial, because we are if the Maxwell Anderson trial is going to be live stream, which there's a very very high possibility of that. We are going to be following that, because our friend Stephanie, she's going to be on in the courtroom, and she might do without the camera visit to the stream and give us insight of the courtrooms if she wants, and give us a bit of information here and there of that's what we cannot see from our perspective into the inside of the court perspective. So oh and but they try, and so but we've been committed to stream the Maxwell Anderson trial because of a dear friend Stephanie has got me hooked, and I've been listening to like news and everything that's going to happen with that trial. What was the trial on about? But we're still going to keep an eye on Karen. We are gonna still gonna keep like a verdict watch party for it and everything, but we'll go, yeah. All this guys going to what's said. Well, they do. They have pretty good memories, which it's not my case that I don't have. Um, Oh, Hannah, you need to come up then and explain out your homework and everything, and I really appreciate that for you. But I'm also very hooked on that case, the Sadie Robinson murder trial. That is a very yeah. They are streaming it because I've got they've got their Core TV might be in a weird way, but Fox 6, definitely the Milwaukee one is gonna definitely be streaming because they've been following that case for a very long time. So you got a D on your home. Who marked that homework? Who literally marked that homework because they did not do a good job. Yesterday there was testimony regarding the dunks. Yes, oh my days, it was, and everyone is going crazy about that. And I touched on this a bit during the live stream that people were polarizing on that, and it was just crazy. Um, you you were wrong. You got an A on that homework. Yeah, I know. It is so sad, Sherry. It is just so crazy because if you don't know the ins and outs of this case, is this girl that went on a first date with Maxwell Anderson, and tell us again what Stephanie's gonna do. So Stephanie's gonna be our eyes and ears in the courtroom for the Maxwell Anderson case, a case that we are gonna be following as soon as they get no, no, it's okay, darling. You're absolutely great. Maxwell Anderson is accused of killing Sadie Robinson, and then, sorry to say, warning ahead, chopping her to bits, and then he scattered pieces of her across a lake and places. Yeah, that's it. That's the guy, and it was a first date case, and it's been one a craze of a case, and sadly again to say warning, it's just been parts that been have not been found and parts that pop here and there. It's absolutely insane, and I am excited. I know she was gorgeous, Sherry. She was absolutely gorgeous. And yeah, one of the friends that I think one of her best friends that either texted her or saw her for the last time, call her crown, and I like that detail. So it hasn't been found. Her crown hasn't been found yet. So it's a very sad case. Um, oh yeah, it's absolutely like I. If I was a family member of mine, it's like you can't really you'll never move on. I'm not saying like they cannot move on, but they cannot put her to rest, to find her to rest until they have the whole. Ah, it's so even horrible to say whole. Yeah. Oh yeah. It is going to be hard. Definitely. We are strong and we can touch grass as well, take breaks, and always come back. Also, talking about touching grass and everything, you guys can now hear our playlist by clicking the link there's going to be in chat of our songs, and that's what we're going to be playing as well during lunch break. We are going to be as well uh yeah, there's two new musics there as well that I did this morning, um that I did about the Karen Reed trial. Give me some feedback on them. But yeah, if you want to listen to music while we're not on stream, you can now. So yay! Um, yes, definitely, it is very good for them to get justice, and they need to get justice. We need to get justice for Sherry. For Sherry. Well, Sherry apparently sometimes that also needs some justice, but for Sadie needs definitely some justice. Absolutely. Um, oh, me, Katya, I do need justice too. Apparently, Hannah, I will make you touch grass. I will go there and put grass. You're touching grass now, William. That is funny. Sorry. One day I wish Sia would come up and guide us through using Duna. Well, yeah, I can help out, but you click just on that link and you have the playlist there. But if you need any information, you can just ask me. I did not just got home. That's weird. Um so yeah, unbelievable. So it's gonna be hard in. Oh yeah, I can believe me because you're gonna be looking at pictures, and everything. So you every time I say it. Touch grass. No, I'm joking. Suno is the platform that I use to generate the AI musics that I play and I create songs. So now there is a playlist of the channel of all the songs that um that we have that we have created. Oh, I am too. I still have no clue what we are gonna do tonight, but it is gonna be a good night. I'm excited because anytime with on date night with Garden But it's a good night. Um so oh yeah, I think they will definitely show pictures. I would not look. And I hope the family can get a warning to if they want to get out of the courtroom because I would hate to think that the family looking at those kind of pictures. So but I think know what it is more excited Cherry, and it's not for the date night is because his 3D printer gets here today. So I think he's definitely more excited um for that than actually the date night. But Stephanie, on that day, of the if they like because we probably know like the Emmy and everything, like maybe just look at us on your phone, have us on your phone. No, I'm joking, don't do that. Thank you very much, William. It's only later on, and our friend Robert is going to be with you guys and everything. But yeah, uh I have my pocket break going, which yeah, definitely have that. So ugh. Sherry, I already know it's something related to Warhammer. I want to print stuff as well. I have a lots of ideas for the channel and for things, but no, I am gonna have to wait. Oh, no cell phone in the courtroom. Oh, that not good. Three to print stuff fun. I was made featured things, my friend. Oh yeah, I have so many ideas of things that I want to do in the 3D printer, but I have a feeling that GardenBot is only gonna allow me one thing at a time, and I have to buy filament for him. Oh, I think I know why he came home. Hang on, because I think the delivery must be coming here, and he's just yeah. Yes, definitely you need to do. Sorry, hang on one second. Garden Bot is here. Take you disconnect your headphones, otherwise they are gonna connect to my computer. So hang on one second. Is the delivery coming? Are you not tracking? Okay, so are you done for the day? Yay! He's done for the day. What's Warhammer? Oh, Warhammer is this what's it called? Jed, Garden Bot, what's Warhammer? Can I come in and explain? Because I've got it's a what? It's a mini figure game. Yeah, that he plays like D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. Um, it's like Dungeons and Dragons that you can play and against other people. Um, yeah, only teams play and all eyes on me. I would fall. So Warhammer, it does. Hang on, let me grab a figure to show you that he has been painting. Please, I do not, I cannot break. I know, I'm being careful. I'm gonna be careful. He's looking at me, my days. You guys should have seen. So I'm gonna make myself bigger for some reason, so you guys can see a bit better what he does. So he paints this biggest thing and then he plays with it. So that's I don't know. Ask me the name because that's like what he does. So it is quite cool, and he's very talented. Talented because he painted all of this. It took him probably forever, but it's a hobby and he likes to do so. Yeah, that's what Garden Bot does on his spare time, and yeah, and it's actually quite cool. It's very detailed. Look at that. So yeah, it's kind of like it would kill me if I would say it's like D&D, but yeah, it's the evil Barbies. Yes, it's like evil Barbies. Yeah. My oldest plays D&D. I can figure it. Yeah, I know. Uh, yeah. So, this is what Garden Bot does when he's there watching house and everything. That's what he does. He's very talented. I told him that he should do like videos recording him painting. And everything that is really really dope. I really like it, and he has talent and he's good, so I do encourage him to do so. Got an evil cannon, skip it in your in your way. Definitely. Yeah, thank you very much, you guys. He is amazing. Court hasn't started yet. I have not paused the stream. Still not there. And yeah, still not there. Oh, that is cool. Oh, you make Harry Potter Lego things, but yeah, but do not talk about Lego. We have a Lego problem. It's not good. We're trying to we are better in our Lego problem. We haven't bought Lego in almost a year, which is very good for us, but it's still not good. But we have spent the money in something, the stuff. Um, same, Zizzy, same. We are like in the same boat. Lego is the best. Hannah, it's not even funny how much Lego we have. It's not even hilarious, and we gave half of it. Um, so Star Wars Lego. Oh, I need to show you one day. Oh, is the course gonna start? See, good
You are
starting.
unmuted.
Only half an hour late. That's fine. There comes Bev.
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar, please?
And of course, we start with the sidebar. What? Half an hour left, and they start with freaking sidebar. You cannot make this up. Uh no, really. Oh wow, that's crazy, Zizzy. That is absolutely despicable. They spanned the books. I wonder why. I don't think Harry Potter Harry Potter has not that. Um, I think this is sidebar 158 or 59, if I haven't lost count. Hannah, same man. Like, are you kidding me? Court is half an hour late, and they start with the sidebar. Ah, dear me. Give me patience for this trial. Absolutely give me patience because this is not on. It's crazy. Oh my days. But anyway, let's carry on talking because that's what we do apparently in this channel. Is a talking channel and not the streaming live channel. Um okay, no worries, Lois. I'm sending you a hug and lots of love, my friend. Um but yeah, it's crazy. 100 I got lost, so much lost, Sherry. 164. Where was I yesterday? I like. I know it definitely lost some months in there, definitely. But Sissy, thank you. Oh my days, thank you very much for your support. You are absolutely amazing. Oh, thank you, thank you. Um, Benny, thanks. Thank you very much, Vinny. That is a lovely message. Thank you. You definitely need to be full of patience and virtue to put up with me. Absolutely, 100%. I agree with you on that one. Hey, that's Mrs. O'Keefe. Which faces is she's gonna do that? I know, but thank you very much, Zizzy, again for your support. You are amazing. Hey, I'm not that bad. You guys put up with me. Barely. You guys cannot wait for me to be quiet and court to actually start, so you actually stop listening to me. I do not blame you there, because who would want to listen to me? The fun is um making me that. I know. I'm just joking, Vinny. I'm in a funny mood today. It's absolutely fine, my friend. But yeah, but to be fair, I do take that it takes a lot to put up with me, because I can literally talk about things that are not relevant, absolutely for anything, and if I talked a lot with you guys, imagine with Garden Bot that he has to listen to me almost 24/7, because yes, I do speak during my sleep sometimes. So yeah, if you guys think that I'm bad on streams, imagine having to put up with me 24 hours. And he just spent like 3 days with me, or 4 days with me, and he had to listen all the time. So there you go. Yeah, relevance, none. Absolutely none. It's absolutely no relevance there, Hannah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, of course. Everyone, whatever everyone says matters, because I love to hearing your parts, and you guys more often than not do change my views and on court cases and on perspectives, because we all are different, and I love that for sure, and that's what builds. And I think Garden Bot is gonna get so fit today, because it keeps going up and down the stairs to keep looking at his parcels. So he's definitely gonna be a fit boy today. Because
All right, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
all right, here we go. Let's go. I think this is it, guys. I think it's actually finally gonna start. 32 minutes past the hour. Oh, you guys are amazing. Do not make me cry, because I probably cry. That would not be nothing new. I was like, they all just, oh, it's so weird. Free. Honey is free. She is free. She is a free bird, and she can do whatever. Yeah, I hope so too, as well. I think the jury's coming
All
in.
right, the court, jury's entering.
Oh, jury's entering, people. Let's rise, and I'm gonna shut up. Well, I can still technically talk until the jury is actually here, uh, but I am running out of things to say, which is good, because I've already spoken for a half an hour. So I think you guys are ready to listen to the witness. Um, so I do not remember which witness is. I know it's Christina. What was she one about? I don't know. I do not remember. Um, that's a mystery that's gonna carry on until she carry on stalking, or she maybe not even come back, because I wouldn't after the other train wreck.
Please be
Uh,
seated.
here we go.
Good morning, jurors. So an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take the cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we clear the court. No filming. All right, send you back, and we'll send you back. Thank you very much.
Court to the right, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
Oh my god! What the heck did just happen? I need to make a note. Sorry, 1 second. Oh my days! What? What? Come on! I need to know. It's I know definitely someone definitely should call so I don't have to talk all of this time and we can speculate of what it is. If you have X or anything, um the link is in the description. Call, you don't have to have a camera on. We don't need this to be there, but we can have the fan as the background while we talk. But oh my days, I need, oh, my headphone is gone. I need X open because I'm sure someone in the courtroom, they're not gonna listen, but they are definitely gonna be tweeting all about this inside of the courtroom. Oh, it could be someone being naughty, maybe. Yes, definitely. Um, my days. That's absolutely. Oh yes, I think you are right there, Benny. Definitely. All right, hang on. I'm putting my stand with my phone so I can look at my phone while I'm looking at chat at the same time because I need to do like I people that are eyes in the background. Hang on. Yeah, right. So, oh my days. Do you think maybe a juror was caught like listening to the media, listened to the news, that heard a conversation that was in the, oh my days. I This is absolutely crazy. Oh, it's absolute. I'm trying to see if there is anything on the Twitter or anything. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, no, absolutely. Don't worry. It's gonna take a while. Absolutely, it's gonna take a hot minute for this to be ash out and for them to talk with each juror because it's gonna be 12 jurors talking. We can find something to watch. We can like well, we not court hop, but we can watch some proceedings if parole hearings were on. But if you want to come and talk, we can talk. But and if there is anything new, absolutely, we can have, as well have a look. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because I don't. I Oh, I hope it's not a mistrial. That sounds alright, Kieran. I don't know who that Ted Daniels is, but let me have a look. Ted Daniels. Oh, if I would spell correctly. Uh, oh, it's just with one L. Oh, is that this one? Yes, it is this one. Okay, follow, getting notifications. So if they post, we get a notification every single time because they have one that has been 3 minutes ago from Ted Daniels. The Judge Canone says that the camera needs to be shut off so she can ask each juror individually because an issue has come up. She did not say why. Yeah, no worries. I will definitely check. I do have as well Turtle Boy, but I don't have notification uh um on him. Let me go find him again. Where is it? There he is. um I want notifications on all posts, right? And then I can just mute them when the trial is over. So, oh, this is crazy. So he said that Karen Reid trial day 20 starts off with more shenanigans and scandal. Each jurors it's being brought up individually to be questioned by Auntie Beth. No idea what is this is about, but of course this only happens in this trial. Um, Regain the jury is the only way that Spanky can avoid an acquittal. This is my Spanky part is mine, not him. Um, yeah, like the thing is, I turn on for each trial that I follow obviously. If we like when we were following the Laurie Dingbell case, I had my notifications on for people that were in courtroom for that one, and I still have them on, which I still need to turn it off because I forgot to turn it off, but it's fine. It's not that bad. um but yeah, I mean, it, this trial, it's now we're losing time. Do you guys remember when Beth said, oh, there's not going to be much sidebars, we're trying to shorten the sidebars to make it more effective? Well, now we are having a sidebar with each and every single juror on a matter that's, it's absolutely probably ridiculous. I don't know. um yeah, exactly. Oh, I had Nate Eaton. I had Pretty Lies and Alibis. That she was there as well. So I don't know. I had her. Um. So it's yeah. I well, I think I can still thump this trial with my story of my life, which my days it would have been, I would make you guys skin crawl. But yeah, I like, let's speculate. Absolutely. Well, let's allegedly speculating right now. I think it was a juror that said something to another juror, or that they got caught or watched the news or did something. I don't know. I want so badly to know. um I don't know. Oh yeah, it would not be a KR trial definitely without the any shenanigans, would it? No, definitely not. I mean, we definitely would not be this. Oh my days, this is absolutely crazy, and now it's gonna take forever. Of course, it is gonna take forever because having to ask 12 jurors individually. I I know just Beth doesn't want. Um. Oh, what? Hey, where's my notification? Oh, there you are, notification. Now my notifications is working. Wow. So yeah, outside. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lydia is actually a true crime follower in the UIT. Yep, probably. What is your speculation, Han? Is that what yours? Sherry, what's yours? Please tell me in the comments, or you can come up if you want the link again. Let me know. Um. Oh my days. Oh, like, it's, why is my notifications not working for Ted Daniels? I literally put my notifications on for you guy. So definitely, so now they cannot be in the courtroom. Nobody cannot wait outside of the courtroom, but they can still be inside of the courtroom. That is crazy. A juror probably said something to another. She has to find out that jurors and ask, all, did it have an effect on you? Maybe, yeah, that could be maybe a reason. Yeah. Um. Maybe. Maybe they were discussing it on the bathroom breaks. They got overheard. Yeah. Yeah. Um. Oh my days. Why is my notifications not working? Like, honestly, thank you very much, the Azizi, for that. Um, it's, oh yeah, the jury is here. And judge tells the jury come to her attention. That makes it that she needs to speak each juror sidebar. Jury will be sent back to deliberation room and called one on one. Do you know when this happened in the Alex Murdaugh trial? Right, that each individual juror, it happened the same thing. I now remember, guys. This happened the same thing. Hang on. Aiden, Turtle Boy, I just posted saying that the media has been expelled from the courtroom in the name of transparency. Funny. Um, like, but I do remember this happening. Well, it was after the trial when the Becky Hill's whole situation was happening that um all the juries had to be summoned back. They were in the deliberation room. They could not talk to each other, and they were coming one to one in the courtroom and ask several, like a whole few questions. But we could hear it. So that's what I was just thinking. Well, maybe, could be. Sadly, could be as well. Um, yeah, so now no one is in the inside of television to exit the courtroom, and courtroom security tells everyone to leave the second floor. Nobody can wait outside. Oh my days, this is absolutely insane. Hang on, new notification. Oh, that was the Aiden one we've just seen. Yeah, so they were told to take all electronic devices with us. Sometimes they leave the laptops during recesses. They are not allowed in the second floor where the courtroom is. Oh my days, she got it enough jurors. Hopefully it won't be a mistrial, only one taint. Hopefully that that's what we could expect, but I know she doesn't want a mistrial, but I know the defense probably is going to push for one, or probably not. I don't know where they like both stand on this, because I think everyone wants this whole thing mess to be over one way or another. Um, and I know that she doesn't want to probably do this again, because can you imagine a third round of Karen Reid? But I mean, 20 days of this whole spectacular. Um, oh my days, this is crazy. It's absolutely insane. Eh, oh, this is spicy enough for me, but come on, I did not want this spicy because whoo, it's getting hot in here. Um, it's just crazy to think that this could be end up again in another um good morning, the journey to justice. Hi, how are you? Good morning, my friend. Normally, I don't have this opportunity to say good morning personally to you, but hello. We are at the moment just speculating what's happening in the Karen Reid trial, because Bev Canone is interviewing each juror and sidebar one by one after something happened, and we don't know what it is. So they were half an hour later for the courtroom to start. They came in, and then they just decided to go on a sidebar, and then the judge broke the news that she needed to interview each juror individually to talk about them, about a matter that happened. There's no media, there's no one inside of the courtroom. Everyone got expelled from the floor of the courtroom. So yeah, that what is happening right now. um so yeah, they have, and I think the defense team had one of the previous jurors from the other trial, from the first trial. So is I think that's her job that she was there to do. I don't know if she went further than that and actually spoke with one of them. That could be it as well. I don't know. So it's a whole thing. Please share what you think in the comments below. Absolutely. There's another one from yesterday that one juror was stretching an arm, another woman was standing and stretching. At least was four were staring off into space. Two are taking were taking notes during that last witness, or reviewing their notes. One of them. So yeah, so that was 23 hours ago. That was literally a one day ago. So yeah, right now's oh, happy birthday for your daughter, the journeys to justice. I hope she has a good day. I know it is a sad moment for you right now because of loss of your dad and everything, but I do hope that she manages to have a very good day. Send you lots of love, and yeah. So yeah. Oh, Jonathan Hall. That one is a good as well one to follow. Why I'm not following you? Um. Oh, Canona has just ordered Core TV to shut down the pool camera altogether. Like literally a minute ago. Um. Wow. Oh my days. This is not good. Um. Yeah. So courtroom camera is completely shut off now, but we still have the feed. It's still there. Like it's still there. This is still live. So I don't know. Oh, hang on. I just read on RAs, it was on the news, a juror made a commotion about the gesture Babe made. Oh, really? No way. Oh, where did that person got that information? I haven't seen anything on X. She did that 15 minutes ago. No. But that the gesture that Stephanie's talking is a gesture she did the other day in the courtroom that Microdots did a video about. I would show this video, but I don't want him to strike me, because I don't know him or the person. So, oh, man, it could be speculation, true as well, because I'm sure everyone, um, um, yeah, it could be speculation like we all doing, but was like, oh, I'm like really refreshing and I saw that Stephanie playing stupid there. They said it was not. Wow, that is crazy. Like, hang on. Oh, let me. I got another photo. Oh yeah, she says the cameras need to be shut off. She can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um, this is crazy. 1 second, just click. Sorry. Sorry. This is wild. I don't know. It's just so much. Yeah, there's so much speculation out there. It's gonna. Yeah. Oh, okay. What are you making for us? So I want breakfast too. Um, this is just crazy. There's no new update at the moment. So Wonder acted out when the judge made a gesture. Well, that's what she saw in the chats. Yeah. Um. Wow. This is crazy. I mean, it's ridiculous of what happened, and now Rubber had to fall asleep. Um. At least she's not sitting through this whole thing. Um. Huh? So it's just crazy. The feed is still up. I was thinking maybe we can watch a few videos about our Maxwell Anderson, and then Hannah is talking about that she wants to come up and maybe talk about this case and share what she has found. But we definitely can watch a few videos, and then yeah, exactly. That would have definitely been all over. Um, it's crazy. It would definitely. I think they would have been all over already with that kind of information that about that justice. So I know you said maybe, and I said maybe you would, maybe. Um, yeah, exactly. I saw that as well. Something about post on Facebook. I was just gonna talk about that, but thank you very much for bringing that up. That's but that's the thing. This is just speculation, and I don't think we are gonna find out. But then the thing is, the judge is gonna ask each individual juror about this, and now we are gonna they're gonna probably taint the rest of the jurors because they are gonna think, oh, what did they post? I'm gonna go and try to check it, and then there it goes. I mean, I would, because if someone say do not do something, I'll definitely do it. But that's just me. um oh, hang on, I need the headphone packs just in case something starts. um this is crazy, y'all. This is absolutely insane. I keep refreshing Twitter, but there's nothing, yeah, yet. So gonna maybe we're gonna explore, see what's going on, see if there's any hearings, anything we can keep an eye out while we are waiting, because we don't know how long we are gonna be. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I did just say saw that. I did spoke about that. It's absolutely, she's this is chaos. So this is definitely adding to the conspiracy theories. Absolutely, I agree with that. So it's this is insane. Either a juror did something, it's gonna be, and she's gonna excuse that juror, and it's gonna be a new juror is gonna be brought in, or is just gonna be called a mistrial, which I think they are gonna be trying to do. But if they do cause a mistrial in this case, or the whole will hit the fan. That this is gonna cause a massive chaos. It's gonna be absolutely insane. Um, the amount of mess that this is gonna create, it is gonna be absolutely crazy because there is no way. Um, yeah, there's no way the people will be quiet about this. There's gonna be a lot of whew, a lot of craziness, and it's not like now we're gonna find out what it is because there was no media in the courtroom now, and they no one knows exactly what's happening. And are the lawyers presented on in the sidebars? Are they just doing this now because there's no media there? Are they just doing in the open court? Who knows? No one is in there, so um, this is it's absolutely crazy. um, all right, let's have a look if there is any parole hearings going on, and I think we can um, watch some parole hearings. So, ooh, they actually are live. Um, which might be great to watch live, because we very rarely watch a live of parole hearings, and it's actually parole hearings. So let's share this tab, make it bigger, and we can talk in between sessions that they have, and while we are waiting for them to start. But by any chance, just keep speculating, sharing any news that you have that there is or about this whole shenanigan. And if you find anything, just let us know, share with. So um like I found it funny that she says do not speculate. It's like I can do whatever I want, Church. I want to speculate, and that's what I'm gonna do until the end of times. Hey, there's a garden bot in wild. And yeah, uh he's still, his parcel's still not here, his printer's still not here, and he's gonna be a sad person until he gets here. Are you gonna keep checking the door for it?
No, I'm gonna get on with paperwork.
Oh, paperwork, it's so much fun. He's gonna do paperwork while we wait on some parole hearings. um uh, oh my days, this is crazy. There's still nothing. I'm refreshing. I have Twitter on my phone, and I'm trying to refresh. That Daniels hasn't said anything, has he? Let's refresh. Nope, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Um, and parole hearings should start already. Come on. I think they're starting to about 2 minutes. Because what time is it in Louisiana? Because they just normally start either at 9 or 10. So so they might start in 2 minutes. Louisiana. Ah, I forgot the time because obviously I need that. Yeah, 9 o'clock. So it's still 8 o'clock in Louisiana. So we still have 2 minutes for them. Yeah, thank you very much, Sherry. Appreciate it. Um, yeah, we still have 2 minutes and oh, sorry, until they probably start at 9 a.m. Oh my days, this is crazy. I know. Oh, yeah, it's gonna take, I think it's gonna take about like an hour to 2 hours, I think, this whole thing, this whole mess of the jurors situation, because it's 12 people that are gonna oh, that's where is it? Oh, that is awesome. That is so cool, Sherry. That's awesome. So you always know where it is. Um so I think it is, yeah, I'm gonna take a bit of time because it's 12 12 people, or are they doing as well the alternatives? Because it could have been an alternate that did this actually. That would be easy. Well, to be fair, there is not really an alternates just yet, because like, no, I don't think nobody knows they are alternates, do they? Um so it's, I would like to know, oh, exactly what's going on and what questions she's asking. I don't understand, why cannot she do this with the media present and not show them, right? Because she could do that very well, like Judge Newman did on the Alex Murdoch case. Because yeah, it could, it could have been done that. But no, let's not do it. If people speculated when she says not to speculate, that's when people go even worse and they can start speculating. So it was just, well, waiting, and we're gonna be waiting for it. um and it is 9 o'clock, so hopefully the parole board will start soon. Otherwise, we're gonna do a different day and not the live, because they take forever. Um oh then I need your expertise. I need an expert on speculation and knowing exactly what exactly happened, because I'm actually running out of things to talk, because I've been talking for about an hour now, for more than an hour technically. And there's nothing new on Twitter. So do you wanna come, Zizzy? I can share the link. We can definitely do that. Absolutely, 100% we can. And then, yeah, um yeah, we can do that. And then I can have a bit of water, because I'm actually thirsty now because talking. Yes, let's go. Hang on. Oh, thank you very much. I see, Garden Bot gave me a water, but I need to. Where's the link again? Oh, hang on. We can watch the parole hearings at any time. It's not every time that we can have Zizzy on the thing. There you go. We can remove the parole people, and I can mute them, and then we can watch them again. So there's no problem, and I can keep an eye on the Karen Reid feed, because they might come back. It might be actually a quick thing, and we are here speculating. Oh, hang on, new tweet. Did yeah, did oh, I want to find my it's all right. We can wait. It's fine. We've been waiting already, so it's absolutely fine. Sorry, I was just reading Turtle Boy's last tweet, trying to understand what he means. But um, oh, no, okay. I don't think it's anything, because it's just speculating, I think, and it's something that's completely probably not relevant. But it was rather interesting, because yesterday they did. Do you think that this came up yesterday? They let the jurors go overnight, and then they came today and to deal with that, because she did not want to deal with this yesterday, and they still let them go. Because that's what I'm thinking. Um I was just thinking that yesterday, like, the court finished so abruptive and everything, and it's just crazy, I think, in my opinion, that is happening. So yeah, anyway, I don't know. Oh, the paroles are actually starting. If Sissy does come up, I will stop paroles and get on.
On my left, Mr. Prater on Zoom. The panel today at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Headquarters staff, please introduce yourself for the record. Today, our remote location is Madison Parish Jail. With the staff at Madison, please introduce yourself for the record.
This East Feliciana, sir, not Madison. He transferred from Madison to East Feliciana. That's where he's currently housed in a
East
TW
Feliciana?
program. Yes, East Feliciana, yes, sir.
All right. There's something where this is playing and y'all got a bad echo. Like they wrote.
Is it echoing on my end or the other end?
We're echoing. We don't know which end exactly right now.
Okay.
Sounds better. It sounds better now.
Okay.
All right. Good to go? No. Good to go? All right. Can y'all hear us?
Yes, sir.
All right, much better. Mr. Adams, would you please introduce yourself with your full name and your DOC number for the record?
Yes, sir. I'm Eric Adams, Eric John Adams Jr. Date of birth 8 August 9th of 90, and my DOC number is 772436.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process, and then we'll begin. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it, then we're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did that caused you to be in jail and why you think we should release you. Warden there is going to give us a little bit about your behavior there and what they went ahead. And then we'll have comments, but we have no other comments, no district attorney and no. So then we will conduct a parole interview. Ms. Stapleton is assigned your case and she's going to ask you the questions first. So let's begin. Today we have for consideration Eric Adams, DOC number 772436, who's a second felony offender who was convicted of simple burglary and monetary instrument abuse on May 31st, 24 and September 15th, 22, and was sentenced to serve 5 years and 5 years, each concurrent in Acadia Parish. Your parole eligibility date is April 30th, 25. Your good time date is October 29th, 25, and your full term date is February 1st, 29. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
Right. So here's your turn. Tell us, what you did, a little bit about what you did, why you did it, and then why you think now is a good reason for us to parole you on that charge, on those charges.
Yes, sir. I was struggling in and out of jobs. I started using drugs and started stealing, and it ended me up in jail.
All right. That's what got you in jail. Why do you think it's a good time to let you go?
Because I went through classes for recovery. I've been down. I realized my mistakes, and I'm ready to move forward and start a normal life. Just go back to work and take care of my kids.
All right. Can you tell us what classes you took for recovery? I'm not seeing those in your record.
It's Freedom Reigns. It's a faith-based class, recovery.
And how many hours or days or weeks was that?
8-week class, 8-week classes. For 2 hours each class, it was 8 classes.
All right. Thank you. All right. Warden, can you tell us anything about his behavior there or anything that he has done good or bad?
Yes, sir, sure. He was transferred here on February the 3rd of this year. He's maintained one job since being housed here. He's a great worker. He's always up on time for work. Currently has no disciplinary write-up since being housed here. So he's been doing fairly well.
Okay. All right. Looking at the paperwork, we have nobody here to testify in support We have nobody here to testify in opposition, but we do have some opposition from the district attorney's office, who sent in a letter of opposition, the sheriff's office, who sent in opposition, and the chief of police, who is also opposed. The attorney general was not contacted for this case. So your case has been assigned to Ms. Stapleton, and she's going to go ahead and start the question.
Okay. All right, Mr. Adams, I listened to what you said, and like Mr. Bauer said, you have strong law enforcement opposition. And you said that the reason that you're in there is theft and drugs, and that now you feel like you've taken the classes and you're fine. But when I look into your past history, you were arrested 17 times for 25 crimes, and 12 of those crimes were against a person.
Yes, ma'am.
That's pretty significant. And then another thing, the types of crimes that I had was child endangerment, domestic violence, the theft, the burglary, and drugs. Those were your types of crime. And when I actually look at your master prison record, I see that you had cruelty to juveniles, domestic abuse battery, and then in another year, cruelty to juveniles, and then years after that, domestic abuse with child endangerment,
Yes, ma'am.
and some more domestic abuse. So did you take any classes for domestic abuse?
I'm in an anger management class as we speak. I never took a domestic abuse class. I was just in a toxic relationship at the time.
Well, it sounds like you came out on top because you were the one arrested, beating up the person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, what about the child endangerment?
They just gave me child endangerment for because my son was around us arguing and fighting.
Okay. Ma'am, do y'all have a domestic violence class there, or is it only anger management?
Only anger management, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, you got a good time date of 10/29/25. So that's all my questions. Anybody else?
Mr. Prater, any questions?
No questions.
I have one question. Have you paid any restitution to the Landrys for the guns and the jewelry and stuff stolen in that case?
No, sir, I haven't had the chance to yet. I plan on paying them though.
Okay. That's my only question. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Stapleton, you're the lead, so you take the first vote.
Okay, sir, based upon your strong law enforcement opposition and your extensive criminal history, which has a lot of violence in it, I vote for you to be denied, and you're going to get out on 10/29/25. So make the most of that time.
Prater?
I concur.
And I'll concur for the same reasons. So today, Mr. Adams, your parole has been denied, but you do have a good time date of 10/29/25, which is going to be an automatic release. So this will conclude our business today at East Feliciana Jail. We will adjourn at 9:13 a.m.
Have a good day.
All right, sorry about that. I was just recording something, but about this whole mess that is happening. But I'm gonna go back on X to see exactly what's happening, because I'm sure since I left, a million tweets have been posting this. Uh, I mean, this is not abnormal. It happens with long trials, but is it is crazy. People are on X are going absolutely crazy about speculating on this whole situation. Um, there is this guy John DePetro show that apparently tweeted something that now people think that this whole thing is come up from that. Um, even Kathy Rusin from Law and Crime says that this isn't uncommon to have the individual question jurors during a trial. It's happened in many trials that she has covered. Might not be a huge deal, but who knows? In this case, usually it's someone heard a juror heard something about the case. Probably could be that. So, oh wow, really? Ew. Oh my days, that is absolutely crazy, Stephanie. Stephanie, you need to give us a rundown of this case. You would be perfect right now, to give us a rundown. Oh, you found out about the fan. What happened to the fan? Did it die? It's not too hot? What happened to the fan? I think we. Do you think it was about the fan? Do you think that one of the jurors broke the fan, and now the judge is mad because they broke? Oh, it's cold there and they don't need it. Oh, okay. That's just not good. I was speculating, guys. Oh my days, this is gonna. We were trying to speculate about the fan, and now, um, yeah, that trial is gonna be hard. It's gonna be a horrible, very hard trial indeed, for sure. It's gonna be absolutely. The fun is not a leak. Dang it! The fun was not the fun. Uh, me getting so excited. Oh my days, this is not even funny anymore. um we'll just try to keep entertaining ourselves. This is crazy. It has happened in the trials, but I don't think it's happened in such a polarized trial before as this one. Murdo was a bit polarized, but not as crazy as Karen Reid. Absolutely insane. So there's really oh, hang on, just a brand new tweet coming out from who? Right, great. That's uh Court TV is always late on tweets, man. It's just saying that the courtroom has been cleared out. For the judge Canon has cleared the courtroom for the Karen Ray trial. Yeah, that's nothing new. So this is the case of Maxwell Anderson out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, that he killed a young girl called Sadie Robinson, and he chopped her to bits, and dropped parts of her all over the area. And he's going on trial next week for her killing and everything. Good morning, Willow. Hello, happy Wednesday. I honestly hope your week gets better. I did text it. I know. I am so sorry, my friend. Sending you a lot of hugs. I am so sorry you're going through all of that. It sucks. It sucks big time. I'm so sorry. Hopefully the fix is not too bad. I hope it doesn't uh has ruined a lot, and I hope your young one feels better soon. I hope your dishwasher might not have a repair, but it's just so much at the same time. And I'm so sorry. I'm sending you a big hug, my friend, and I'm sorry again for all of this. We are having fun in the Karen retrial right now. Judge Bev is interviewing each juror individually about something that has happened, and we are speculating what happened. We don't know. There's no media, no nothing happening in the courtroom. So Yeah, definitely. Or water gets into the walls. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That is the main concern. So we are watching right now parole hearings.
Good morning. Can y'all hear us?
So
Yes, sir.
right now.
All right, we hear you too. Great. The Committee on Parole is called back to order. Today's date is May 21st. The time is 9:19 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Ms. Stapleton to my left and Mr. Prater on Zoom. Panel today at headquarters. Today, our remote location is Ouachita Parish Correctional Center. Would the staff there please introduce themselves?
Good morning, it's Deputy Marchand, Washington.
Deputy, thank you. Ms. Godfrey, would you please introduce yourself with your full name and DOC number for the record?
Wanda Lavon Godfrey, 629194.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process and then we'll begin. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. I'm going to give you a chance to speak. We're going to ask the warden there or the deputy for any information about your behavior there. We'll take comments and then we'll conduct an interview. Your case has been assigned to me. So I'm going to go ahead and start it up. Today we have for parole consideration Ms. Wanda Godfrey, DOC 629194, who's a second felony offender, who was convicted of aggravated second-degree battery on April 26, 2022, and sentenced to serve 7 years hard labor in Ouachita Parish. Your parole eligibility date is September 20th of 2025. Your good time date is January 6th of 2027, and your full term date is June 20th of 2027. Does that information sound correct to you, Ms. Godfrey?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's your turn to speak now. Tell us what you did to get yourself to 7 years and end up in jail, and what you've done while in jail to help yourself better yourself to get out, and why should we release you? Why do you think you should be released on parole?
I was in a verbal yet physical altercation with a female I know. We started to argue a whole weekend and it ended up in a fight with a knife. I was cut and she was cut. I actually, as we fought, I took the knife from her some kind of way, but she got cut and she went to the hospital. And I came to jail. I feel I should be let out. I mean, I've learned my lesson. I know now I cannot take the law into my own hands. And I'm really trying to get home to my mom, 78 years old, and I have a son.
Okay. What have you done while you're in jail? What kind of classes you've taken? What kind of rehabilitative things you've done?
I've taken 2 classes, parenting and risk management, and I'm now in work release. I've been there for 3 years.
Jail staff, do you have any information regarding her behavior there or her completions there that you could add?
Yes, sir. When she first came back in 2021, she has a few minor incidents, but then since 2022 till now, her record is perfectly clean. She served as a trustee back in our laundry warehouse for 6 months before moving to work release program in 22, and she's been there for over 3 years without a single incident. Sergeant Misty May of the work release program highly recommends her and thinks she's one of our better workers.
Thank you for your input there. All right, we have no other people wanting to testify on Zoom for or against, but we do have some opposition from law enforcement community. The district attorney's office in Ouachita is opposed to her release. The sheriff in Ouachita is opposed to her release. The chief of police in Ouachita is opposed to her release. The attorney general for the state of Louisiana is opposed to her release. So there is some opposition to this parole. I have a question for you. Why did you stab the lady? What was, you said y'all was in a fight, but why did it end up all the way to stabbing and cutting?
Well, she came out her pocket with a knife and she cut me right along my chest. and I end up taking it from her, thinking I threw it, but I didn't. In the midst of everything, I cut her back
And where were you cut?
right here in my chest.
One cut?
Yes, sir.
How many times did you cut her?
They said she had 7 lacerations on her shoulder and 2 on her head, like her forehead.
I'm looking at your criminal record, and you've been arrested 24 times for 31 offenses, and 9 were crimes against the person. You had 6 prior terms of supervision, probation or parole, misdemeanor and felony combined, and 4 of them were revoked. Doesn't look like you do too good on supervision. Can you tell me a little bit about what would be different if we put you back on supervision this time?
Yes, sir. I know now I can complete anything, any kind of obstacle I can get. And if it takes me to do anger management when I get out, I will, sir.
Sure. All right, that's all the questions I had. Ms. Stapleton, you have any questions? Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Questions?
No questions? All right, I guess the board's ready to vote, and I'll make the first vote. Ms. Godfrey, I cannot grant parole today based on strong law enforcement opposition, the violent nature of this crime, and the prior criminal record with 4 periods of supervision that have been revoked. You just don't have the record for it.
I concur with Mr. Barra.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
All right, Ms. Godfrey, today your parole request has been denied. And this is going to conclude our business at Washita Correctional Center at 9:26 a.m. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, another denied. 2-2 on the denied side. Who's keeping score? We should keep score of the denied. So hang on, because probably we might be here a while. There's nothing new. So denied, allowed. So we have 2 denied out of the 2 parole hearings that we've got today. We need to keep ourselves busy. But because this is a whole mess. Absolutely, absolutely a whole mess. Oh wow. Um well, not everyone. I mean, there's might be those ones that here and there they might actually be um doing good. Oh, it's okay. I'll try to take this one on board, Sherry, to do it myself because I do have my notebook and my notebook is feeling a little bit empty. I do need to start taking notes, but I get so involved in chatting and talking to you guys that yeah. I just want to talk to you guys. I don't want to take notes. And then I don't know what I'm talking about and I end up talking about something random. Absolutely random. No, Hannah, like then would it be no more space for new people that need to come in? So yeah, that's all right. No worries. I really enjoy it, and we haven't watched them for a while. So, and this is live. We've never been live to parole hearings. It's new thing. We always watch parole hearings doing breaks and everything. Doing verdict wash. So we get to experience them live. Yay! So I know. Same. Case one. I don't think no one was expecting this. Maybe and like but to be fair yesterday after court ended very very late all of a sudden and everything, so I think something was already brewing yesterday and then today it's finally exploded. The court of Hannah UK spoke, deny them all. Life without the possibility of parole for all. Ooh, Willow, I don't know if you were here, sadly you probably were dealing with all the circumstances that were happening yesterday, but Linda Sturman got sentenced to life without the possibility of parole yesterday. And literally people were talking to her yesterday and oh, it was amazing. It was so very good. I absolutely loved it. It was very good. Sorry, I have a question. How does it work for a video stream to have transcript after, if at all? On like on YouTube? normally they get it automatically. um yeah, so not normally the video transcripts on YouTube, it's automatic. Not, it's not. I, it might be an option that the creator can have when is either publishing the video or when is it live streamed, to say that they want that transcript available, but it's normally AI generated. So it depends on how and who actually did the video to see if they had it. I think that's how that you can get the transcript. Um yeah. So it's just crazy. I know it is good. Yes, case one it is. I think the jury's on trial this morning. Absolutely. Do you remember when this happened with Alex Murdaugh? This whole situation and Becky Hill, because of Becky, this whole situation happened with Murdaugh as well. So we kind of have a little bit of experience of what we are in for. But the way I think that the judge is doing is not being people are not very happy with that. Yeah, but yeah, indeed. Well, loyal is loyal. Huh? What? A tornado in the UK? Okay, when? Where? How? Hannah, please do not scare me. Okay, tornado. Huh? No, 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 no. When? Oh wow. There is a tornado warning in the UK? What?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh dear me.
Probably hit South London or something.
Yeah, southeast of England. It's on what? Hang on.
They always get freaky weather over there.
Wow, you guys, please, if you are here listening and you are in the southeast of England, please be careful. Please, please. Wow, I'm looking at it. It's wow. This is crazy. We've never had a tornado. Warnings are worse than watches. Uh-oh. Guys, we need your help. I was like, please, Biddy, you're not in the southeast of England, are you? Oh, wow. Wow, this is not the I know this is not good. Oh, it's absolutely crazy. Oh, okay. All right. You are South London. Okay. As long as you're not in the southeast, that's good. Oh, yes. Finest. It's. Oof. Hang on, I'm reading an article. It says the Met Office is the meteorologist said it's not out of the question that we could see a funnel cloud, maybe a brief tornado across parts of the southeast of England on Wednesday today, with southern islands facing thunder, lightning, and hail. Wow. Yeah, northern parts, which is where I am. I'm in the north, having plenty of fine sunny weather. Meanwhile, the south, they have wet weather push its way in. Oh wow, oof, that is hard. Oh really? Oh, I have never felt a tornado in the UK. Never in my life. I've been here for 10 years, going on 11. Um, I'm in the northeast, so I'm out of the way completely on of it because I'm in the northeast. I'm near Newcastle. So oh, have I? Oh, okay. Oh my days. Beatrice Kelsey found that UK's wow. Wow. I did not know. I have never heard of a tornado warning in UK. Well, probably now I pay more attention to tornado warnings because I hang out with you guys and you guys have a tornado warning like for breakfast. So
Yeah, I think so because he served 3 years and it just
I think even the guy is surprised. In the hearing, sorry, that is not funny. Not right now. God, come on, please. Not right now. Not do not scare me like that. Oh wow. That is crazy. You will have the tornado warning with toast, please. That is just so funny. Oh my days. Oh, this is absolutely hilarious. HP has few rumble tumbles in the hay, but no, not tornado. Yeah. You bacon. Oh, I cannot eat bacon right now. So, oh my days. Hang on. Ooh. That's that bacon. I like bacon, but vinegar fries. You know what? That doesn't sound like too bad actually, Willow. Vinegar fries with bacon and scrambled eggs. Oh, all my days. I think for the 3 years that I was for the 3 years, for the 3 days we were in the hotel this past week, and I had bacon every day, bacon and scrambled eggs every single day. And then I had fruit, and I was healthy. I had fruit and everything, but I had bacon. Oh, it was good. I but I right now I need a bit of a break on bacon, just until Sunday when Garden Bot's gonna make pancakes with bacon. Um. Oh wow, I never like. I have heard of putting vinegar, salt and vinegar on fish and chips fries, chips. You know, when you're having fish and chips, you put vinegar, like is it vinegar, salt and vinegar you put on fish and chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but just vinegar fries, never had them. That's rather interesting. Just love, wow. That is cool. I have, if I drink vinegar like that, Benny, I would be in hospital very quick. It would not be fun, and I'm trying not to go to oh yes, sausage butty. It sounds very good. Um, well, yeah, there is much better things to drink, but hey, to each their own, I guess. But I like vinegar, but not that much. I mean, it's certainly good. It makes a good it's not spicy, but good sauce ish. But yeah, but it's good. I get it. Brothel. Okay. Weird question. What's brothel? I know it's a gravy. Is it gravy? Brothel.
Overall, yeah. It's kind of like a gravy drink.
You can drink brothel.
Yeah, people drink it to warm up in colder countries. Yeah.
They drink gravy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my question. Apparently, it's a gravy that you can drink. No, no. Oh, broth concentrated, basically. I'm sitting. I'm like, what? Gravy drink? Really?
Don't ask how I know that. I just do.
Have you ever drank brothel?
No. Borrow's sold in this country as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Marmite. Oh, ew. Marmite. No. Sorry. No. Marmite is absolutely out of the question. My father in law loves Marmite. He asked us to buy a big tub of it in Costco. Ugh, no. No. Thank you. Oh, it's the beef version of yeah, no, thank you. Um yeah, no, thank you. No. Oh, Lucky Charms. Love me some Lucky Charms. Um it I definitely Termite? No, Marmite is a spread like Nutella, like peanut butter, like jelly in the UK. It is not good. I do not recommend it, but it's up to you. But I still do not recommend it. Oh my days, no. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely crazy. It's yeah, no. Oh, absolutely crazy. It's yeah, yeah. So drink and mix a spoon of brothel with hot water and drink it. Yucky. Oh no, no. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That does not seem very appealing. Marmite it is, Graham. I'm so glad you don't like it, Hannah. I am so happy that you don't like it either. Very happy about that. It is not the greatest drink ever. It is not appealing, and definitely do not drink. I mean, you can try. But in my opinion, do not waste your money on it. It's new. Mm-mm. No, no, no. It's not good. I definitely do not recommend. I recommended the stuff, but not Bovril or Marmite. Even though I never tried Bovril. What's up?
I will need the phone.
Oh, it's always stealing my phone. Fermented yeast spread my sunset. Oh, put on much on his way. Well, yeah, your son is very right. There, Stephanie. Your son, it's very, very, very right there. Ew, definitely. It's not. Mhm. Oh, try not to. Try not to gag on stream right now because that does not sound appeal at all, and it is not appealing. I just want, yeah. Yeah, no, thank you. Please come again. And why is this courtroom not starting this parole hearing? See, this is why I don't like watching live parole hearings because it's huh. We are not even live. Now we are live. Did not change much. Um, but I think we only have one more parole. They might not be ready for the parolee. Oh, who is Garcia Hernandez? Hernandez Garcia or Garcia? Yeah, no, Garcia Hernandez is the next person up on parole. Russian pickle on a batsy with ham and cheese. I love pickles. I love pickles, our friend, and I love pickles. The food pickles. That sounded weird. I love pickles. I both pickles and pickles. I like both pickles. Um, yeah, I am a pickle. But I never had Branston pickles. Um, Yeah, I never had them. But I like pickles just to snack on them. I don't I like on burgers from McDonald's and stuff, but don't like I never tried Branston pickles. Is that different than the normal pickle? What is the difference?
Oh, Branston pickle.
Yes.
It's a sandwich spread. They have with cheese.
You have a pickle spread?
Yeah.
Why you never told me this? Where has this been information in the 3 years we've been married?
Because I've had it when I was a kid. I don't know.
Garden Bot is hiding things from me. For me, so it is hiding that there's a spread that you can have of pickles, um, the food, not our friend.
It's not the pickles that you get in the jar that's sliced. It's the white pickles.
What are the white pickles? Like onion
small
pickles.
pickled onions.
That's probably not too bad. Um, I know Garden Bot is not good. It's like 3 years we've been married and not told me about this at any time. Honestly, I think date night today is cancelled. Um, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's not definitely cancelled. It's still on date night. Do not worry. You don't get rid of me that easy. It's okay, Anna. He's always in trouble. He lives in trouble land. It's fine. He's always in the trouble land. Yeah. Um, yeah. So we are waiting on paroles. This is why I like the other paroles. We can like just zoom through paroles, but then that's where it ends faster and we can catch up on. But this should come soon. I hope they don't take another 15 minutes. To Well, it is. That's what it keeps it spicy, isn't it, Cherry? To be fair, if I knew everything about Garden Bot and we've shared, that would not be a lot of enthusiasm in the marriage. And we need some of that, isn't it, Garden Bot? He's just looking at his phone. He's still doing paperwork, bless him. He just finished work, so he just has to do the paperwork ready for tomorrow's paperwork to come in. I wish I could help him a bit more, but I have my own paperwork that I am not doing it, and I need to get it done. Uh, oh, jury notes last time. Thinking someone read jury notes like last time. Wait, last time when someone read jury notes, they shared their jury notes? Yeah, you need to keep the spiciness up, isn't it, Cherry? Absolutely. But wait, in the last trial, did that happen? I don't, I remember some parts of the last trial, but not a lot. It's all like a fuss. Um. Oh, they shared. Do you think it could be? But was that yesterday? Because that could have not happened today. Because yesterday was when the judge all of a sudden finished the day. So that probably happened last night. Oh, that court dude was reading them. Oh, fanning fanning last. What? Huh. Hannah, Bev slept with one of the jurors and they told. Lol. Oh wow, that is absolutely crazy. Wow. Do you think it could be that? Well, then this is a whole new level of things. This is a completely new level of craziness that I was not expected. You said yeah, yeah, no, of course you can speculate. Yeah, absolutely. Um, absolutely speculate all you want. I love it. Uh, I love it because you're making me laugh. Why would she question all the jurors if it was notes? Because I didn't think you were supposed to share your notes until deliberations, isn't it? So someone broke a rule. So then that means that there's two jurors that possibly can get dismissed. Oh, also a rumor. Wow. But then why would she question the jurors about that? Why would she is like question what did you take a picture of you? That would that could be it as well. I'm not saying that, but could be a possibility. Could be. Well, totally on the pile of the speculation. Um oh, I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on the thingy, but nothing is happening. No, it's a dip in the ocean with this trial, guys. Oh yes, absolutely, Benny. It's definitely a very small drip, but a drip that is making things shake a little bit and just being a little bit steady. That can be a very big hole. All is a problem. Um. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is why we're here is to make Sherry laugh like a crazy person. And maybe me, but I am not gonna be probably drinking coffee on stream because then I normally am talking all the time. So yeah, uh, this is absolutely insane. It's been what more than an hour that we've been on this shenanigan. Um, so it's and parole hearings are not happening. Nothing is happening. I'm getting a little bit yanked. We might jump onto a parole hearing that's um went on LinkedIn and research. Well, they could have gone there, yeah. Or maybe search what LinkedIn was, but then how would they know that they went? Someone snitched, came forward and said that, oh, I went on LinkedIn. And um so no, it's all right. You don't worry. I know it's exactly what you meant. I don't know how to spell that app either. So no worries, my friend. Absolutely good. Um, they could probably watch that. Oh, for that report. What? Oh, what reporter? The one that's supposedly take a picture of the juror. This is just crazy. Um, it's laughable, it's crazy that we are like just waiting. Okay, so all 18 jurors were present. Media still in downstairs hallway waiting. It's highly unlikely we'll get an explanation for this if testimony resumes as normal after nobody except those in the courtroom knows what's going on. So any internet speculation is not true. So because everyone except the lawyers were asked to leave the courtroom, so there's only lawyers, the judge, and the individual jurors that will be in the room while the questioning is happening. So yeah, they're all in the first floor. So yeah, and I don't think we will know exactly what's happening if this carry on as normal. So this is absolute. I saw the clip where he took the picture. Oh, you did? Where? Show us. I need to see. Do you think that might have been it then? Ooh, that could have been it. That is crazy. This is just wild. Parole hearings is not happening. Nothing is happening today. I think Bev definitely wants a long vacation day, absolutely, because I think this is the only way she wants it. She cannot do it that like otherwise this trial is just gonna go forever. Can you imagine again um, this whole thing happening again? Ah, that would be wild. It's just um uh so this is my day. She's had more bleach to her hair. Yeah, she's gonna. Yeah, no, she needs a couple days to do that. I got it. One of the jurors mentioned that Bev, think is biased and she doesn't like being called out in the truth. Probably, yeah. Could be that. I think I would believe that more than anything else. So hang on, I need just to check. Yeah, that should be fine. So I just replied to an email. So yeah. Oh my days, this is absolutely insane. Oh, there's a new thing now. Oh, that's cool. So apparently I can put live comments on the screen for you guys too. Ha 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 ha. So anything that probably will say it will show out to you. I don't know how this works because I don't know. Someone say something in the chat to see if it shows up. I don't know. This is something new. I'm trying it out since the parole hearings are not happening and I'm bored. So because I need something to happen, but nothing is happening, and it's just crazy. Oh, we have to behave now. Ah, man, it's not working. Yes, it is. Look, I can see Hannah's comment. Ah, sorry. I'm gonna turn it off. Don't worry. Oh, media's in back in the courtroom. Oh, see, it shows up. I'm gonna take that off. That will annoy me. Media's in back in the courtroom. Why? Why did not? Ooh, we might be going on a record soon. Ooh, let's swap back to the fan. It's fan time. Hang on, let me stop the parole. Getting this going on. So we'll see. Ooh, is this exciting? It could be a mistrial, and it's only been 48 minutes. It's only been 5 minutes until action. Ooh, excitement is building up. I think they are going to carry on like nothing has happened. And oh, the fan is going. The fan is going on. Sorry, that was a bit much. Hey, look at that. The fan is working now. Was ready to get a 3.0. No one. No one is absolutely ready. Like, oh no, I'm so sorry. That is not good. Where did you see that? Because, like, I'm following so many people and no one has tweeted about this. Is my internet even working? I don't think my internet is even working with this because I'm getting no notifications. Which is weird. But I'm so sorry, Stephanie. Send some rain over here. I want some. So, um, we told us coming back in about 5 minutes. I need to follow more people. Oh yeah, I was literally reading this tweet earlier, and passing off my furniture. They're so restless. Oh, I'm so sorry, Stephanie. That is not good. It is working. You are live streaming, guys. Yes, that you are right there, Hannah. Okay, now I'm getting the notifications. My phone internet was not working. But yeah, I know the internet is working because I am live streaming barely, but I am. um, uh, hang on. Now, Aiden just tweeted. Hang on. That's about his case, not about this case. Um, Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Sherry. I forgot what it was, but okay, thank you. Just thought I would remind you in case you forgot. Well, yes, I sometimes I do forget things, but not that I'm live streaming for the whole internet to see. That would be something very hard to forget. But thank you, appreciate it. Um, hey, William, send some rain over already. Um, I think it's Karen Reed that we're talking about. That's the case. We are waiting for them to come back, and we have a Zoom fan going. Um, yeah, I would love to be a fly on a wall to have gone seen this whole mess in the trial. This is absolutely insane, and parole hearings haven't come on. Uh, it's yeah. Attorneys are huddled together, both sides. Wow, that's crazy. And again, why is my Twitter not like? I think Zizzy has the Twitter from the future. Mine is from the past because I'm see. I'm getting food recipes on Twitter about scrambled eggs. Um, I'm literally getting food things instead of the. Oh, we are muted. We are unmuted, everybody. I heard that. Haha, I do identify.
Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go to 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Healy will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Stand up, step up, face the clerk, raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month, basically, with brain injuries at Shock Trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Base Society?
Yes.
And is that brain related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineate them in the paper and discuss the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebrospinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to that.
Thank you.
Sidebar 1 million. No, sorry, it's not 1 million, but it feels like 1 million. Finally, she accepts a sidebar. Oh, there's people missing from the gallery. Hang on. Which thingy? Oh, Mrs. O'Keefe. Uh-oh, she might have been kicked out. Uh-oh. Yeah, you are shooketh. I'm shooketh as well. But hang on, there's some people missing from the gallery. I cannot wait what X is gonna say all about this day. Like, Mrs. O'Keefe is not there. Where is she? I need to know. Where did she go? Hmm? Oh yeah, she's gonna blame. Oh yeah, it's the defense problems. Obviously, the world problems is the defense problems. Absolutely, she's gonna blame everything and then everyone. That is absolutely certain. No, she was there this morning, case one. She was there this morning. I saw her. She was wearing like a black and white vest type thing. She's missing. She's not there. She was there this morning, and now all those front row seats are empty. Do you think that maybe the juror said something about the eye rolls and all the things that she's been doing because she did? Yeah. We said the same thing. We said the same thing. See, that is good. We are on the same wavelength, case one, and I love it. That Dave might mention the eye rolling because now jurors are seated in opposite, like different sides, different seatings. So that could have been one of the reasons, right? But doing this whole thing, yeah. Oh yeah. Interesting. See, I'm paying attention, guys. See, I'm paying attention. Um, exactly. Jury's upset. They cannot roll their eyes, so no one can. Love that, Paula. It's possible because of this testimony hearing about the injuries. Oh yeah, true. That is true as well, Benny. Good point. Can point it out. Oh, Paula, you probably haven't heard, but you can listen to the playlist now of the songs. That's the link for the playlist. Paula,
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But Traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time. anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of the brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make a cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the deceive.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the deceit in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
I have one more moment, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set, so you can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And while I see counsel outside our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Well, he can go do some more brain surgeries because he's done. I know. Dan, I was quick. I think that must have been the quickest witness of the whole trial so far. Oh yeah. I mean, that took what? Not even an hour. I think that shebang of the jury or whatever happened was longer than this. Well. Yeah, it was good meeting you. You can go do some more brain surgeries for more money that you probably don't need anymore. But hey, well, oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be very expensive. Like it's well, there's a poll up right now that I intended to. I was joking that I was gonna
So,
leave until tomorrow. But
jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20-minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your.
you cannot write this up, man. This is the most hilarious thing I have heard. So, oh my days. So apparently now they are ahead of schedule when they just lost 2 hours with the whole shebang, and now this is absolutely oh my days, this is absolutely oh my days, what in the world. Oh, she goes and says no breaks, no whatsoever, shortened case because we need a lot to catch up, we need to zoom through, and now we're having a a break, morning break. Are you absolutely oh, I just cannot. You cannot write this thing. You cannot. You cannot go and write this as a story because it's too unbelievable to be even right. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Sorry about that, Paul. I am sorry, friend. Oops. Sorry. It's fine. Don't you even worry. I was just curious. But that witness is gone now. Oh, this is something you definitely cannot write. Um what in the world was that? Oh, we're moving. Um, I know it's we're moving. I don't know what's happening, but we're moving. We're panning the audience apparently. Um, I I I know it's very shocking. A break. This court never has break. Absolutely shooketh. This is just incredible. Um, oh my days! This like so she goes on about now we need to. Mm, I well I but the thing is, right, she shouldn't say things that she doesn't mean. Like, I, for example, if I was a juror, I would not take a word of this judge for nothing, because she says she's gonna try to keep sidebars to a minimum, yet we have more sidebars altogether than probably three trials we covered so far. She says that, oh, we're gonna zoom through things, short break, no break in the morning because we lost a lot of time this morning. Yet now we're having a break because sidebar again. Guess what? CW is not ready with their witnesses. Um. uh, Oh, sorry about that. Paul, I feel bad now. Um. I know. It's like this is the most ridiculous thing. Like, she should have said something to the CW to make sure that they have their witnesses ready when there's needed. She, like, at this pace, this trial is gonna end in 2035. We're gonna be here until literally Karen dies on the defendant's seat because she doesn't get to move on. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. There is Oh, it's crazy how she runs this courtroom. It's absolutely shocking. Um, uh, probably, yeah. Because it's like, yeah, I understand that yesterday, like, things happened. This morning, things happened. Fair enough. It's something out of her control that she needs to deal with, which is fair enough. But she should have told the CW, okay, you're taking a witness out of order, but you better have other witnesses ready for when this witness is finished so we can move on. And instead, no, we're taking yet another break. So like, even like judges normally are like, no wasting of time BS. It's like, you don't have a witness ready, you better have, like, Lori Dingbell's judge. It was no BS. Ipla, the judge for BK, is gonna be a no BS judge. If you don't have a witness ready, that's it. Your problem. That judge in this trial would have been top notch. Can you imagine? There would be none of the shenanigans that happens in this trial. There would be no people and talking underneath their breath. There would be no comments whatsoever, or anything, or even this many sidebars. Judge April would never in your life it would take any of this absolutely rubbish that is happening. I'm sorry, I'm getting mad now. I'm getting mad because she's just wasting everybody's time. Like, look, now it's just um oh April is gonna be just no BS. He's gonna be my days. um Oh, Judge Darrow. Oh, I love me some Judge Darrow. Oh, she's my favorite judge, y'all. Like, she's my favorite. I cannot wait until she has another trial, another criminal trial. I know she's been handling Dal Brooks' appeal, but yeah, no. Oh, yeah, on Hitler, yes. On Hitler, yes, I saw it, and they were amazing. And he's an OBS lawyer, judge. Um, Oh yeah, so like that's what I'm saying. Just not with him as well. When Judge Dara was as well doing the Jesse Kwaseski or whatever her name is, the eye drop murder trial. She was also very patient and very fair and very reasonable. Not that Jesse was half of the troublemaker, but she was also a bit of a trouble. That woman, which I love that trial too. But Ipla is absolutely crazy. I am still thinking about BK trial. BK trial, I want to stream it, but I'm not going to stream the whole entirety. Oh, I know. Weren't they, Anna? I love that trial. That trial was where I started streaming. I started streaming her sentence. I don't think that's available anymore because I think I deleted it. So do not go and watch. That's crazy. Um, but yeah, BK trial. I am thinking of streaming that trial, but I'm not gonna be streaming the whole 3 months. That is gonna be too much. Too much. I might do in either between trials or in like we follow the first like week or so of the trial and then move on. I want to follow it. Um but I don't want to follow the whole 3 months. So it's just crazy. Um, why don't you do a day behind and zoom through breaks? Well, we could do that. We could do that a day behind and zoom through breaks, and then we could put more throughout. But it's still, I'm still thinking about how it is going to be. She was a beautiful judge. Oh yeah, definitely. So like 4 or 5 hours a day. Well, we could do that, or I could do stream entirety on the first channel, on the second channel, and then on this one we'll do bits and pieces, and then I'll still have the entirety of the trial. Just send you a photo of Bob Alexei flexing his muscles. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that one, Lois. Thank you very much for that. But let me have a look at the picture. I always loved. Oh yeah, I've seen this one. I mean, he's only 67. Ooh, um, and that's nice. I was like, he's very handsome for a 67-year-old. Gardemont is not listening to this. It's fine. Um, Oh, what is not going on with Puffy Trial? Puffy Trial is going off the rails like he was expected to go off the rails. That I mean, that trial is a whole mess. It's a whole other level of craziness that I want to stay away from. Oh my days! Now my phone is saying no connection to the internet. I need to turn off the VPN. Hang on, because I've been having the VPN turn on for too long, and then starts going crazy. Um, yeah. So, but he is very good. Well, he probably needs to teach me that, Lois. Oh yeah, I do. I do have a second channel, but I don't do much as there at the moment because I don't feel the need. But I might do soon. I don't know. I am. Oh, I want to stream the BK trial, but 3 months of the BK trial is gonna be too much, man. It's gonna be too much. It's I don't know. I need to decide. We need to see what's happening at the time. I mean, if there is no other trial going on, absolutely we are going to be doing. But we might take a break for the Stevenson trial. We might take a break for the Donna Adelson trial. So we might popping in. And then what we can do is also during the Christmas break that the courts are going to have, we can absolutely for sure cover what we missed and highlights of that trial because during the trial during the Christmas break we are gonna have time that we not um not gonna have any court. Sorry, there's a certain person that's texting me, and she is here, but she's not talking, and she's distracting me. So thank you very much for that person. Uh, I think that's what she wanted to do, just to have fun. You probably can guess who that person is. Yeah. So, like, I wish I would be as good with a health routine as is. Yeah. No, it's not you. It's definitely not you, Hannah. You probably can imagine who that person is. It starts with an X, ends in an O. Uh, but I love her as well. She's amazing. I've already given up who she is. Hey, there's the person that I am accusing of distracting me. Hi, my lovely. Hello, girl, gorgeous. Um, hi. I hope you're okay. I know. See, it's her, Hannah. It's only could be her. Uh, oh, who? Hang on, who? Oh yeah. Oh, did you see there was someone famous that was gonna testify at the Diddy trial this afternoon? I forgot who the name of of the famous person is. Of course. Hang on. Let me. Um. Oh, that's so sweet. Physical therapy. Now she's been my. Well, I seen your ugly mug too. So where's my money for my no, I'm joking. Hang on, what was the name of the person that was what was man, I lost I lost the name of the famous person who was the testifying. I'm sure it's gonna come back. Um it's wild. They can prove intent. I don't know if they can. It's sadly that we cannot like pick on that trial because it's no, I did not. Well, I did see your profile picture anyway, so you don't go lying. Um, she is exactly. She is indeed. You know, she is gorgeous. Everyone is gorgeous here. Every single one of you, even Zio. See, even Zio, she's pretty. No, I'm joking. Those jokes aside, everyone is gorgeous. Yes, no, they're not back yet. They are still out, and the fun is on full swing. She's literally that fun has been going on for so hard that it's absolutely crazy. How long have they gone been on break for? About 20 minutes. Actually, no, they've only been. Oh, they've only been on break for about 14 minutes, so that's not bad. 15. No, Hannah, do not spread misinformation. There's no misinformation. There's nothing going on here. We all very, very sweet, and we are all very truthful, and no one is being yeah being bullied. So I anything, William. I promise. Really? Did he? It didn't prove anything. Like, yeah, he proved that John had a wound in his head. Okay, he proved that. He proved that he had he died of hypothermia. Um, huh? I did not do that. I would drink the coffee, not spill the coffee. I don't waste coffee. Me wasting coffee. Unheard of. Thank you very much. But I don't think he proved anything. I'm sorry. I think what he proved was that John O'Keefe um had a wound to his head, and that he died of hypothermia. You know, he fell. So what else did he prove? Nothing. I don't think he proved nothing. I don't think he proved that John O'Keefe had an injury in his head that was not deadly. He did not die from it, and that he died of hypothermia, and explained that how less he had to die of hypothermia in terms of the temperature that he had to be in. That's all that he proved. Nothing else. He did not prove that Karen hit him or anything. Um, this trial's been going on for 20 days. So am I lagging a bit? Am I? Am I a robot? Hang on. Am I a robot? Oh, hang on. I think I am a robot. Oh, hang on. Why am I a robot? I'm not even. Huh? Why am I a robot? Huh. So, am I not a robot? It's better. I did not do anything. Huh. Am I? Am I moving? I'm here. Oh, okay. Right, sorry. Oh no! Oh, sorry, Paula. Are you okay? Oh, okay. So yeah. So if you having an issue with YouTube, just force close and come back again. because apparently there's an issue. Sorry about this. I thought it would have been me, because I was like, it's yeah. It's not me. It wasn't me. Well, I'm not gonna call. I'm not gonna sing. Don't worry. Um, Okay. Oh, that's okay. You have, well, you don't know how long break is going to be, because this judge changes her opinion quicker than she changes clothes. But Paula, I hope you are okay, girl. Like, that must have been scary. Yeah, can you imagine? It's like skip a bit. So in a little bit, I actually need to check if our lovely Robert is still gonna come on, because she is gonna take over the stream this afternoon. Well, morning for her. Um, but oh, see, me saying Robert, and she shows up. Like, see, perfect, amazing, well done. Oh, hi. Yes, I know, no, yeah, no worries, girl. Don't you worry. You still plenty of time. I appreciate you helping out. Absolutely. You take your time, girl. Have your coffee. You do what you need to do, and I really really appreciate the help you give me, so I can go to date night with Garden Bot. We still don't know what we're gonna do. I will keep you guys informed, but probably I won't be back in time to be with you. Um, but absolutely, we'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, so absolutely, 100% guaranteed. So, um, l- thank you very much, Rob. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate you, every single one of you. You guys make this possible, and it's crazy how I can just turn my hobby into a little bit side hustle type thing. Hey, William, do not tempt me. We want to go to Hooters again, but maybe not so soon. We want to save right now. I have to buy a new computer. I have to get the sort test stuff sorted, and we want to get our house. But we do want to go out again and try not to spend as much money, because we also have the London trip to go to in June next month, which is just in a couple weeks to go. They still on break. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about court. They still on break. Um, so is this normal that Bev doesn't give a time of of break, and they just go break for 20 minutes, which is as long as the lunch break, or is it just me? Um, because this is wild. They've been on break for like 20 minutes now, and it's crazy. um, so yeah, it's just carry on waiting. I know London is no bueno. Orlando is dangerous, but we're still gonna meet up, Hannah. It's still not out of the equation. We're still gonna meet up. I'm sure something is gonna happen in Manchester. It's gonna be fun enough, or we are just gonna go to Manchester because of you. Um, that's true. That's good too. Don't do not worry. You're gonna meet me soon. Don't worry. I got you. I know it's probably gonna take a couple more months, but we'll be there before you know it. Don't worry, girl. Got you. So yeah. So you guys gonna be with Rob. Please misbehave with her. Um, let's go to the soccer game. What soccer game? Um, yeah, London is a little bit dangerous. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared of going to the court by myself. I might actually drag Garden Bot just to keep me safe. Um, safe because of that. Yeah, the Manchester, yeah, maybe next season, Nancy, because yeah, the season just ended for the year. Now, oh, please do not tell me I missed it. Please do not tell me that I missed. Please. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, that's good. Right, sorry. I'm a big football fan. That I I every single year I have a tradition of watching the Champions League final, the UEFA Champions League. It's a soccer final of a big, massive competition. I even went in 2014 before I moved to England to the stadium where they had at the Lisbon Stadium, Benfica Stadium, my team, my hometown team, and I thought I just missed. No, it's on Saturday, 31st of May. So at 8 p.m. So I'm definitely gonna uh neither Anna. Sorry. Neither. Neither. Not City or United, sorry. I'm a Benfica girl through and through. Um it's neither girl. My team is gonna be Benfica through and through. I will never change teams. I'm a Benfica girl. It's my hometown team. It's the team I used to play with for. I literally play for them when I was a kid. I almost went professional with them, but because of an injury, I had to give up football, soccer. But so I'm always gonna be Benfica. I would tattoo the Benfica emblem on me if I could, but it's not like I don't like tattoos, but it's a bit complicated. I don't want something in my body forever. So yeah. Oh, buenos dias. Good morning, Ivamos. How are you? Hey, it's gonna be a busy day. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you are well. I hope you have a beautiful day despite the challenges. Um. I'm so sorry about that. I was a forward or the person behind the forward person, but mainly forward. But yeah, so I was mainly a forward. That was yeah, it was my position. I loved it. I miss playing football. I miss having um goalkeeper. I'm imagining or defense. Either goalkeeper or defense because you're good at defending. I think maybe. Um, why is it you feel when you then don't do not text to type just to which one the goalie. See, I knew it. I have my eye, my foot. Oh, I love soccer. I miss watching. So on the 31st of May, do not. Oh, I actually do need to say then to someone because I just got invited to a live stream that I'm not available at 8 p.m. my time because I'm going to be watching football, having a beer, having some popcorn, and being in my cinema room because we have a cinema room where we have a projector to a blank white wall. And that's where I'm going to be watching the football. I might have a few friends for the football as well, actually. I might I might do a thing. I might actually invite some friends over for a football night. Actually, yeah, that would be a great idea. Um, oh no. I had a knee injury. My knee literally um towards the back. So it's literally my knee was at the front and it tore to the back. So I was never the same. I'll let you know. I'll text you here about that. But I'm so sorry, Hannah. That sucked. I miss playing football. I do. I miss the ability of it because now I play 5 minutes and I'm dead. I have no physical, and with my feet being like they are with all the injuries I've been having, absolutely, it's crazy. So, but yeah, so it's one of those things that happens in life, I guess. But I can still enjoy the sport. Um, me, never, Paula. I am a saint. I would never do that ever. As Garden Bot, I never yell or scream during the games. Never. Mm-mm. Never. Yeah, no. Of course. Yes, a lot. I curse, I yell at the referee, I yell, I celebrate, I scream. So yeah, it's not good. Oh, I'm actually planning the whole thing. I might have a couple beers. Oh, same. When I went to the final of the Champions League, like 10 years ago, um, yeah, it was. I lost my voice. I may or may have not ended the night in the police station, but let's not talk about that part. That part was, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. That is very, very good. Absolutely very good. Yeah, they do hear us. Absolutely, especially when we are on a screen, they do hear us. Um, the good thing is I don't really have neighbors. I have a neighbor that is like behind that wall behind me, but I think he makes more noise than we do. And on the other side is the shop, and so that's fine. So I don't care if people hear me in the shop. So we are actually kind of blessed. We don't really have neighbors. So and the guy that behind us on that side, he's very rarely home, but when it is, he makes as much noise during the day. He doesn't do during the night no more. But to be fair, our bedroom is opposite, so our bedroom wall goes to the shop, so we are very glad on that one, so we don't really have not noise. We are kind of very good in this house, but the stairs, the entrance is killing me. That's why we need to move. But yeah, so that's my story of football and playing. And this during football season, I'm close to my TV all day Sunday. Oh, I've been grown a lot into American football, obviously, not just because of, Taylor Swift's boyfriend, but I've always wanted to watch it. But now that I have a way to watch it easier, it is so cool. And also apparently Peacock, the American station that I have been watching a lot, they have Premier League, that is the soccer league in England there, which is perfect. It is amazing. I love it. I actually love that fact that an American TV streaming is cheaper to rent that one than renting. Oh, I just heard a noise on the stream. It's just Sheila getting here. Um. Oh wow, you followed it 6 years. What is your team, Hannah? The American football. So let me know because that would be awesome. Um, I love that it's on. Yeah, exactly, isn't it? While you are working, that is awesome that you can watch it. Devon Broncos, nice one. I know I've heard that team. I don't know anything about that team. I am a Chiefs fan. 'Cause I even have the jersey of the Chiefs. Even um, that is cool. It's like I really maybe one day we can try to watch a game together. Not on here, not on YouTube, because YouTube won't allow us to do that. But for sure, like on Discord, on Patreon, I do need to set that up because I was thinking to do that.
Hello.
Yeah, I like. Oh,
I creeped up on you. Good morning.
good morning, Rubba. Thank you. Thank you for the heart attack.
Sorry. I was trying to be quiet and let you talk. And I'm trying to say good morning in a very quiet way, but my voice is still deep because I'm still not completely awake. I haven't had a coffee. Thought some man was peeping in your back door.
I heard you coming on stage, and that scared me. I know you scared me. Oh, court
Okay,
is
court's
starting.
back.
Bye, everybody. You are with Robba. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Robba. Appreciate you.
Love you, Katia. See you later, love. Hey, guys, I'm here, hiding out.
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
And ma'am, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could, just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? All right, thank you.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy, yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both the seat to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Stop. We're supposed to be live. Y'all don't be doing that. Lois, stop it. Stop it. Thank you. You're going to make me cry. Y'all, no, I cried the other day online. Stop. Y'all don't want me pausing live stream. Oh, there was 2 hours delay because the juror was naughty. Okay, y'all don't want me pausing live stream. See, I could sit here and talk. We'll talk during break.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you 2 other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. Did you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you could enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you could enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Madam Combo, the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514.
Two and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 95. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's They're just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match.
no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You can review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hammond, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like, what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
He has 3 minutes left, and she wants to see counsel for 2 of those 3 minutes. Is that what I just understood? Right, Stephanie. Exactly. We don't have to solve it, and neither does the jury. But as the Commonwealth proved the charges, no, in my opinion. Yeah. You know, I really felt like she didn't want to go in because the other Brian was in the house.
Ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break and we'll take an hour. So I know we'll take an hour. Okay, we'll see you back again. So maybe we're just going to follow the chairs.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Okay. All right. So that's that. Let's turn them down. And so, yeah, that was the only thing I could think of was that, you know, she knew Brian was there, and after the little tiff altercation discussion at the waterfall, she decided, you know, after I got there and thought about it, I really don't want to go in there and be with all them idiots. You know, I want to go home. So you go on and go in there, whatever. Let me know, or let me know who all in there, you know, whatever. And he didn't come back out, something. And, you know, we all have our own theories. I know, Hannah, another break. So, excuse me. So let me tell y'all my puzzle story. So I had, while they're breaking out, they're breaking for, oh my Lord, they're breaking for a whole hour. Okay. Yeah, he was very fired up about John being at the bar. And I think there was a lot of contention there. And, you know, we all have our speculations and opinions and theories. So, and that's great. You all should have your own theories. You should all use your own mind and make up your own decisions based on the facts that you're comfortable with. I mean, we don't always all think alike. There can be somebody in here watching this that is on the flip side and thinks she's totally guilty. I don't know. I haven't polled y'all. I don't know if, I'm sure Katya's polled y'all. I don't know how to do polls, but you know, you know, there's people out there that think she's guilty and she did it, but you're all entitled to your own opinion. And I think that's what I love about TCA's room the most is everybody can have their own opinion. We can get along. We can voice our opinion. I've been in some creative rooms that you try to voice your opinion and they immediately block you for not thinking their way, for not conforming to what their belief is as to what happened. And that's not how, as a creator, you know, as a YouTubeist or whatever you want to call it, you know, it should be. That's just not fair. Right. Exactly, Paula. We're all opinionated. And you know what? That's what makes each and every one of us different. And we should all voice our opinions. But let me tell you my puzzle story real quick. So, excuse me. So, I have an addiction to puzzles. I'm going to share this tab just so y'all can see. Y'all see, this is at Amazon. These are puzzles. They are by Disney. It's by a company called Seco. Let's see. These are called Seco. They are Thomas Kincaid puzzles. And they are Disney. I'm going to click on one just to get a bigger picture. Click to see full view. They're just cute puzzles. That's all they are. They're just cute puzzles. And I have always enjoyed them. And I would take all these puzzles, and there's hundreds of them to choose from. And they're just the cutest. The Thomas Kincaid version is just what I love about these. And they come in, there was one set that came in 4 packs, which I don't see them right here. But anyways, they came in 4 packs, and they were 500-piece puzzles. And they would take me about 4 to 5 hours to do a 500-piece puzzle. And that was just me with my mental thoughts sitting, trying to put my mind somewhere else to give me something else to do with my brain. So puzzles was my choice. So I had all these puzzles, and what I would do after I'd finished the puzzle, I would take white Elmer's glue and I would coat the top of the puzzle to make it solid. I'd flip it, coat the back, make it solid to make it almost like a picture. Well, so I had about, and I'm not exaggerating, y'all. I'm not exaggerating. This is ridiculous. I had about 60 puzzles put together like this. So when we moved it, the house in which we live in used to be a bar back in the day. No, I've never done Legos. I've never done Lego sets. I've never done them. And now that you mention them, that might be something that I might be interested in because of the patience of actually putting one together. But so I took all these puzzles. When we moved, where we live, it used to be a bar. And we have taken the bar, and half of it is a house. The other half, we haven't decided whether we're going to maybe put a snow cone business for the summertime up front or something like that. It's just, it's a large place, and, you know, we don't need all the space. We're just a little family of four here. You know, we got Mom, me, Hector, and Tyler, and it's just us. You know, I'm not worried. Don't worry about doxing myself. I don't give a shit. There's nothing out there about me that I need to hide. I'm me. If you don't like me, that's it. I have nothing to hide. But so when we were in the middle of working on one of the remodels of one of the add-on rooms that we get, I took all those puzzles that I did and I put them on the ceiling and made a complete ceiling tile of all these puzzles. So they're all on the ceiling in Tyler's room. All these puzzles, because I wanted to put them up somewhere. I wanted to display them, and I had nowhere. That before it was Tyler's room, it was originally my my sewing room, and I did all my, here. I'm gonna make me. I don't know if I can make me big or not. I don't know how to do all that. If I do that, I'll miss it. But I don't know if y'all could see. But like, see these little doggy collars? I do a lot of sewing, and I make like reversible doggy collars. Here's one that's an embroidered one for Easter with Easter design on the back. This was a slip-on collar one, just a little. This is a little Halloween candy corn design. Just, it's just what I did. It was my sewing room, and in my spare time, I sew, and I have an Etsy shop, and that's what I do on the side, just for something to do. Like I said, when I'm borderline personality disorder, and I've never hid my mental health, and that's something that I have to keep my mind busy, and whatever it takes. And sewing is one of my things. I learned how to sew when I was about 8 years old. My mom taught me to sew. My mom used to own an upholstery shop in Houston. And my father remodeled cars. He would take an old antique Chevy or an old antique Cadillac, and he would take it down to bare bones. He would rebuild the motor. He would repaint it and everything. And my mom did all the upholstery interior because she had an industrial sewing machine, and that was her business. She did upholstery on the side. So I learned how to sew at a very young age, and here I am, 53, and I still love sewing. It's just it's a good pastime to throw my brain somewhere else. I know I'm rambling, and if y'all think I'm rambling, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm just rambling. I'm just talking about random shit. But I actually, we're on break, so I could do this, right, guys? Nobody's offended that I'm just sitting here talking. I did find I did find something that I wanted to play during the break today. It's a little bit much. I say much. It's there was a let's see. Hang on, let me see if I could. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, William. Yeah, it's my mom was awesome at it. She made some awesome upholstery and cars. The old 55 Chevys and 56. My dad was into the 55, 56, 57 hardtops, and so that was his thing, and he loved it. I can remember. I was 15 years old, and he wanted to take the cars to a swap meet car show thing. And so he let me drive the 56 Chevy. It was a four-door hardtop, not red. It was a yellow and black four-door hardtop. Loved that car. It was this big old beast. I'd be driving it down the freeway. And I heard knocking. I was only 15. All of a sudden, I heard this clink, 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 clink. I didn't know what to do. So the first thing I thought was to speed up the car to get to my dad. And I tried to speed up the car to get to my dad, and I ended up blowing the engine in downtown Houston. My dad was so upset at me. But lesson learned, and I never drove like that again. When I heard clink, clink, I stopped the car. Pickles, today's been outrageously busy. I haven't had a minute to watch this case. Did I miss anything wild? Where did Katia go? Well, Pickles, it is Wednesday. Where I'm at, it's still Wednesday. It's still Wednesday where Katia's at, but it's nighttime for her. And Wednesday, she has date night with Garden Bot. So this is where I am every Wednesday. This has been 2 months. Where you been, Pickles? 2 months I've been doing this. Every Wednesday, 11:30. Y'all get me. Is that okay, Pickles? I'm sorry. I may not be as entertaining as her. Okay, let me see if I can bring this back up. Is Dip Coast, man? No, we've got some boring ass lady. I don't know who she is, but she thinks she's an expert on glass. And I think her half glass full is broke. So I don't know, But sorry, I need my coffee still. Let's see. So I found a story, and I just thought maybe it'd be something we could watch. Let's see. So this was a story that I had found. And I just thought it was a very interesting case. I want to cover it, and I'm thinking Paula Mack does bear sewing. Does she really? I didn't know Paula did that. Yeah, I do. I've done some blankets for like this, to some people this may sound odd, but when your loved one passes away, I've had people send me items of clothing or a special blanket and things like that, and I put together a memorable blanket for the person. So I understand the bears thing. I'm not sure, if she has a reason behind doing it, but yeah, I've done memory blankets for people with things from their loved one, their clothing items and stuff, which is a great memory to have around of somebody. So that's always fun, and I've enjoyed that with sewing. So you've seen this one, Hannah. So I just I have the hearings pulled up. So I thought maybe we could watch the hearings during the break since we still have another 45 minutes to go. So, but I did want to go over this. I'll read over this. It says Oakland County abandonment case. 3 kids alone for years. Mom charged everything we know. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. That's awesome, William. I didn't know. I'll have to swap stories with her later. Kelly Bryant, 34 of Pontiac, is being held on a $250 million bond. Now, spoiler alert, they do lower her bond to $50,000, but we'll see that down the line. But she at first, and this is from February 23rd. So, Oakland County mother who allegedly left her children to live alone in squalor for years was charged with child abuse is being held on a $250 million bond. Here's the timeline of everything that's happened so far, from deputies discovering the kids, 12-year-old girl, 13-year-old girl, and 15-year-old boy at the home, to the arrest and arraignment of Kelly Bryant, 34, Pontiac. In the afternoon of Friday, February 14th, deputies responded to a townhouse after the landlord called for a welfare check. The landlord told authorities she left 3 kids alone for 3 years in an apartment. They thought the apartment was abandoned and something was wrong. Hey, Benny, I have a little fly in here. That's what I'm reading. Hold on. I'm reading. When deputies arrived, they found the home the landlord told authorities he hadn't heard from her since December of 2024. She hadn't paid rent since October. He was concerned something might have happened to Bryant. Then the deputies arrived. They found the home in deplorable condition. Trash was piled as high as 4 feet high in some areas. Mold and human waste were found throughout the home. Authorities said the toilet was overflowing and they found feces in the bathtub. Bryant wasn't there, but they found her 3 children who were wearing soiled clothing. Their hair was also matted and nails were several inches long. Investigators learned that the boys slept on a mattress on the floor while the girls allegedly slept on pizza boxes. Her daughters were hiding in a bathroom that was filled with feces, piles of trash, and completely non-functional, while her son was hiding in another room, said the Oakland County prosecutor. Police were astonished to find anyone in the location because it appeared to be uninhabitable, with piles of garbage and refuse several feet high, including large amounts of human excrements. Prosecutors said the girls also had difficulty time physically walking outside the home. Bryant allegedly lived at the Pontiac home with her 4 children in 2019, but at some point between 2020 and 2021, she allegedly moved out and left 3 of the kids to live there alone, while the 4th child went to live with her father. Detectives learned that she was living at another address in Pontiac. While the 3 children were living alone, they had no physical contact with their mother. The only one child that ever communicated with Bryant was a 15-year-old boy. He told investigators he would text his mother when the food supply was low. Bryant would then allegedly use companies like Instacart and DoorDash to send the 3 children food, but in the entirety of their abandonment, she never sent them toilet paper, soap, or shampoo. Towards the end, the kids were being sent 1 loaf of bread to share that was supposed to last them several days. Now, this broke my heart right here. I was going to do a whole live on this, but then when I started thinking about being here today, I thought we'll just go over it here. Boy only stepped out home twice. During their years-long abandonment, the only child to have ever stepped outside was the boy. And he only did twice. He told investigators that he stepped out 1 time to touch grass and another to check the mail. Let that soak in a minute. Let that shit soak in a minute. To touch grass and another to check the mail. This woman is disgusting. Bryant had allegedly instructed kids to never open the door or leave the home. All 3 children expressed fear about what their mother's response would be if they left the home. The mother is also accused of concealing the kids from her family members and lying about their whereabouts. The defendant took the active steps of lying and concealing to make sure the children were undiscovered. She took actions knowing that her children would suffer serious physical and emotional harm as a result. In addition, Oakland County Sheriff said Bryant would claim the children were with the babysitter when family members asked where they were. Bryant told investigators the father wasn't in the kids' lives, but later learned that he tried to be. The father of all 3 children was incarcerated for a while and didn't have any contact with the kids. But when he got out, he filed paperwork for visitation and was granted those rights in 2022, but Bryant allegedly still wouldn't allow him to see the kids. After the 3 children were found on Friday, February 14th, Valentine's Day 2025, they were immediately taken to the hospital for an evaluation and all showed severe signs of neglect. At the hospital, children struggled with complete basic hygiene tasks like flushing a toilet and brushing their teeth because they hadn't done it in years. The prosecutor also noted the children appeared to be doing okay considering everything they've been through. Child Protective Services placed all 3 children into the custody of a family member. The mom was arrested. She was found at another location and arrested without incident on the same day. So they handed it over to the prosecutor's office. There was a big ball drop because these kids haven't been in school. So they're going to get into that in the update from the sheriff's office, Officer Bouchard. So for some reason, it says lost audio. So I need to pull this down. Stop sharing. Present. Share screen. Okay. So I'm going to move him to 1.25, and this is 20 minutes long. So I'm going to let this play, and we're going to listen to him for a minute describe what actually occurred from the sheriff's mouth.
We're here to update you on the very horrific case of the 3 children in Pontiac who had been basically abandoned in a home. I'll kind of give you a little bit of an update on where we are and more specifically where the kids are, how they're doing, and the kinds of things we're asking for on behalf of the kids. So one of the first questions is that we've heard from a lot of people is where was the dad during this? So to back up a little bit, the father had been incarcerated for a period of time and had no contact with the kids. When he came out, he sought the opportunity to reunite with the kids and actually filed some legal papers in court to try to get visitation and those kinds of things. A consent agreement was arrived at in 2022, but the mother still would not allow him to see the kids. So that's what we've learned so far, at least preliminarily. We're going to go back and double check all these timelines and that kind of information. So he, in essence, had lost contact with the kids. And that's where that stood. So we've had questions about that. The other questions that we've had was who were the other people potentially dropping food at the house other than the mother? So far, again, the investigation is pretty layered and complex given that it's going over years. But it appears that those are companies like an Instacart or a DoorDash, things like that. So so far, none of the people that were coming to the house had any awareness that there were kids inside or the situation in which they were delivering to. Obviously, the question was somebody dropping food off knowing there's kids there? No information at this point leads us to believe that. The kids were forensically interviewed with our partners at Care House. They've already been seen once at McLaren. We intend to have them at a much more detailed, both physical and mental health kind of checkup, if you will, that will happen hopefully this week. When our detectives saw them at their interview at Care House, they were already making amazing progress, having had some tender love, having had some supportive care, having been put in new clothing and some basic hygiene. The one detective said that the little girl was talking quite a bit. So that's super exciting to see that happening. And as it relates to being in the house, the only one of the three that ever came out was the young boy, and he came out twice. Once because he wanted to feel the grass, which by itself is heartbreaking, and a second time to check the mail.
I'm going to stop to make sure y'all heard that. This young kid, a 15-year-old, went outside to feel the grass. That shit angers me. That, Hannah, I'm with you, baby. I'm with you. I'm with you. It angers me. If I could get my hand, and just wait until y'all see the video of this woman in court. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Be quiet, Sheila. Go back to playing.
No. So you wouldn't do this to an animal, let alone your child. So, just to hear that he came out to touch the grass is just crushing, soul crushing on so many levels. As it relates to the house, we have obviously released pictures. I'll get my technical expert up. You've already seen some of these pictures. I rolled that little mouse, but it didn't want to cooperate. So inside of the home, as I had mentioned with these pictures, trash was piled, in some places 3 and 4 foot high. Everything was covered with feces and trash. The toilet had become non-functional, and the bathtub was filled with feces. That's the kind of situation these poor kids had been living in for years, not just hours or days, for years. And so when you have the complete lack of hygiene, a complete breakdown of basic living conditions that they were subjected to. And to get a little deeper into that, detectives have narrowed down the initial abandonment they believe to be somewhere in the spring to summer of 2020. Obviously, COVID played a little part in the disconnect potentially with schools and school communications. In 2020, the mother dropped off some trash bags, gloves, and Febreze. And that was about the last thing related to hygiene. 2020, in the height of COVID. Okay. Towards the end, the children apparently were getting a loaf of bread dropped off that was intended to last 3 to 4 days. So, obviously, on so many levels, the conditions are horrendous and the situation terrible. So what we're trying to do in the meantime, and as it relates specifically to the case, the preliminary report has been turned over to the prosecutor. We're adding some more stuff for them. They're in the process of determination. When I heard about this, I called her on the weekend and let it know it was coming, and she has her staff queued up, and they're in that process. As it relates to the kids, the first thing we wanted to do is obviously get them safe and to get them clean and get them enclosed. And I will say we have one of the most generous communities, I think, in the world. We put on there that we needed clothing, and this is just a tiny sample of what we've received. At the office, of another office of ours, we have bags and bags. So we don't need any more clothing. We greatly appreciate it. The family and the kids greatly appreciate it. And so we're kind of pivoting now to financial support. And we have put up a link, if you will, to the charity Mission Oakland, and 100% of it will go to the kids. Unlike some of the traditional fundraising methodologies you see out there, they take a percentage, 100% of this will go to the kids. What I am asking is, again, our generous viewers and listeners out there and readers, we're looking for a law firm that would set up a trust fund so that we can take 100% of what we receive in donations for these kids and put it in a trust that can be administered, that can take care of maybe their medical bills, mental health visits, and if there's any overage, maybe set some money aside for their future education. This can be a long-term situation, and so we'd like to be able to kind of hand the baton to a trust fund that will manage it in a way that makes sure it's just the kids. Not suggesting anybody else would do anything with it, but we're looking for a mechanism where we can hand this off. So if there's a firm out there that would like to set up a trust fund for these kids, then we'll deposit any receipts that we have in a very short period of time. I think we've already got $15,000 to $20,000 in on our donations. So we're going to, obviously have some real dollars to be able to give these kids, but that won't make up for the 3-4 years that they've been subjected to these conditions. I've said this more than once, but you see those videos of animals in just terrible conditions on commercials, and it pulls at your heartstrings. Imagine maybe by 10 living in what we showed you, and then play it out over years, not days or weeks. So it's hard to wrap your head around this one. So there's gonna be a lot of long-term, I think, mental health and educational needs and things that we wanna try to help with the family to get to that point. The other thing I'd like to mention, the family is asking, apparently, some of the folks that are now involved with the kids that didn't know, that's another question we've asked, they didn't know what was going on with the kids. They'd been told by her that somebody else was babysitting the children or other kinds of things. So they were unaware what was happening so far, according to our investigation. But what they're asking is they feel like they're being hounded by media outlets. So they'd like to get some privacy for their kids and the grandkids and aunts and those folks want just a little bit of a safe bubble, if you would. So they asked that, which of course we're going to do. Now, on another front, all of us are asking, how the heck did this happen? How did we lose 3 kids? How did they fall through the system? The community, the relatives, the schools, how did no one know? And the easiest answer we could come up with, and I put on my old legislative hat, and thank heavens we've got a person on our staff that also had worked in the legislature, and we examined the school code, and there's some gaps that we think in part allowed this to happen. And so what we're going to suggest is there needs to be some changes in state law. Right now, basically, there is no specific duty required that is triggered by certain actions. So what I mean by that is a school district, in this case, received a request for records from another school in Pontiac, but no verification the children ever moved to that school. And so at some point, when they didn't show up, they were just dropped off the enrollment of the school that sent the transcripts. So no one knew that they were nowhere. And so what we're proposing, and we're already communicating to a potential bill sponsor, is some amendments to the school code that will close that communication gap so that before a child is unenrolled, they have to obtain written confirmation that child's someplace else. That doesn't happen now. And that's what happened here, it appears. It's still, again, being investigated because we're going back years and trying to check records, but it looks like based on that request for records, neither of them knew where that child was and presumed, I guess, that the other one had the children. So the other thing, this is the specific language, but it goes into basically filling that gap, closing that hole so that if a child doesn't show up at a school for a period of time, then it triggers a follow-up where they have to communicate with either a truancy officer or law enforcement to begin an examination of what happened to these kids. Where are they? It's unbelievable to think that we've got 3 kids that fell off everybody's map for years. So that goes to the second part, as I said, within 20 days, the sending school that sent those records has to notify the truancy officer if they have not received written confirmation that that child is someplace else safe. So it shortens the window. First trigger is 10 days, second trigger is 20 days. And obviously this can be worked on, amended, or changed by the legislature. We're just suggesting there's gotta be some accountability measures so we don't have kids fall through the cracks in such a horrific way. And that is the direct donation link to the children and their needs. So that's kind of the basics of where we are. As I said, we're gonna have some follow-up investigative things we're gonna be doing. We're gonna check much more deeply the children's physical and mental well-being. Obviously, we're going to need to get an educational assessment on where they are. Without any education for a period of years, you hear how many kids across this country fell way behind from 1 year of COVID. Imagine where these kids are. And so we don't have a clue. Where are they educationally in terms of acuity and also mental health and all the developmental things that happen in those critical years? We don't know. And they're going to have needs with that. So it's a big undertaking, a big process, and one of the most tragic long-term abuse situations I've ever seen. I've been in this a long time. So that's kind of where we sit. Questions?
What did mom say or do to make her children so scared of leaving the house for years?
They were just scared. I don't know that she said anything particular that she's admitted to us, but they were afraid to leave. I know that much.
What's the latest with mom? I know the prosecutor's looking at this, but where is she? What's going on?
In custody with us.
Is she cooperating?
Yeah, I mean, she's talking to us, but we've got some follow-up secondary things that we want to ask her based on more information that's come to our attention since this originally, surprisingly, came to our attention when we were going, thinking we were going to check on her welfare and found 3 kids.
Any idea on the state of her mental health?
I have no information or background that she's got any mental health challenges, but obviously that will be all part of the case.
And she message for everyone who's stepped up to make donations, whether that's been financial or all these supplies that have come in.
My heartfelt warm thank you to everybody that has stepped up. I mean, as I said, in very short order, we got a ton of clothing, so much we had to say, okay, we got enough of that. Let's pivot to other ways we can help, and people have jumped in on that. I honestly think we have one of the most generous communities in the world, and I've seen it time and time again. You know, I mean, this goes back more than 20 years when I went to Ground Zero after 9/11. And so many police and fire families were decimated. And at that time, there was no mechanism. They immediately had their livelihood cut off, and these families had no income whatsoever. And so I started raising money in this area for the New York firefighters and police officers. And we raised hundreds of thousands of dollars in very short order and gave it to those families before they got any assistance from anyone else. That's this community. That's the heart and soul of this community. So, you know, I just say thank you.
What about the landlord? Usually when you're renting, the landlord or somebody will come in and do a maintenance check. What are they saying?
Well, the landlord's the one that actually called in a welfare check. You know, he said he hadn't heard from who he thought was the tenant for a period of time, and she hadn't paid her rent since October. So, I mean, typically a landlord would respond if there's complaints about something not working, but he was unaware of any of this. He actually sent us there to check on what he thought was his tenant, and that's when we found the kids.
And what's going to happen to that apartment or that townhouse right now? I mean, is it dangerous for the people that are, you know, next door? It's a kind of compact area.
Yeah, that will probably be up to the health department and other folks that will have to make a determination of how they move that forward. I mean, when we process that scene for evidentiary value, our folks were wearing hazmat suits. I mean, on every level, it's a biohazard.
How about any debriefing for the officers who found that? They go through any kind of debriefing? It's got to be kind of hard for them.
It's horrific. I mean, again, I've been in this business a long time. The worst thing for our folks, our men and women on the front lines, is when they have an issue with kids, because most of them, you know, bring that home in a way that connect. They look at their kid and they see the other kid in this situation, and they just begin to, you know, personalize it, and it tears them up. So thankfully, we've got a great peer-to-peer program, and that was initiated immediately once we learned what the situation was, to both debrief them and make sure that they have some opportunity to process what they were involved in and how to, you know, in a healthy way move forward. You know, after you see some of the terrible things we see in our world, homicides and abuse, you'll never unsee it, but you have to find a healthy way to process it and then take another step forward and go back out and continue to do your job.
Were comfort dogs like Callie brought into the kids at the hospital and things, and how did that go?
Yes, I think 2 came right away, and that's been, you know, I mean, here Callie sits in this corner. Our comfort dogs have been involved in so many tragedies. You know, when I started this program, I thought, well, you know, this will be helpful here and there. It's almost a daily thing. It is daily if you consider how it helps our people. But, you know, I mean, think where these dogs have been. They've been to Oxford. They've been to the splash pad scene. They've been to suicides. They've been to, you know, one thing after another. And I think they make an amazing difference.
Do you have any information at all as to why this mom would do this for years to her children?
Not at this point. You know, they're going to, again, try to ask her some more questions. That's all part of the investigation, how or why. I mean, I don't think there's never going to be an answer any of us can understand or accept on the why. How do you? I mean, anybody that's a parent looks at their kids and thinks, what a blessing, what a gift. And to allow this to happen, I don't think anyone, whether you have kids or not, will ever wrap your head around. But, you know, maybe we can get some insight what she was thinking, but it will never satisfy any of us.
Do you know where she was living while they were living there?
Elsewhere in Pontiac.
Like a friend's house? Was it a family member?
Who was she living with?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably won't get into that at this point.
It seems just kind of elaborate that she'd gone to all these lengths trying to hide it from her family and all this. I mean, what stands out about this to you, Sheriff?
Yeah, I mean, the complexity of it, the length of it, I mean, on so many levels, it's just hard, again, to wrap your head around. If you don't want to be a parent, you know, then there's mechanisms in place. There's methodologies to either give your child up for adoption or to other family members. There's never an excuse to abuse your child or abandon your kids. There just isn't. There's so many people that are just wanting a child in their life out there. And I know there's, you know, a lot of kids that haven't been adopted, but anything's better than this. You know, if that's not in your wheelhouse to be a parent, then, you know, let someone else have a chance at that role.
Thank you.
In the interactions with the children the last couple of days, does it seem like the children knew that they were being abused, or did they have any idea of reality outside of the house?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was their reality. You know, they had no adult contact, and especially when you back up the ages, you know, they're pretty young, and mom tells you to do something when you're, you know, 11, 8, whatever the ages were when this all started. You're probably think, well, I guess maybe this is what happens, you know, or this is normal. This is not normal, but you know, they had no benchmark. They had nothing to compare it against.
Yeah, because the TV on, all that sort of stuff that they have.
Yes. Yep. But as I said, the toilet and the bathtub were non-functional.
I think that's it.
Okay, that's it on that one. Now, let me see if I can make this big screen. Back it up. I started watching it. I didn't like her attitude, so let me back this up and see if I can make this full screen. I don't know. Oh, it will go full screen. Okay, good. Just her name is you had to ask me that. Hang on a minute. I got too many big screens here. There we go. There we go. I'm sorry. Her name is Kelly Bryant, and I think she's 34. Kelly Bryant, and I think she's 34. Yeah, I'll post it. I'll post a link in Discord, Pickles. So this is, they wanted to reevaluate her bond, okay? They said that $250 million was too much for her bond, so they wanted to reevaluate it. So this is the bond hearing to reduce it. Watch this woman's, she is just, I just want to punch her through the screen, and that's just me being mean.
No, Yana, I've met with her multiple times. I saw her this morning too.
Okay, very good. Calling People versus Kelly Marie Bryant, case number 250216FY.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kanika Ferentz on behalf of the people. And good afternoon, Your Honor. Cecilia Karen-Dongo here on behalf and with Kelly Bryant. Your Honor, she's present from the Oakland County Jail via Zoom. We have no objection to Zoom.
Ms. Bryant, can you state your name for the record, please?
Kelly Bryant.
Okay. Is that Ms. Bryant's hand in front of her face?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. This is the time and date set for a probable cause conference on the 3 counts of first-degree child abuse. Ms. Karen-Dongo, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I've had extensive conversations with Ms. Bryan as well as with Ms. Ferenczi. At this time, I'm in receipt of, I want to call it partial discovery. I have the written initial police report, which is, there's apparently a supplement that will be available for me today. And also I have the children's interviews. I was provided with those yesterday. I don't have anything else. There are terabytes of electronic discovery that is going to be provided to me on the external hard drive that I provided to the prosecutor's office. So we're asking you to adjourn the probable cause conference so we can have all the discovery. I think it's paramount in this case, Your Honor.
Can you pull something off the printer, please? Thank you. All right. And you discussed the 21 days with Ms. Bryant.
I did, Your Honor. She understands that she has a right to have her preliminary examination within 21 days. It's impossible in this case if we're going to provide her with effective assistance of counsel. And I think she understands and appreciates that our next court date would be set outside of that. She's not waiving her right to the preliminary examination just to have it, I guess, at this time within the next week. And she's in agreement, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. I will note that the 21 days is waived, not the right to the exam, but the right to have it within 21 days. I understand that there are still discovery issues pending. Before we get to the date, defense did file a couple of motions, and I will deal with those this afternoon as well. One was a motion to restrain pretrial publicity. I did receive and review the motion as well as the briefs. Any comment from either side as to that?
Your Honor, just ever so briefly in response to some of the things that the people were putting in their response or their objection to my motion. You know, there's a lot of information that's already public information, meaning the court proceedings are open to anyone, certainly to the media. There's the register of actions that are public. There's a lot of public information. There's also already a lot of information that's been disseminated via social media and the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office. The issue I'm having is that the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office disseminated information that really is confidential information that they had me sign a protective order for before I could receive it, which included the children's interview. They also requested initially that I sign an agreement to not disseminate anything of discovery nature to anyone, including my client. And I declined to sign that. But so they've asked me basically to not talk about this case or share it with anyone. But at the same time, it's saying that this is in the public interest. I don't think it's in the public interest to disseminate evidence that hasn't been admitted into court. And I don't think it's in the children's interest to disseminate any of that. The public can certainly be kept informed via the media when we have court proceedings, as well as, you know, what the public can look on the public register of actions from court. So I don't see any public interest in the prosecutor's office continuing to hold press conferences and talk about this case, and, you know, included in the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, which, you know, many of those deputies and detectives are assigned to this case. They're witnesses in this case. And the Oakland County Sheriff's Office continue to talk to the public about this case. I was especially disturbed by the fact that what looks to be a body cam from one of the deputies that were in the home has been disseminated all over social media before we've even had any kind of court proceedings. So I do think it's a proper motion. I'm asking that you grant it.
All right, Ms. Ferenczi.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do just want to respond briefly to both Ms. Karen Donovan's statements today and also her motion. I do want to be clear. Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald held one press conference on February 19th, 2025, after Ms. Bryant was formally charged. In that press conference, Prosecutor McDonald confined her statements to the already public information from the square to that morning. Prosecutor McDonald has not made any public statements about this case that has any potential to deny Ms. Bryant her constitutional rights. The statement about the video, I am not aware of what video Ms. Karen Donald is speaking of. From my understanding, we live in a social media era right now, and information and misinformation spreads very quickly. We did get reports that individuals in our community, not part of law enforcement, made unauthorized entry of the residents at issue in this case, and did record videos, take photographs, and posted their findings on social media that did have high views. And Your Honor, that vigilante activity does create a dangerous precedent and the potential of widespread distribution of misinformation. And Your Honor, I do believe that a gag order would prevent the prosecutor the ability to correct any sort of misinformation. This case has drawn a lot of public outcry, and a lot of that public outcry predated law enforcement's presentation of this case to the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office requesting charges. And the reason of that outcry is because the welfare of our community's children is a vital social movement. And the facts of this case squarely involve allegations of egregious harm to children. And Prosecutor McDonald has a duty to comply with the Michigan Rules of Professional Conduct. MRPC 3.6 and 3.8 expressly recognize that the public has an interest in and a right to know about cases as such. Prosecutor was acting within her authority and in good faith in making already public statements during the February 19th press conference. The issues that Ms. Karen Donald brings up about this misinformation is the sole reason why it is important for the prosecutor's office to be able to check the misinformation and provide accurate information of what is happening in this case. The public has a right to be precisely and accurately informed about its vital social interests in the systems that are responsible for keeping our children safe, Your Honor. And I respectfully request on behalf of the victims and the citizens of Oakland County that the court deny the defendant's motion, Your Honor. Thank you.
As I indicated, I did review both the motion and the briefs that were attached. And the court did review MCR 8.116D1 to evaluate whether a restriction on information or a gag order prohibiting discussion of the case with the media, whether that would be appropriate. And as you're all aware, the Michigan Court of Appeals has indicated that an overbroad or vague gag order constitutes a prior restraint on freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and freedom of the press. So this court would have to determine that the interest to be protected outweighs the right of access. Denial of access would have to be narrowly tailored to accommodate the interest to be protected, listing the specific reasons for limiting access. The initial charges against the defendant have already been presented. The prosecutor has held a press conference, which was prior to the date of the arraignment. We are now at the probable cause stage, so it would appear that there should be no further need for such similar press conferences during the pendency of the case. A gag order, in this court's opinion, would be inconsistent with law, Michigan rules of professional conduct, and the public interest. The Michigan rules of professional conduct do provide guidance in this area, and those rules do permit a prosecutor to make statements that are necessary to inform the public of the nature and extent of the prosecutor's action and that serve a legitimate law enforcement purpose. The February 19th press conference that was referenced in the motion and the response was actually prior to the arraignment, which was February 20th. Now, massive, pervasive, and prejudicial publicity has been ruled in cases to interfere with an individual's right to a fair trial, but the mere existence of pretrial publicity does not automatically deprive the defendant or the prosecution of a fair trial. There are court rules and jury instructions that can provide protection in these areas. So while this court will not be imposing a gag order, I'm simply instructing the parties to comply with Michigan rules of professional conduct and court rules during the pendency of this case. But should there come a point, while this case is within the jurisdiction of the district court, where there's a massive, pervasive, and prejudicial round of publicity, this court will review the issue and make the appropriate determination at that time. At present, defendant's motion to restrain pretrial publicity is denied. Now, the defendant has been charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, which carries a maximum penalty of life. The defendant is still, however, presumed innocent until proven guilty, and that brings us to defendant's next motion, which was a motion for...
Okay, pause. I need to rehear that. I want to make sure that we heard that right. She said 3 counts. We're still, I've been keeping watch on Karen Reed. We're still on break. She said 3 counts of child abuse, and that is a potential charge for life. Is that what did I hear that correctly? Yeah, no, the mom looks bored. I want to sorry, Katya. I don't mean to cuss on your screen. I want to freaking pop her in her forehead. I just want to just once. Just let me hit her. Just once. But I want to replay that because I want to hear what she said.
Counts of first-degree child abuse, which carries a maximum penalty of life. Been charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, which carries a maximum penalty of life. The defendant...
Okay, she did 3 charges of child abuse, which the max penalty is life. That's interesting. Never would have thought a child abuse case could bring life in prison. I don't know. That just never registered to me until I just heard her say that. So that's why I wanted to replay that. And yeah, she didn't effing care. She just sitting there with that little shitty attitude. Okay, bite my tongue. Okay, back to play.
The defendant is still, however, presumed innocent until proven guilty, and that brings us to defendant's next motion, which was a motion for reasonable bond. I did, for the record, have a brief bench conference with both attorneys as to that motion. With 3 counts of first motion to restrain pretrial publicity is denied. Now, the defendant has been charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, which carries a maximum penalty of life. The defendant is still, however, presumed innocent until proven guilty, and that brings us to defendant's next motion, which was a motion for reasonable bond. I did, for the record, have a brief bench conference with both attorneys as to that motion. And the court is willing to do an evaluation of appropriate pretrial release conditions. The things that the court has to consider is the defendant's prior criminal record, if any record of appearance or non-appearance or flight to avoid prosecution, any history of substance abuse or addiction, the defendant's mental condition, including character and reputation for being dangerous, the seriousness of the offense charged and the probability of conviction and likely sentence, any employment history, status, and financial history as they relate to the ability to post bail, the availability of a responsible member or members of the community who would vouch for and monitor the defendant if released, ties to the community, including family ties and relationships, the length of residence, and any other facts bearing on the appearance or danger to the public. So the standard at this point is not abuse of discretion, but the court is willing to review the issues related to pretrial release in detail. We would not be able to do that today because of the other cases that are scheduled. However, if both parties are available, I am willing to do that on Friday so we don't have an unnecessary delay. I do understand that we will have to adjourn the probable cause conference. Will this Friday at noon work for both parties?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
That will be on at noon, and that will be the motion for a reasonable bond, where the court will review it and make specific findings as to that. In the meantime, I've noted the 21 days is waived. We'll set the adjourned probable cause conference to Tuesday, April 15th. That will be at 2 p.m. For today's purposes, bond will be continued, but I will address it on Friday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else for the record on this case today?
Your Honor, will the motion hearing be held via Zoom?
It will be via Zoom, yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set. Bond is continued for today. Thank you.
Okay, so at the end of that, they did end up reducing her bond to 50,000. To 50,000. Now I do have one more little one that we can watch while we're waiting. That was pretty interesting. This was from the news channel. This was after they did reduce her bond. Oh, hang on. My StreamYard is telling me I don't have sound, so let me represent that.
I want you to look at this. She was saved in one of her kids' phones as world's greatest mom. And then in her phone, she had them saved as my oldest, kid 1, and kid 2. It's a case that sparked national headlines, and now the Pontiac mother accused of abusing her children will now head to trial. On Valentine's Day, Oakland County Sheriff's deputies discovered the children living inside this home in squalor. As Priya Mann shows us, prosecutors say for years, the siblings only communicated with their mom via text.
Prosecutors called 4 witnesses to the stand, and for the first time, we learned new details about what deputies encountered when they walked into that Pontiac home, where prosecutors say the children had lived alone in horrific conditions for years. And we want to warn viewers, some of the details might be disturbing.
Our initial
thought was we were checking the apartment for a dead body.
The stench was so strong, deputies were stunned to find three frightened kids hiding behind locked doors.
They were just crying, couldn't really understand what they were trying to say.
Deputy Curtis said the home was unlivable.
There were just trash out everywhere. ECs and cobwebs throughout the entire downstairs.
Prosecutors say the children had not seen or touched their mother in years and communicated primarily via text.
They would ask, and then she would respond, I don't have the money for that, or maybe next week. She would delay things, put them off.
After the children had been found, Kelly Bryant voluntarily showed up at the police station.
Her appearance was the most surprising thing about it. Her hair was done. She was wearing what appeared to be new clothes that were clean. She had long fake nails. And to see the contradiction between what I observed all three of her children to look in their appearance when I arrived on scene to then see her in her condition was somewhat jarring.
The defense argued the children had normal BMIs and were articulate when questioned by police. Prosecutors say the kids did not know how to flush a toilet or use a toothbrush. During the police interview, Detective Brish said Bryant told police she had sacrificed the kids for herself and was focused on her own fate.
For her to be...
Okay, y'all heard that, right? Let me rewind that just a second.
The kids for herself. Detective Brish said Bryant told police she had sacrificed the kids for herself and was focused on her own fate.
Excuse me, lady. You focus on yourself because it was a new fate? No, her children were 15, 12, and 13. 2 girls and 1 boy. And the 1 boy, Paula, which is what triggered me mad as hell, said he'd only been outside twice in the last 2 years. Once was to check the mail, and the other one was to touch grass. How can a parent do this to their children? 1 loaf of bread to last them a few days, please.
For her to be primarily concerned about her own.
And my thought, exactly, Lois, you just said Port of the thing that I thought of too was the trauma and the mental health crap that now all these officers had to endure going in there to save these children that this mother has left in 11, 14. Yeah, I think it was something like, I was close. But, they to leave these children in this deplorable condition and these officers having to go in there and witness all this and stuff. Not only the children's mental health that they have to deal with now, but I think of these officers and what they have to deal with. I mean, they had to go in hazmat suits. That's just despicable.
Well-being or her future, it was bothersome.
And Kelly Bryant will go to trial facing 3 counts of first-degree child abuse. She's also facing 3 counts of welfare fraud. She waived her right to an exam. No date has been set in either case. In Pontiac, I'm Priya Mann, Local 4.
Okay, so there's that. She will be going to trial. So, that's got me pleased. Of all things, that would be great. Not pregnant, just a big girl. Yeah, she sure don't have them fancy nails now, and those look regular plain. Yep, exactly. I mean, you just, I have a hard time understanding how parents can just be so neglectful to their children. Smoke break. Oh, Hannah, I know. I'm waiting for Karen Reed to come on. She's slow today. So let me tell y'all, Lola, she's been just a beautiful little addition to our family. And she got her kennel yesterday. We finally got her kennel in. And she slept in her kennel last night for the first night. And she did real good. She didn't have any accidents. And she's still in there right now. I was leaving her in there until I go cook breakfast. which will be in about 15 minutes. I'm waiting for this to come back on, and I'm going to hit play, and then I'm going to take my phone in the kitchen so I can cook Hector breakfast. But and I'll let the dogs out then. But they're still in their kennels. They're being good little puppies. I'm so happy. And they played, you know, I was really kind of afraid that, you know, Meat's 3 years old. And no, he's not. He's 2 years old. Where have I lost my time at? Paco's 3 years old. Meat's 2 years old. Paco's the one that stays under the bed in Grandma's room. Right? But Paula, my husband works night shifts, love. He doesn't go to work until 3 in the afternoon. So breakfast is at 1:30 for us. I don't go to bed until about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's why y'all always see me. I have trouble sleeping, so I always just put Katya in my ear. So I text, you know, hey, you're in my ear. I'm listening. You know, I'm here this morning. Get a little bit more sleep. But yeah, he doesn't, you know, and then he will for until 3:30 in the morning. So yeah, our days or nights are a little mixed up. That's night shift life for you. But we love it because he only works 4 days a week. So it's just Monday through Thursday. We get 3-day weekends. And Mom's got Alzheimer's. So it you know, the sundowning and all that with Alzheimer's gets kind of hard and all that. Oh, we have the fan back. Does this mean we're fixing to be back to work? Yep. All right, guys, I heard a cough. So I'm going to, it just buffered a minute, Paula. It was changing over from their other screen to our only fan. Okay. Bev's back on the stand. I'm going to turn my camera off and take my phone to the kitchen and cook Hector breakfast.
Whenever you're ready, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Point 18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those with Dr. Finish, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually or just in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit. I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces, you're looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, right?
I think I just made note, I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Or what it said on the evidence envelope? That's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Just gonna set this aside for a second. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking
The
about.
one
Oh,
under the red tape.
yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to side?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Resting bitch face. I'll say it.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little
Bev,
easier.
you're a liar. You don't ever go to sidebar to speed things up, Bev. Bev, no, no.
Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we'd already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have,
I
yeah.
realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo. doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I need. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchanan glass, correct? You just looked at.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with court permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You've got a copy of this. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the.
This is it.
Oh, and they're approaching again because we have to have another sidebar because I think Bev lives at a sidebar. Let me just say that. How about that? I think she lives at a sidebar. That's just my opinion. We're all entitled to our own opinions. And let's see. Miss O'Keefe is getting her an Altoids. She said, my breath stinks. Here, would you like an Altoid? Okay, I'll take one. Hey, lady further down, would you like an Altoid? Yes, thank you. Oh, hey, ma'am, your breath stinks too. You want an Altoid? Oh, yeah. Hey, sir, would you like one? Miss O'Keefe's passing out Altoids. This is just ridiculous. Oh Oh my God, I've lost my mind. I've literally lost my mind with this trial. Do you know, I want y'all to know, this is how much I love Katya. Because if she's listening on the back end somewhere on her date and she's got me in her ear, I'm going to let y'all know. After I watched Karen Reed trial the first time around and I was done with it, I swore then, because I watched Karen Reed with Recovery Addict. I swore then I would not watch Karen Reed. Your husband said it's cyanide, Stephanie. Right? That's so fun. Could you imagine? Oh my God, could you imagine the murder of the century? The Altoids are being passed around and they're all laced. Oh, y'all have gone delirious. But anyways, when I watched Recovery Addict, when I watched this the first time around, I swore, I said, when this goes round 2, I'm not doing it. I am not going to watch Karen Reed trial. I refuse. I was so aggravated. But I love Katya. And here I sit watching this damn Karen Reed trial because I just love y'all. And I love being here. I enjoy it. This is just a side gig for me, just something that I enjoy doing on my free time. So here I sit watching Karen. Oh, look, a little blondie here rolled her eyes too. She's getting tired. Who is that? Does anybody know who this blonde chick is? Let's put a spotlight on her. Oh, hold up. I'm looking for my magnifying glass. Who is this? Oh, come on, magnifying glass. Work with me. Who is this blonde chick? This one right here. I got my magnifying glass on her. Who is she? Nope. We don't know who she is. This one, she just got resting bitch face. You see that again? Hang on. Let me. All right. Sounds back. Okay. I'll quit playing. I'm sorry. I want to know who she is. She was rolling her eyes.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
KKK for ID.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left? Looking at the first category. Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with.
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 712, did not match 714.
That's
Is
correct.
that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chart?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is an echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? And if you need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205? Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done, and I was going to explain at sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
Another sidebar, really, guys. I mean, come on. They've spent half their day on a damn sidebar. It's insane. Yeah, no, I was just watching them play. Lola Meat's over here grabbing all the toys, and he's putting everything up on the couch because she can't jump up on the couch yet. She's still too small. They're taking all the toys and putting them on the couch so she can't get them. Daddy trying to get dressed for work and dogs are causing havoc. My house is crazy this morning. Oh. Oh. She did leave her seat. Okay. Go back. I'm sorry. I'm eating ice again.
205.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we've called the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? Or was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Wiley?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection's sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before we move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIM system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Yes.
I think we got a little spicy there. Alan was hollering objections, objections. May we approach? Ooh, that got a little hot. And this one over here checking out her nails. What's she saying? Man, I could use a manicure. Well, it's hot in here, but I could still use a manicure. My nails look rough today. Oh wait, let's pick this up and put it in my purse down on the floor. Miss O'Keefe says, I'm just gonna look at the ground because everybody's talking shit about me today. I wish I could find this guy. Let me see if I can find him. There is this prick guy that I always see. He's young. And he's really funny. It's not Gordon Ramsay, but he reminds me of that guy.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup, correct?
Sustained.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, it was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7- 14.
All right. Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
And just like that, she says she's done. I don't like how she does it. That bothers me because, you know, what if he had a follow-up question? What if something else triggered in his mind? You know, I don't. Uh-oh, Miss O'Keefe says I gotta go. I need a potty break. She going to the potty. No, it's too early. It's just gonna be an afternoon break. It's gotta be too early. It's too early for all that. I think Hannah's right. After 20 days, all we know, John isn't alive, and this trial goes on. This is the never-ending trial. Remember the song back? This is the song that never ends. It goes on, my friends. Okay, that's how I feel about this trial. That's how I feel about this trial. But that's okay. It's okay. Just on a side break. She needs to smoke. I think water's hitting her. She needs to smoke. Anybody else got any more ideas? Let's see what else could have happened to her. Her phone was vibrating in her pocket, and she needed to go find out when the next meeting was at the Waterfall Bar. You know, they all got to go meet at the bar at their high top tables, have their vodka and water, vodka and soda, whatever it is they drink. I don't know. I'm telling you, these girls look, I don't know who these girls are. I wish I knew who they are because they just look so angry all the time. They just have anger looks on their face. I mean, I understand it's a trial and everything, but damn, you can't just sit and be all the time.
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar.
Oh,
But
Bev, shut
I
up.
can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important.
Oh,
Do
Katya
not
is going to
discuss
be.
this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation
Yes, Sherry.
into this case. If you happen
Lori
to
has a
see,
hearing
hear, or
where,
read
Hannah?
anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, or full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Wow.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Wow. Gone till Tuesday. Let me make sure I'm not going to say anything afterwards. Give it just a second. No, goodbye. She's done. Wow. Okay. Let's see. You think there's a? I know. I can't believe that. Let me see what I can find him about Lori. Give me just a minute. Let's see. Let's see, I found that one. It's just new documents? Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Give me just a second. I think I can find something for us to watch. Let's go. How far did y'all get in today when y'all were okay? Thanks, Stephanie. Katya's in here. She's in here peeking. Notification. So we'll be doing something. My brain's working already. See, I knew she's in here. Yeah, I can't believe they're going to take 3 days off. But I'll stream some parole hearing. How far did y'all get in parole hearings today? Can anybody tell me how far y'all got in the parole hearing today? Because I know we were watching. Watch some crazy ones. I know. Well, man, baby, I know. I just need something to do for a little while. You didn't see. Okay, we're gonna. Here's one. We'll skip to the second one because I don't know how far Katya got. Katya, how far did you get? I know, baby. I wish you could tell me how far you got on full hearing. I'm just gonna start at the second one because I don't know. Yes, sir.
All right, we hear you too. Great. The Committee on Parole is called back to order.
Can y'all hear good?
Today's date is May 21st. The time is 9:19 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Ms. Stapleton to my left and Mr. Prater on Zoom. Panel today at headquarters. Today, our remote location is Washita Parish Correctional Center. Would the staff there please introduce themselves?
Good morning, it's Deputy Marchand, Washita.
Deputy, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Godfrey, would you please introduce yourself with your full name and DOC number for the record?
Wanda Lavon Godfrey, 629194.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process and then we'll begin. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. I'm going to give you a chance to speak. We're going to ask the warden there or the deputy for any information about your behavior there. We'll take comments and then we'll conduct an interview. Your case has been assigned to me. So I'm going to go ahead and start it up. Today we have for parole consideration, Ms. Wanda Godfrey, DOC 629194, who's a second felony offender, who was convicted of aggravated second-degree battery on April 26, 2022, and sentenced to serve 7 years hard labor in Washita Parish. Your parole eligibility date is September 20th of 2025. Your good time date is January 6th of 2027, and your full term date is June 20th of 2027. Does that information sound correct to you, Ms. Godfrey?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's your turn to speak now. Tell us, what did you get yourself to 7 years and end up in jail, and what you've done while in jail to help yourself better yourself to get out, and why should we release you? Why do you think you should be released on parole?
I was in a verbal yet physical altercation with a female I know. We started to argue a whole weekend and it ended up in a fight with a knife. I was cut and she was cut. As we fought, I took the knife from her some kind of way, but she got cut and she went to the hospital. And I came to jail. I feel I should be let out. I mean, I've learned my lesson. I know now I cannot take the law into my own hands. And I'm really trying to get home to my mom, 78 years old, and I have a son.
Okay. What have you done while you're in jail? What kind of classes you've taken? What kind of rehabilitative things you've done?
I've taken 2 classes, parenting and risk management, and I'm now in work release. I've been there for 3 years.
Jail staff, do you have any information regarding her behavior there or her completions there that you can add?
Yes, sir. When she first came back in 2021, she has a few minor incidents, but then since 2022 till now, her record is perfectly clean. She served as a trustee back in our laundry warehouse for 6 months before moving to work release program in 22, and she's been there for over 3 years without a single incident. Sergeant Misty May of the work release program highly recommends her and thinks she's one of our better workers.
Thank you for your input there. All right, we have no other people wanting to testify on Zoom for or against, but we do have some opposition from law enforcement community. The district attorney's office in Washita is opposed to her release. The sheriff in Washita is opposed to her release. The chief of police in Washita is opposed to her release. The attorney general for the state of Louisiana is opposed to her release. So there is some opposition to this parole. I have a question for you. Why did you stab the lady? What was, you said y'all was in a fight, but why did it end up all the way to stabbing and cutting?
Well, she came out her pocket with a knife and she cut me right along my chest, and I ended up taking it from her, thinking I threw it, but I didn't. In the midst of everything, I cut her back.
And where were you cut?
Right here in my chest.
One cut?
Yes, sir.
How many times did you cut her?
They said she had 7 lacerations on her shoulder and 2 on her head, like her forehead.
I'm looking at your criminal record, and you've been arrested 24 times for 31 offenses, and 9 were crimes against the person. You had 6 prior terms of supervision, probation or parole, misdemeanor and felony combined, and 4 of them were revoked. Doesn't look like you do too good on supervision. Can you tell me a little bit about what would be different if we put you back on supervision this time?
Yes, sir. I know now I can complete anything, any kind of obstacle I can get. And if it takes me to do anger management when I get out, I will, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I had. Ms. Stapleton, you have any questions? Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Questions?
No questions? All right, I guess board's ready to vote, and I'll make the first vote. Ms. Godfrey, I cannot grant parole today based on strong law enforcement opposition, the violent nature of this crime, and the prior criminal record with 4 periods of supervision that have been revoked. You just don't have the record for it.
I concur with Mr. Balrock.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
All right, Ms. Godfrey, today your parole request has been denied. And this is going to conclude our business at Washita Correctional Center at 9:26 a.m. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Denied. Yeah, after she started talking all that and hearing about, excuse me, my throat choked up. Here, 24 different times. She stabbed the woman, they said 7 or more times, and she had 1 cut. She had 4 stabs and a couple in her head. What the hell's wrong with these people? I think I might have stabbed her a couple of times. Oh, my Lord. What is wrong with these people? Okay, let's move along. Let's see. What's next one? Oh, we might only have a couple. I might have to go to yesterday's parole board hearing too, just for something to watch for a little while. Because I'm good. I'm here for a while, guys. I'm not going anywhere. I ain't got nothing to do. I ain't got nothing to do.
You left.
You just said what I said.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay, obviously y'all can hear me and we can hear y'all. Was that Mr. Garcia who just walked out the room?
Good morning. My name is Elvin. I'm gonna be the interpreter.
Okay, great. All right, well, let's begin. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is May 21st, 2025, and the time is 10:16 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as the chairman today, and my colleagues on today's panel are Ms. Stapleton to my left and Mr. Prater on Zoom. The panel today is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and the remote location is Catahoula Correctional Center. The interpreter, you need a chance to tell him that?
Yes. Muy buenos días. Aquí está reunido el comité de parol. El día de hoy es 21 de mayo del 2025 y la hora es 10:16. Mi nombre es Danny Barras Irving y yo soy el presidente. El día de hoy nos acompañan a mi izquierda Ms. Stetlon y Mr. Frater por vía Zoom. Estamos reunidos en Baton Rouge y una ubicación remota en el centro correccional.
Okay. All right, and now I'll ask him to introduce himself with his full name and DOC number for the record.
Ahora voy a pedirle que se presente con su nombre completo, su número DLC, que quede todo para el expediente.
Ok, mi nombre es Marco Hernández García. Mi DOC es 772894.
Okay. Right. My name is Marco Hernandez Garcia. My DLC number is 772894.
All right. I'm going to give him a brief explanation of the process. First of all, we're going to read some information and ask him to verify. We're going to give him a chance to speak, to tell us about what he's doing in jail, how did he end up there, what caused him to be there, and why does he think now is a good time he should be released. And then after that, we'll conduct, Mr. Prater is going to conduct a parole interview with questions, specific questions.
Bien, entonces voy a darle una explicación breve sobre el proceso. En principio voy a darle información y después voy a pedirle que verifique. Le vamos a dar la oportunidad para que hable, para que nos diga cómo le va en la cárcel, cómo fue que él terminó allí, cuáles fueron las causas y por qué cree de que es ahora un buen momento en que se le deba soltar. Y después el señor Prater va a realizar una entrevista del parol de la libertad condicional.
Okay. All right. So let's begin.
Iniciemos.
Today we have for parole consideration Marco Hernandez Garcia, DOC number 772894, who is a first felony offender who was convicted of possession with intent to distribute cocaine, 25 pounds. And on September 28th, 22, was sentenced to serve 12 years hard labor in Iberville Parish.
Bien, entonces iniciemos el día de hoy. Tenemos para consideración de parol al señor Marco Hernández García con identificación 772894, que es el ofensor por un delito grave que fue condenado por posesión con intención de distribución de cocaína, 25 libras, el 28 de septiembre del 2022 y fue sentenciado a cumplir 12 años en Liberty Parish.
Yeah. Right. He has a parole eligible date of February 28th, 25, a good time date of 1/26/26, and a full term date of March 1st, 34.
Y tiene una fecha elegible para el parol del 28 de febrero del 2025. Una buena fecha sería el 1/26/26 y su término completo sería el 1 de marzo del año 2034.
2034.
2034.
That would be the full term if he did the whole, right, that's all right.
Sería la sentencia completa si usted la cumple.
Sí.
All right, yes.
It does sound right.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah, that is correct, Dave.
Sí, es correcto.
Sí, es correcto.
All
Yes,
right,
that's right.
all right. So now we're at a point where he gets to explain to us what he did to get in trouble and why does he think now is a good time for us to release him?
Ahora le vamos a dar la oportunidad para que nos explique cuándo y por qué usted se metió a problemas y por qué usted cree que es este el momento correcto para que lo liberemos.
Ok. Sí, yo puedo hablar.
¿Me ha explicado?
Sí. Ajá. Sí, el problema fue cuando yo me vine en el 2001 de México, por problemas en México. Me dedicaba yo al ganado, a la compra y venta de becerros, vendía y todo eso, pero allá los narcos o la maña, como le decimos nosotros, amenazó a mis amigos, mató a algunos compañeros ganaderos, me empezaron a pedir dinero, me balacearon 5 veces, solo tengo un riñón, tengo mis tripas de hule, mi pulmón me lo cortaron. Ajá.
Yes, I would like to explain that I used to live in Mexico. I used to be engaged in dealing with cattle and raising and selling cattle. That people in dealing with narco traffic, drug dealers, they start threatening my friends. They kill some of them, and they start in blackmailing the cattle raisers. So I got shot. I only have one kidney. Continúe.
Sí, también tengo mis tripas de hule, el pulmón me lo cortaron, dilaté un año en silla de ruedas, haciendo del baño por aquí, por un lado. Y entonces después mi familia decidió que me viniera y me vine. Conocí el coyote que me pasó y ese coyote me indució a traer esa droga a mí a cambio de pasar a mi mujer y a mis hijos. Me dijo que le trajera 5 viajes a Nueva Orleans, 5 vueltas, y que él me iba a pasar a mis 3 hijos y mi mujer. Pero él siempre me dijo que lo que estaba en el carro era marihuana. Yo nunca supe que era cocaína. Ellos me decían era marihuana. Okay.
Yes, so I got shot. The shot hit my bowels and also my lungs. So this is when my family decided, to come over, and I met a coyote, and that coyote crossed me across the board, and that coyote also proposed to smuggle some drugs, 5 trips in exchange for bringing in my wife and my kids. So the deal was for 5 trips, and he always stated that the drug in the car was marijuana. I never knew. I never was aware that it was cocaine. Continúe.
Y solo había venido 2 veces. Con esa vez eran 2 veces ya que venía yo. Solo yo llegaba a ciertas gasolinerías donde me decían, iba un tipo y me quitaba el carro y me dejaba ahí. Y ya una hora pasaba y ya me daban el carro y yo me regresaba. Pero fue por eso y siempre yo creí que era marihuana y yo dije, no es, me decían a mí que la marihuana no era tanto delito y se me hizo fácil por mi familia. Y ahora tengo problemas en México. Allá tengo la muerte segura si yo vuelvo para allá.
And so this was my second trip, the second time that I arrived. I I was supposed to arrive to a gas station, and once there was a guy, and he took the car, and he just left me there. And 1 hour later, I will get the car back. But all the time, I did believe that it was marijuana because this is what they said. And they said that marijuana was not a big crime. So it was easy for me because I was thinking of my family. And I'm having trouble in getting back to Mexico because if I go back, they will kill me. Continúe.
Sí, ahora la mujer que tenía, la madre de mis hijos, de unos, porque tuve dos mujeres, una de ellas se juntó con ellos, ahora vive con ellos. Tengo 3 hijos con ella. Mis niños mayor tienen 15 años ya. Mi familia me manda, me dicen que ya los niños andan hasta con cuernos de chivo, acá 47, R15. Y la mujer pertenece a un grupo delictivo, es un grupo grande de gente armada. Y me amenaza que si vuelvo, que me van a matar y que lo mejor es que no vuelva nunca. Y ya no sé ni qué hacer.
The woman, the mother of my children, I had 2 children with her. We broke up, and now she lives with them. And I had 3 children, and my older child is 15 years old, and she joined. She is now a member of a gang. She's living now with a guy that is called Chivo 40.
Stop. I have to rewind that a second because I want to make sure now. What? Did they just say that she's now? Let me back that up because I think they just said that the woman is now living with another gang or something. Okay, hold up. Let me just back it up. Okay.
Continúe.
Sí, también tengo mis tripas.
That coyote also.
Y ese coyote me indució a traer esa droga a mí a cambio de pasar a mi mujer y a mis hijos. Me dijo que le trajera 5 viajes a Nueva Orleans, 5 vueltas, y que él me iba a pasar a mis 3 hijos y mi mujer. Pero él siempre me dijo que lo que estaba en el carro era marihuana. Yo nunca supe que era cocaína. Ellos me decían era marihuana. Okay.
Yes, so I got shot. The shot hit my bowels and also my lungs. So this is when Continúe.
Y solo había venido 2 veces. Con esa vez eran 2 veces ya que venía yo. Solo yo llegaba a ciertas gasolinerías donde me decían, iba un tipo y me quitaba el carro y me dejaba ahí. Y ya una hora pasaba y ya me daban el carro y yo me regresaba. Pero fue por eso y siempre yo creí que era marihuana y yo dije, no es, me decían a mí que la marihuana no era tanto delito y se me hizo fácil por mi familia. Y ahora tengo problemas en México. Allá tengo la muerte segura si yo vuelvo para allá.
And so this was my second trip, the second time that I arrived. I I was supposed to arrive to a gas station, and once there was a guy, and he took the car, and he just left me there. And 1 hour later, I will get the car back. But all the time, I did believe that it was marijuana because this is what they said. And they said that marijuana was not a big crime. So it was easy for me because I was thinking of my family. And I'm having trouble in getting back to Mexico because if I go back, they will kill me. Continúe.
Y ahora la mujer que tenía, la madre de mis hijos, de unos, porque tuve 2 mujeres, una de ellas se juntó con ellos, ahora vive con ellos. Tengo 3 hijos con ella. Mis niños mayor tienen 15 años ya. Mi familia me manda, me dicen que ya los niños andan hasta con cuernos de chivo, acá 47, R15. Y la mujer pertenece a un grupo delictivo, es un grupo grande de gente armada. y me amenaza que si vuelvo que me van a matar y que lo mejor es que no vuelva nunca y ya no sé ni qué hacer.
The woman, the
Okay.
mother of my children.
This is what I want to hear.
I had 2 children with her. We broke up, and now she lives with them. And I had 3 children, and my older child is 15 years old, and she joined. She is now a member of a gang. There's a she's living now with a guy that is called Chivo 47, and she belongs to a gang and you know, people are people. They're threatening that if I go back ever to Mexico, they will kill me, so you better not come back. And so I don't know what to do.
Yes, Paula, the daughter joined the gang. This is insane.
Sí, de lo que le digo que me pasó en México, yo tengo pruebas, en México tengo todos los paquetes de radiografías, de todo lo que gasté en el doctor, gasté muchísimo dinero. 2 veces me dejaron por muerto y tengo todas las pruebas, yo tengo mis heridas, tengo un riñón y tengo todos los balazos, tengo como 12 balazos tengo en mi cuerpo, en las piernas, me dejaron por muerto y es por eso que sí temo un poco ir a México, yo porque sé lo que es un peligro para mí, pero sí quisiera pues que me ayuden, me perdonen de alguna manera lo que hice. Yo acepto mi error, porque siempre lo hice, yo lo quise hacer.
And what happened in Mexico, I have full evidence of everything that happened in Mexico. I have, you know, the imaging evidence. I have evidence of everything I spent in my medical treatments with the doctor. They believe I was left dead 2 times. They believe that they have killed me, and that happened 2 times. And I have evidence of everything. I have my wounds. I have 1 kidney. I have the gunshots over my body, my legs.
Okay, guys, we're gonna shift. We're gonna shift real quick.
Driving around them.
I'm sorry.
And for law enforcement officers,
Let's
trying
shift.
to pursue the motorcycle.
Just
Yeah,
for my
no doubt.
pleasure.
And you do see this motorcyclist. He's, you know,
We're
I'm
on a
assuming
chase.
It's a male, but looking over his shoulder.
We'll go back
which,
to that. I
again,
paused
that
it.
just seems kind of
I love
incredible
chases.
because you don't lose your
We're
balance when you're
shifting.
looking behind you. And if this motorcycle was in fact stolen, they obviously know how to drive a motorcycle because they're not the easiest things to
He's gonna
maneuver as
fall.
well.
Oh, certainly. No, not at all. This rider and
I love
suspect
chases.
has some skills about driving the motorcycle, weaving in and out of traffic.
Now,
going at
motorcycles
high
are
rates of
dangerous.
speed.
Not
That's what
gonna
make the
lie.
assumption
I used to own a
he is
motorcycle
going
business.
What law
in Houston.
enforcement's going to do is just go back.
It was the
and do a
most
tracking
pleasurable
mode,
thing to give
hopefully have
that
a
up
helicopter
because
that can monitor and get the
they are
license
so
plate of the
dangerous,
motorcycle
and I do
wait
not like
for the
them.
terminus,
I
the end
gave
of
my
this
motorcycle
chase
away.
when this guy
I
goes home.
physically
Yeah, and it's not as
gave
though,
it
Mark, you can
away. No money.
you can
Take
sort of
it.
talk to the
Get
person.
it out of my
You know,
life.
many times law
I've
enforcement, they'll
lost
be able to
people and
contact the
friends
person
after
if they
owning the
have an
business.
idea who that suspect is.
When I
They'll be able
lost
to
friends,
contact the person and talk to them
let me turn
and
this down a
negotiate
minute.
with them to try to pull over.
Yeah,
and
I
get them
lost
out.
a couple. My
What kind
customers.
of tools do law enforcement have to try to negotiate with this
William,
perceived suspect?
exactly. Donor cycles. You know, I used to love riding and stuff. It was very cathartic and going out there on the road. And after owning the business and seeing a couple of my customers lose their lives, I had one customer that actually survived. And the moment he walked back in my office on crutches, wanting to purchase a new motorcycle, he wore red and gold. If you're a biker, you know. He was a very loyal customer, had bought multiple bikes from me. But the fact when he walked back in my office on crutches to buy that third motorcycle, it was just, you know, I was relieved. But it was shortly after that that I said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. It hurts my heart too bad to see people injured from this. You have to be very, very cautious on a motorcycle. This scares the shit out of me, not gonna lie. He is flying. He is going too fast. So I'm going to turn the volume back up on this, and I need to go get Hector's lunch ready to take to work with him. So I'm going to turn the camera off and
wide open freeway.
watch
That's
on
one
my
of those freeways
watch on my phone
that
for a minute.
it rarely gets jammed up.
You know, the freeway is obviously easier because you don't have the intersections, the blind driveways where people may pull out. You can kind of see what's in front of you and where you're going. Obviously, the speeds are a little higher on the freeway, but on surface streets, it's just so inherently dangerous. And as a watch commander, I can guarantee that they've canceled the pursuit. And now they're just saying, you know what, we're going to monitor via helicopter. We'll put it out as much as we can, but I don't want units involved in this.
Yeah, this is really concerning. Knowing that it's on those surface streets. This is going to be coming up to Altadena Drive. This is going to be his next intersection here on Villa Street. He just passed a fire station on his right, and then this is the corner of Altadena Drive. This would take him right back to the 210 freeway. We'll have to see if he stays on surface streets or gets right back on.
Yeah, I'm again
on surface streets. So this is going to take him a little bit further south of the freeway now.
Yeah, actually, Mark, I was saying before that it does seem like the 210 usually is pretty clear, but it has some traffic on it right now. Again, we're seeing this driver on North Altadena Drive. Bruce, if the watch commander decides that this pursuit is just too dangerous to continue and they call off the pursuit, why does it seem like this motorcyclist is still driving at erratic speeds and fashion?
You know, it's an interesting question because having talked to suspects that I've chased or been involved in as the watch commander, they just feel that they're trying to get away from what at that time? It was something in their mind that said, hey, I'm being chased, but you're not being chased anymore. So it's just the freedom and wanting of the freedom, I guess.
Yeah, and again, we see this suspect just kind of winding through this area, but now I'm going to see him when you see big, large intersections, you sort of hold your breath a little bit. But again, this area, you have a lot of freedom on these roads. There's not a lot of congestion right now.
And now back eastbound on Colorado. So essentially from when we first came on air, he's kind of made a big loop. If he stays in this direction, he would go right back roughly, 3 to 4 miles away, but back to where he was essentially when we came on air here with this breaking coverage. Again, we are dipping in here to ABC7 and streaming live with this motorcycle pursuit that started, at least when we caught on to it, that was in like the La Crescenta area and now right in the heart of Pasadena, and calling if he continues straight here, it's going to go right into Old Town Pasadena. Lots of shoppers. You were mentioning that it looks pretty quiet right now.
Yeah.
Anytime that you go into Old Town Pasadena, you're going to have more cars, more people walking around. They have those intersections that are like the four-way cross.
Right.
So that is super concerning. Would
Plus,
have come
it's lunchtime as well.
Yeah,
We know
exactly.
that, some cities do a really great job with lunches, and Pasadena is one of those cities, and it gets very busy over the lunchtime hour. And again, people are not necessarily knowing that there is a pursuit taking place because you do not see any law enforcement walking. I mean, you see somebody walking in front, but again, you see this person now, they're stopping. So it almost looks like they're now trying to follow the rules of the road. Bruce, again, this person is still taking some risks.
Oh yeah, definitely they are. And a question people might ask is, well, why not have some motorcycle officers chase him that they can weave in and out of traffic? Well, having a motor officer in a pursuit is just so inherently dangerous for that motorcycle officer that most times they're not even allowed to be in the pursuit.
Yeah, it seems like I would agree too, Mark.
right here, just passing Pasadena City College on the lower side of your screen. So he's passing a lot of landmarks that people are going to be familiar with here in Pasadena. Of course, you say Colorado Boulevard, there's nothing more central than that. And from what we've seen, he's willing to do anything to get away. That being said, again, sorry if this is reiterating, now in tracking mode, only the chopper from Pasadena Police now tracking this motorcycle. Now, that being said, that means there's not going to be an officer right behind this guy, but they're going to know where he is. They're still following him. They want to get him, but they don't want to escalate the situation. Bruce, is that a fair assessment that, you know, they don't want those lights and sirens right behind the guy to agitate him?
Yeah, Mark, that is 100% true statement, because the more you put pressure on this driver, we've already seen what he's doing not being chased. If he now were to see multiple units behind him with lights and siren, that may pressure him into even doing more unsafe maneuvers.
Yeah, and again, I'm watching this motorcycle rider, and going right in between cars and just kind of going through the intersections. I'm not quite sure if that was a red light or if it was a green one. But again, I'm thinking this, as many of us know this area, I'm thinking this motorcycle rider does not necessarily know this area because they're just driving in such an unusual manner. It looks like, are they about to get onto a freeway, or is this? Mark, is this,
that was
like the freeway
on-ramp.
on-ramp to the 210?
Yep, back on the 210 freeway. He got on there at Maple Street, and he's back on the freeway. And again, Bruce, weigh those options for us when it comes to a pursuit, especially with a motorcycle. Would you prefer it being on a freeway versus city streets, surface streets?
Personally, as a watch commander, I would feel more comfortable in a pursuit on the freeway, because it's basically one direction, multiple lanes, but traffic is pretty stagnant, meaning you're not going to have vehicles turning in front of you or trying to merge.
I know.
So in that case, a freeway would work.
It always jams up right here at Lake Avenue. There's the junction where the 210 continues onto the 210, but it's it's more like an interchange because it goes up north towards La Cañada and La Crescenta. So there's always a jam up right here. So the traffic's slowing down a bit, especially on the 2 to 3 right lanes. And he's staying in those lanes right now. Makes you wonder, is he going to go back onto the 210 further westbound, which would take him up to La Cañada, just passing Lake Avenue right there. If he stays to the left of this coming interchange, it would then transfer on to the 134 westbound, come right back into Eagle Rock and Glendale.
Right. And then again, Bruce, I don't know how, I'm sure you probably have a better understanding. I know law enforcement, they certainly can talk through their earpieces and helmets, but I don't think, are a lot of helmets, just normal civilian helmets? Because this person does have a helmet. So if they did steal this motorcycle, maybe the helmet was left on it with the keys. I mean, a lot of people, it's just a crime of opportunity, but this suspect certainly knows how to shift the gears. You can watch him. It's somewhat tricky to know how to ride a motorcycle. If you haven't never driven one, it's not quite so easy where you just start up the motorcycle. It's not like a moped, right, Bruce?
No, that's correct, Colleen. I mean, when you steal a car, it's pretty easy. Put on the gas, put on the brake, turn the steering wheel, drive. But a motorcycle is a lot more difficult to do. And what's unique about this motorcycle is there's an additional helmet on the bike, which means we believe there's probably a little more than just a stolen motorcycle in this case.
Yeah. Again, we're trying to effort all those details. As you know, whenever there's a pursuit happening and we're trying to call the law enforcement jurisdiction who's behind it, they're so busy. And then we don't get a lot of updates, but we certainly will update the details as soon as we find out, because it's sort of like a little bit of a drip, like a faucet. There's a drip information. And again, as we find out more, we certainly share it with you.
Getting word here that CHP is now joining the chase here shortly is the latest update that we have, and that they are sending their chopper and ground units. So initially we had Pasadena PD, their chopper involved in this pursuit, at least in tracking mode. Now, California Highway Patrol, according to our desk, going to be getting involved in this pursuit and maybe re-engaging Bruce with ground units. And that's something that we do see from time to time. It passes jurisdictions. You have different agencies joining in. Is that the case?
Yeah, in this case, you're on the freeway now, and CHP is the primary agency for the freeways. And so if there's a pursuit on the freeway or a pursuit suspect, CHP will engage. They have some different rules of engagement, and we're going to see some units probably behind this guy very, very shortly.
I'm also wondering, Bruce, the CHP just launched a whole new effort to reduce reckless driving on our freeways. And I've been seeing these new Dodge Durangos. They're they're not doing one of their Dodges. They're doing one of their true black and white. So
That's
now the
Glendale
suspect
right there.
knows.
That was Glendale police that was pursuing, which does make sense because when we came on air,
Right.
La Crescenta is part of Glendale. And so that may have been one of the initial officers. Sorry to jump in there.
Pauline, to your point, there's a lot of controversy about those Durangos. People say, well, it's entrapment. No, the purpose of those vehicles is to catch aggressive drivers in certain cars that are weaving in and out, passing. It's more of a safety thing than anything else.
Yeah, well, the CHP, they get thousands of phone calls a day on reckless drivers. So again, it leads you to believe that they're going to try to do anything they can to keep the roads safe. I drive quite a bit, and I have been seeing those Durangos, and they really are very low profile. You don't realize it's a law enforcement vehicle until you really look at it and you go, oh, that's one of those new CHP.
Mm-hmm.
They have quite a few that they're sending out on the road. And again, Mark, you were talking about it, Glendale police. So it is interesting, Bruce. I always find it interesting. Some jurisdictions, they don't play well with others, the CHP and, not every police department, they don't have always the best relationship. But through the years, it does seem like everyone has been starting to fall on the same page where they're better as a team. Would you agree?
I think we'll call it the cohesiveness of the unit of the agencies has gotten much better. They all have mutual aid where they help each other out. And at the end of the day, the job is for the safety of the public, to reduce crime, to reduce these type of incidents. So yeah, they are playing much better in the sandbox.
Yeah.
Right now on the 134, we talked about his options a while ago. He just passed through the Eagle Rock area. There's been no exit here, kind of between Figueroa and Harvey. There's not really any options to get off the freeway. So right now on the 134 westbound, I believe right there to the right would have been an option to take the 2 freeway on his right, and he is staying here on the 134. This is going to take him right into the heart of Glendale. New information just coming in that the Glendale PD chopper now asking CHP to take over the pursuit. We can tell you may be able to tell there are no plates on the motorcycle, and an update here for perhaps why they're following this guy. Initial information was potentially that it was stolen.
Mark, this is one of those undercover.
Oh, right there, you're right.
There.
Black SUV. Potentially the want here, was speed and the actions of this motorcyclist. And right to your point, Colleen, that officer, the unmarked black SUV right there to the left of this driver or the motorcyclist. Bruce, what can they do in that point? It seems rare when they get in front of the motorcyclist.
Yeah, very, very rarely will you see that unless they're trying to force him to slow down. But typically, it's not a maneuver that is taught, nor is it a new maneuver that officers will do. They're more inclined to stay behind and follow. And like Colleen was saying, this appears that it is one of those unmarked vehicles, whether it is one of the CHP ones or another agency. We just don't know yet. I don't know if there's 7HD can pull in.
Yeah, that's a tight turn. This is Glendale Avenue. He just got off on, and anyone who drives this freeway, they know it is a super tight turn. And I think he was going just a bit too fast than he realized for that exit. Almost lost it. Back on. It looks like
he's on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah.
And he is moving again.
By the way, those undercover cop cars or cruisers, they've gotten much more undercover, because you used to see those Crown Vics and they
oh
stuck out
shit!
with their
Look,
thumb. They might not.
he's
have
getting
the
out of
top
control
but
because
now,
y'all
I think
see
that
they got that black cruiser
in front of
behind him.
The motorcyclist didn't
There's a
realize
police
it
officer
was a
behind
cruiser.
him.
But again,
Yep.
now that cruiser's behind him, the unmarked one, and it does up the ante when you start seeing.
Oh, sorry. I know
how
the
close
dogs
the
are playing,
contact they came.
Paula.
Now, Bruce, I'm not sure if you could see this in real time, but this pursuit has now taken on a new urgent feeling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're back on the
That could be so
streets,
dangerous
and
riding
the
this bike
speed
like
is
that.
Picked up, and the vehicles that are chasing them now are staying on this pursuit, and they are closing the distance. So they may know something more about this suspect more than just a possible.
And I heard him say it didn't have plates on the
Yeah, and
bike.
again, right there
But
on the curb.
oh my
there's no
God,
pedestrian
on the
there, but
sidewalk.
on the curb, Jackson and Lexington in Glendale. So obviously on surface streets, I want to pull up some video that we have. This is actually from a neighbor of mine who took this video earlier. Yes, this pursuit has gone by my house, and that's when the motorcyclist was zipping right by on surface streets. At least in that shot, you saw police officers were not immediately in tow, but they have since re-engaged a lot closer.
Yeah, and it is so nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
Again,
this bicycle will this motorcycle will end up being laid down before this is all over with. I have a strong feeling it will be laid down. It will be on its side.
Everyone hears the lights.
Hopefully, no harm will come to the gentleman driving it.
So as people start looking at this,
but
be aware.
Oh,
you know,
boys,
seniors right there in the
right?
middle of the
Dogs.
street.
Hush.
Now, about that point regarding seniors crossing and pedestrians, the fact that this is a motorcyclist, Bruce, clearly it's not a big, heavy utility vehicle. We've seen pursuits with vehicles like that can do a lot of damage.
Looks like it might be a
obviously
Hayabusa.
Smaller vehicle on the road. How do you weigh that as far as
maybe
the
a
fact that it is a weapon out
Ninja?
there, but the risk
Something
involved
you
when have
can't
a
really tell
motorcyclist
until you
versus
get
a
up on
car.
the side of it. As far as I know, right? I'm hollering at the children, Hannah. Y'all be quiet.
However, it is still
I'm gonna have to separate them or mute.
One that's
That
driving
barking
at a
while
high speed,
I'm gonna have to go
that
make
can
them
weave in
behave.
and out, and so does that.
Yeah, he looks like
maybe
it's got a
cause
wide tire on the back.
difficulties with
Neat,
pedestrians
hush.
crossing.
Usually
Yes.
it's
And
a
also they're
Hayabusa that has a wide tire on the back like that. You can have them specialty put on there,
Yeah,
but they're
and they come up so
hard.
fast. But look right here.
So
You
it's
can
very
see
hard.
That,
Exactly
full-
what they want.
that
Let me go get
undercover-
these
that
dogs.
unmarked car is
Damn
really
it, I
taking
wanna
some
see
chances
this.
as well.
Yeah, they don't want to
These
lose them,
dogs.
but might get pinned right here. That's the situation where the motorcyclist was able to evade a bit more
Outmaneuver.
lane splitting between those vehicles that at the red light. Still here in the Glendale area on the wrong side of the road, again through another intersection. I got to assume this is not far from the Glendale Galleria and the Americana. I'm not positive. Okay, they did just pass.
Yeah, they did just pass it. But again, you know, this is obviously near the ABC7 studios. It is just so highly dangerous. And again, we know that law enforcement.
Okay, I
they
separated the
naturally
children.
Don't want to give up, but Bruce, at what point?
Put one
do you
on
just
each
say,
side of
you
the
know,
one in the kitchen, one in the living
we're
room.
gonna,
Risk versus reward.
yeah, we're gonna give up on this because the suspect.
Risk
I mean,
versus
it just
reward.
doesn't look
That's a
good for the
good
suspect
good
when they're
line when it
driving
comes to
this fast
motorcycles.
on these streets.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, basically what you have is you're chasing a stolen vehicle. Okay, what is a stolen vehicle? Well, that means you're taking the vehicle without the owner's consent, which is basically a misdemeanor crime, punishable in jail by up to a year and a $10,000 fine. Now, do they get arrested for that? No. They get arrested for grand theft auto in this case, or motorcycle, which is a felony crime. However, it's not prosecutable because they're not permanently depriving the owner of the vehicle.
Oh
interesting how the
my
law works,
lord,
and
that's
like you just
interesting.
said, Mark, the risk versus
Yes,
the
Lois,
reward.
I separated the
versus
children.
Suspect. Again, I don't know exactly what led up to this person if they are in fact driving a stolen motorcycle. We don't exactly know.
That was the initial information, but again, the newest information was that it was
Driving
speed and simply
erratically.
driving
Reckless.
erratically, the actions of the motorcyclist. And Bruce was.
I
speaking
know,
to
I want to
the point
holler
of,
that
a
too,
couple
Hannah.
hundred
Go, go,
pounds,
go,
which is
go, go. And then
perhaps,
I'm like, oh
less-
shit,
less
somebody's gonna
dangerous to
hit
the
him and
public.
he's gonna
Still,
be
though, it's like
he's
a
gonna
missile
be
out there. But we have seen these pursuits with motorcyclists
meat
end
on the side of the
really
road. I hate to
badly
say that,
for
but,
the
you know.
rider specifically.
Yeah.
It really increases the danger for them. If, God forbid, there is any collision, they lose control. This can end very badly for this motorcyclist. So officers certainly in pursuit want to bring this to a successful termination.
But he's just
Yeah,
blowing these
you know,
intersections
and
like
Pauline was right
crazy.
on this. If SMHD pulls back,
Paula,
it
that's
was
the best
of those
one.
brand new PhD undercover vehicles, and I call them undercover only because they don't have a light bar on top, but they do have a light.
I mean, but that
passive
undercover is on
throughout
his
the
tail.
body of the
He's
vehicle.
doing pretty
And-
good,
and
keeping
that's
up on
not
his tail.
inherently dangerous on a city street too.
But it's not like he
because
can
people
pit him
look
or
and they don't
anything.
see a
mean,
familiar
he's on a
black
bike.
and
You
white
can't pit a
vehicle.
bike.
Sure. And Bruce, can I ask you this question? The options, people may be watching here as we're dipping in to this breaking coverage and wondering, okay, bring this to an end, just stop the guy. Obviously more difficult when you have a motorcyclist. They can't do a pit maneuver. You
I just said
mentioned
that.
not really an option to do spike strips. Is that correct? Do they have any options aside from simply following the guy?
They don't. The options are pretty minimal at this point. Could you use a spike strip? Yeah, you could. However, the motorcycle
Yes,
is
Hannah.
so agile
Yes.
getting around that, it's difficult to deploy.
That will
but
help.
in this case, all you really can do is just kind of sit back.
But the problem with
and
that,
watch
Hannah,
and wait, and
is
hopefully not
the
spur
motorcycles-
the driver, in this case, the suspect,
the
to drive
motorcycles
any more erratic
that
and
the
unsafe
police
than they are.
department
I got to
have.
assume it's totally out of
I'm going
policy.
to turn
Maybe
this down
this
just
is
a
a silly
little bit.
question.
The motorcycles that the police department have usually
Similar to a pit maneuver,
are not
go out and
tuned
ram the guy, bump him
to be able to
over. Have you
ride
seen that?
like
Is
these
it allowed?
big crazy
It's
bikes.
one, it's
These
not
big,
allowed to. I'm sure it goes through every
1800
officer's mind,
cc or
especially
2200
if you're
these
sitting in
big,
traffic and
you know,
someone's going by
yeah,
you, you're like,
they won't in
"Move 'em,
Florida.
just move 'em."
Really,
Well,
Lois?
unfortunately,
Yeah.
we can't do that,
In
especially
Houston,
with bikes.
I'm in Texas. I'm in Houston.
Yeah.
They don't chase motorcycles in Houston. They don't do it. It's too dangerous.
Well, a situation like this, likely these drivers don't even have an idea. He's coming up so quick. You could see the rate of speed, the difference that he's
Yeah,
zooming by
and
these
like you
cars.
said, these people
you're
have no
driving, you
idea.
got the radio
I
on, you're
mean,
dealing with other stuff. You don't even see
but
this
the
motorcyclist
officers'
coming, and then probably
motorcycles
after
do
the
not
fact
have the
realize,
speed,
oh,
the
that was a
regulators,
pursuit
and
that
all
just
that
took off.
tuned to do a chase like this. The motorcycles that the police officer have are basically cruisers to cruise the freeways, do simple stops and stuff like that. I used to, when I had my motorcycle business, we did a few officers' bikes, and we did do tune-ups on them to make them faster and more reliable for being out on the streets to do crazy stuff, which we probably shouldn't have, but that's okay. Anyways, but yeah, the police motorcycles are not made to do chases like this. So while that would be a great idea, it's really not. Yes, Cowboys, it is a live police chase. It's in LA.
He's now out of Glendale. Of course, he's gone through La Cañada, La
He came out of Glendale and he's gone through all crazy.
Certainly getting some miles.
I'll turn it back.
Now Cypress Park going to get closer, essentially, I think, to the 5 freeway down here, as he really gets some distance in with these officers in pursuit.
Bruce, what
Hey,
do you
Mark,
think's going?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, guys. If there's 7HC can pull out, I think CHP may have canceled their pursuit because they were not in the frame of the picture. So they may have just realized, you know what, this isn't worth it. We're canceling it. We'll just keep the helicopter over him and try to get him. I'm sorry, Colleen.
You called it though.
It's actually
Bruce.
a great point, Bruce. And, we're getting information simultaneously and now hearing that may in fact be the case, but LAPD now add another agency to the mix. The LAPD chopper is now taking over overhead. So we've had Pasadena involved, Glendale, CHP. Now the LAPD is involved in this pursuit that is across multiple jurisdictions, and this guy just not wanting to stop.
Yeah, this suspect has a total wanton disregard for just pulling over and just giving up. It could be maybe in his criminal background that if he were to go to jail, there may be some enhancements.
Just to show y'all real quick, that's my motorcycle. That's me. That's my motorcycle.
The Heights, again, blowing through one intersection after another. As we've been on the air now for just about 30 minutes, again, breaking in with this pursuit coverage, I think the only time he's really come to a near stop was at an intersection where the cars were blocking. He had to lane split and kind of creep along. Aside from that, he is blowing through every single stop sign, every single intersection that he's come to, Colleen.
Yeah, he has. And again, I think it was that moment where he did do a stop at that intersection. It was when that unmarked police or CHP vehicle, it's in disguise almost, because so many people drive these large, dark SUVs. So I'm thinking at some point, like I said, I've seen them on the streets, and you do not notice that you think, is that a, personal car driver that's, chauffeuring someone, but again, this person is taking extreme risks. I have not seen
Why are
that
you on the
unmarked,
stage? I have no idea.
large SUV following, and now we know that the LAPD
I have no
airship
idea.
is now taking over lead to follow this motorcycle, tracking mode, trying to keep
I
the
have no
community
idea.
safe.
I push the
Again,
buttons.
this
Leave me
motorcyclist
alone.
must
Let me push
know
my
they are
buttons.
being tracked, because they are not.
I'm
would
glad
think
you
that
had a good
once you
dinner,
think,
Katya.
okay,
But let
law
me push my
enforcement has
buttons.
decided to give up, Bruce. Don't
I
it's
just
sort
wanted
of
you up there for pretend.
reasonable to believe that the driver would sort of stop making, risky moves?
You would think that as long as someone's not behind them, not hearing the lights, the siren, because you're not really going to hear the siren, because speed travels backwards, not forward. I mean, sound rather travels, backwards, not forwards.
But they
So
said
you're
there's
gonna
no
see the
plate on
lights.
this bike
But in this
either.
case,
So
that's not
they
the
have no
issue.
way to
This
trace it if
guy
they
or
don't keep
this
following
suspect
him, because
is
there's
just
no plate on
driving
it to
like a
trace it
bat
back
out
to
of
where it
hell, for
came
lack
from.
of a better word.
That's a
Yeah, we
problem.
want to update our viewers right now. North Alameda, this has been now in the downtown area. If Air 7 can pull out just a bit to give us that perspective, this is in downtown Arcadia, and that's the 101 right there, where I believe that's the same freeway where we had some police activity earlier.
Yeah.
We told you about. So now there's multiple things going on in this specific area of downtown. Just to the left, he's going to be going towards, locations like City Hall and the Hall of Justice, right into the heart of downtown Los Angeles. As we watch that, we can also intersection here with crosswalk. People.
Oh
crossing
shit!
through.
All those
Here's
people.
some video
Oh
if
shoot!
you're just
Sorry.
tuning in of this pursuit on the
Oh,
right side of your
that
screen.
was scary.
Going to kind of
Did
run
y'all see all
through
that?
what we have seen so far. The 210 in Pasadena is essentially when we came on the air. So he has been on the freeway at times and on surface
Oh,
streets.
Paula, that
blowing
sounds
through
good.
intersections, blowing through crosswalks. So we've
Ooh.
been on this for the better part of 30 minutes. So the video on the right is what we have seen so far. The
Yes,
video on the
Katya, this
left
is live.
and Colleen
Just so
and Bruce
happened
Thomas on the phone
during
with us.
stream, so I figured,
At
what the
least
heck?
we
Let's
can be
do
thankful
it.
that we've seen no collisions up to this point.
We haven't, and we
Oh my
we
God, it
haven't.
is so
We've only
close.
seen for one moment. As you're looking on the right side, you're watching video from this pursuit. On the left side, you're looking at live images. But we've only seen one true moment where this pursuit suspect got a little
Hannah's still
squirrely
hollering, "Go,
on
go,
the
go."
bike. They are handling this bike with expertise. It
Right.
looks like
We're
Bruce
enjoying
Thomas,
it, Katya.
our
Leave
law
us alone.
enforcement expert, always joining us on these pursuits. We really, your advice
I won't
and your
put that up. I'm
information
sorry.
invaluable. But again, you don't have a crystal ball. We don't know when this pursuit suspect's going to give up, but they keep sort of staying very close to Los Angeles, and they keep going through
And
these very
I can
congested
tell you,
areas. They're not getting on the freeway,
I'm
which a
not
lot
trying
of
to-
times we see the
just to say
pursuit
this
suspects
too,
just go. They
I
go into
do
Orange
know
County, or
that
they go
if you
south.
feel
This
this,
person is
now
staying
I'm
here, and you look at them
assuming,
going in through these
oh God, look at
intersections
the
in
people right
downtown.
there. God,
Bruce,
that's
what
scary.
are you thinking
Just
about? What do you
assuming
think that
if
law
this
enforcement is trying to
is
figure out now?
just
Well,
a
it depends on
regular
what
general
kind of
motorcycle,
geographic area this suspect
you
wants to be in.
you're going to be on
Gone from the
Gardina's
north
phone.
part of
Okay,
LA
Katya, we'll
County
look for a
down to the
Gardena.
downtown Los Angeles.
Katya's
There are
been
high-rise
tipsy.
Maybe he's thinking he could pull into a garage. We've seen that.
I know it
before.
makes me nervous
And
too.
the,
But
ditch
what I was
the
going to
bike
say
and get
is the
away. But
tanks
in this
on
case,
these
there doesn't seem to be a
run
pattern,
probably,
and that's one of the
if I
problems for law
remember right,
Yeah, certainly no way
basically
for him to
you
hear
can
us,
get
and
about
I wouldn't
3
want to give
gallons
him,
in there.
ideas of how to get away, but you are absolutely
And
right that we've seen it before.
they
In
get
these pursuit
about
suspects
30
that we did
miles
want
to a
get away,
gallon a
typically
tank.
going into
So we're
a
talking
parking
you can
garage, parking
easily
structure,
go
that is
100 miles
a good
on a
way
tank
for
of
them to
gas
evade officers,
driving.
and
So
he
if you
has
think
plenty
about
of
that,
them right now here in the downtown Los Angeles area, right now
90
westbound on
miles,
Cesar
that's what I was going to
Chavez,
say. 100 miles, 90 miles on a tank of gas.
Los Angeles
I
area,
mean,
kind of moving into the
you've
Chinatown
got a long shelf life in that bike gas tank.
really putting a lot of people at risk.
You know,
and keeping law
he could be
enforcement
doing this
honestly
for
on their
hours.
toes, as we now have
And what is he doing in the middle lane going the other way?
wrong side of the road.
Wrong
Here
side.
he goes.
Where's he
On
going?
the sidewalk.
Oh,
That's,
going
as we were just saying, that may be into a parking structure.
Well, great job giving him an idea to get in there.
yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
You knocked the fan off. Over. Stop it. Don't bark at
Is
me.
that,
Leave it alone.
is that Union Station? Is that part of Union Station? It's hard to tell.
It's very hard to tell.
Might just be an apartment complex.
But it's very large.
Yeah, I think that's one of those like Orsani massive.
That is the Da
complexes.
Vinci apartment complexes. We're getting confirmation.
And-
So not far from there, it's just up the road, the Da Vinci apartment complex. So be advised, if you're in this building, you're watching right now, a lot of units, lock your doors. This motorcyclist just went into an underground parking area of the Da Vinci apartment complex right here in downtown Los Angeles, right bordering the 110 freeway.
So you see it if you commute on the 110, you see the Da Vinci apartments right there. They're a fairly new development, and I'm sure a lot of areas where this person can just offload that bike
Yeah.
or find a hiding spot.
Our viewers will remember back in 2014, this was part of the complex that went up in flames during construction.
I know.
Just off the
You
110
never know,
freeway.
Lois.
They have since, of course, rebuilt
He was running out of
this
gas.
very large development. And the
He probably
motorcyclist
did
now
ditch the
choosing
bike
that,
up in there.
as his getaway location. Going to be real interesting, Bruce, to see if officers decide to do any lockdown perimeter, secure this area. That's got to be a bit daunting. How do you even begin when you have so many entrances, so many exits for this guy to hide?
That is the question. You've got multiple entrances, multiple exits. You're looking at a manpower pool just to lock down the complex. That's going to be huge.
Yeah.
And we'll go with the risk rewards. Is it worth it in this case? And I'm going to say as a watch commander, you know what? Bad guys 1, police 0.
I am just curious about how a lot of people are just in there minding their own business, having a lunch break. So many people work from home these days, and just to have all this police activity surrounding
they'll
your
get cameras.
environment.
Yeah, they
and
should do a
not having
lockdown.
a clue of what's going on.
Now, over here to the right, not sure if our camera from Air 7 can see that, there were some officers that were stopped right there. Zoom in. There's an officer up there on the curb, another one that just pulled back. So they were focused on that entrance of the complex. I wasn't sure if that was the same entrance that he went into. Perhaps it was. Of course, we've been spinning around just a
You
bit.
just unplugged my
But
headphones.
clearly,
Move over.
officers are there. They're
minute.
well aware that this is the location that the guy was last seen, and probably now weighing their options, as Bruce spoke to, as to did the bad guy win at this juncture? Do they remain on scene, or do they just call it quits and pull out?
Well, and also, Bruce,
They gotta
I'm
be able to
thinking,
get in
we
there
know
and
that
find the
like we were
motorcycle.
just
Come
talking
on.
about this is what this
They
is
can't be that
an
ignorant.
area that we saw a massive fire years ago, and so we know they have cameras located throughout. I'm wondering if law enforcement is trying to get a hold of the security footage right now to say we need to see, because they're obviously going to have a lot of live cameras in all their garages just for safety of their tenants as well as security. So I'm wondering exactly, as you know, Bruce, all police work has gotten, it's never easy, but you're getting extra tools by having those cameras.
Yeah, and I happen to know in this complex, they do have a 24-hour live monitoring station, meaning they have security that doesn't monitor the cameras. So they might be contacting that security officer or that security office to see if they can see exactly which way the guy went in and where the guy went once he pulled into the garage.
Sure.
So then, having surveillance cameras is a great investigatory tool.
Okay, and we do have an update here. We are getting word that LAPD is now setting up a perimeter. A few units have arrived. Clearly, you can see one right there. So they are in the early stages here of setting up a perimeter. The LAPD is.
Okay.
That is a situation, Bruce, where it just takes more manpower. So they got to get these units in. They're going to make that investment. Here's the one thing. We were talking to the point that, hey, this guy could get away. But although there's a lot of property to cover, there are a lot of hiding spaces. He is otherwise enclosed into this property. So he's got to be in there somewhere. So maybe time is on their side if they want to get him.
Yeah, I mean, they'll set up a perimeter. They'll contain it. They'll eventually start a road search in the sub garage. The motorcyclist, once he ditches the helmet, Do they have a description? Is it a male, white, black, Hispanic? And also the clothing. He may ditch some of the clothing too. So what you're looking for initially may change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing to point out, and I think we alluded to it earlier, we were unaware throughout
Okay,
this
I'm gonna
entire
let
pursuit
this.
coverage is if this guy was armed, if he had any weapons on him.
Right, we
That,
didn't
of
know
course,
any
could
of that.
escalate the situation during.
I'm gonna let this play in the background. If I hear any updates, we'll switch back to it. But I'm gonna go back to the parole hearing of our little Coca-Cola guy that obviously is having some issues here.
I was left dead 2 times. They believe that they have killed me, and that happened 2 times. And I have evidence of everything. I have my wounds. I have 1 kidney. I have the gunshots over my body, my legs, and 12. I got 12 bullets in my. And they believe that I was dead, and that happened twice. So this is why I'm afraid of going back to Mexico, because I know that this will be a deadly danger for me. So I plead for your help. I plead for your pardon. I know what I did, and I do accept my mistake.
Thank you. Just let him know that we're not the ICE people who determine whether he gets deported or not deported. We're the parole board that just determines whether he gets released from our custody for the crime or not.
Muy bien, gracias. Nosotros, quiero que sepa que nosotros no somos ICE, nosotros no somos quien determinamos a quién deportar o no, somos simplemente una junta de libertad condicional que determina si hay que liberarlo de la custodia por un crimen o no.
Okay. All right. Okay. The next we'd ask the jail staff if they have any comments or information that would help us regarding Mr. Garcia.
Sir, my name is Lieutenant Townsend. I'm with Chattahoochee Correctional. We have received Mr. Garcia on October the 12th of 22, and we have not had no problems with him since he's been here. He stays to himself. He's quiet. He stays out of trouble, reserved, laid back. He doesn't bother nobody. Doesn't bounce from dorm to dorm like most inmates do. He has stayed out of trouble and just kept to himself. So we have no issues here.
Well, thank you for your input. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
May I translate? Buenas tardes, buenos días. Mi nombre es la Teniente Townsend. Estoy con el Correctional Categoric y tenemos al señor García desde el 12 de octubre del 2022 y no hemos tenido ningún tipo de problema con él desde que él ha estado acá. Él es una persona callada, no se mete en problemas, es tranquila, no molesta a nadie, no anda de celda en celda como la mayoría de los reclusos. Él se ha mantenido fuera de problemas. Él es una persona callada sin problemas para nada y agradecemos.
Yo, look at this guy. He's up here on the phone. Oh, Steve Prater, Mr. Prosecutor, he's up here on the phone, y'all. Check this shit out. He says I'm on the phone.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. The next thing is we would take people in support and people in opposition to testify, but we have no one here to testify in support or in opposition today. But we do have opposition from law enforcement. The judge had no comment. The district attorney's office hasn't responded to the request yet. However, the sheriff is opposed, saying not enough time has been served. And the attorney general is opposed, saying he had the intent to distribute the drugs.
Exactly.
Okay.
I agree.
Bien, la siguiente sección es nosotros recibimos la declaración de personas a favor y personas en oposición para testificar, pero no tenemos a nadie que testifique. Y apoye o en oposición, pero sí tenemos una oposición de los oficiales. El juez no tuvo ningún comentario. En la oficina del fiscal no han respondido. Sin embargo, el sheriff sí se opone diciendo de que no, el recluso no ha cumplido suficiente tiempo, y el fiscal general también se opone diciendo de que él tuvo la oportunidad de distribuir narcóticos.
Okay. All right. His case has been assigned to Mr. Prater as the lead agent. So Mr. Prater is now gonna take over and ask any questions.
Bien, el caso ha sido asignado al señor Prater y es el agente principal. Ahora va a hablar y hacer preguntas.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, did you apply for this parole?
Señor García, ¿usted aplicó para esta solicitud de libertad condicional para el parol?
No sé, creo que sí, o es que no estoy enterado, solo sé de esto.
I believe so. I'm not fully aware, but only about this.
Okay. If he applied for this parole and this parole is granted, then ICE has a detainer on him, and we will be handing him directly over to ICE, who will then be transporting him back to Mexico, I would imagine, is their intent. Knowing that, does he still want to go through with this parole hearing?
Si usted aplicó para esta solicitud de libertad condicional y se le otorga, entonces ICE lo va a detener, lo vamos a entregar directamente a ICE, quienes lo van a transportar a México. Me imagino yo de que esa es la intención. Y mi pregunta es, ¿usted quiere continuar con esta audiencia de parol?
No, yo creo que yo me gustaría, si no puedo quedar aquí y me entregan con ICE, pues yo lo que quiero es salir. Y pues también a mí el juez desde un principio, mi abogado me dijo que me iban a dar clases para salir más o menos en estas fechas, pero solo he recibido una clase de Deceive.
What?
Mis compañeros recibieron más, pero a
Closed
mí no me han
captions
dado
freaking
más.
out. Y'all see that closed caption freaking? Am I streaming in the morning? Are
¿Podría
you
por
streaming?
favor repetir nuevamente que no le
I'm not
comprendí muy
streaming in the
bien?
morning. I got a
No,
doctor's appointment.
sí, de que yo lo que, o sea, seguir con el caso así, no, yo quiero, si me dan la libertad y me entregan a migración, es
Oh,
bueno
midnight.
para ir a México allá, pero
Yeah,
no
probably
sé cuándo va
midnight.
a ser eso.
Sorry,
Y si
misunderstood
no,
you.
pues que me den mis clases, como me dijo el juez desde un principio, de Dios sí. Solo me han dado una clase de 2 meses y medio y ya no me dieron más, no sé qué pasó ahí.
Yes, if I continue with this case and I got released and handing me over to migration and going back to Mexico, well, that's good, but I don't know when will that happen. But otherwise, I would like to keep on with my classes. As the judge said, the DOC, I only got one class for 2.5 months, but they stopped that. So
We need a yes or a no. Does he want to continue with his parole hearing or not? Understanding that we are not protective custody, that's not our purpose. We try to get people out of jail that don't need to be in jail if they've served enough time. But if they don't want to parole out, then they have to serve their time. So I need to know, does he want to get out and be turned over to ICE or not before we proceed with this rest of this hearing.
Sí, lo que yo quiero saber es que si ustedes necesitamos un sí o un no. Porque si usted desea continuar, la pregunta es, ¿usted desea continuar con esta audiencia o no?
That's what I'm
Quiero que
saying
comprendan
too.
que nosotros no vamos a darle custodia protegida porque no es nuestro propósito, sino más bien es sacar a aquellas personas que ya no necesitan estar en prisión si ya sirvieron suficiente tiempo. Y si usted dice que no quiere continuar, entonces usted seguiría en la cárcel. Entonces, y si usted sale de la cárcel, se lo vamos a entregar a ICE. Entonces, mi pregunta es, ¿usted desea que continuemos o no con esta audiencia?
Oh, sí, perdone, sí, al principio no entendí muy bien yo. No, sí quiero continuar. Es que no entendí la palabra primero de
Exactly, K. Swan.
continuar con la audiencia del momento. No había entendido yo.
Is he
Pero
think because
sí,
if he stays in, he
sí quiero
can
continuar.
avoid going back to Mexico and dealing with.
Yes, I would like to continue with these proceedings. At the beginning, I did not understand. I was not clear about the question. But yes, I want to continue.
Okay. You understand that if you are paroled today, having served about 4 years of your sentence, if you are paroled today, you will be turned over to ICE, and the condition of the parole will be that ICE returns you to Mexico.
Usted comprende que si nosotros le otorgamos la libertad condicional porque usted ha cumplido 4 años de su sentencia, si nosotros le otorgamos la libertad condicional, el parol, usted va a ser entregado a ICE. Y la condición del parol va a ser que ICE lo va a deportar a México.
Okay.
¿Usted comprende esto?
Sí, entiendo yo.
Yes, I understand.
You understand that if you ever come back to the United States, you will have to serve about 8 years on this sentence before you go serve any other sentence. Do you understand that?
Ahora, usted comprende que si usted vuelve a los Estados Unidos, va a tener que cumplir 8 años de la sentencia, esta sentencia, antes de servir alguna otra sentencia. ¿Usted comprende esto?
Sí entiendo, yo sé de eso.
Yes, I understand. I'm aware of this.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's all. I'm prepared to vote myself unless you bring up some more questions we need to pursue. You're Ms. Stapleton.
No.
I have no questions.
Okay,
If we're-
it's okay. You need it.
The board is ready to vote and you're the first vote. So go ahead.
My vote is to grant this parole with the condition that ICE detainer and the ICE detainer is completely legal and prepared and ready as it appears to be, and providing that ICE will accept him and providing that ICE will deport him out of the United States with the understanding that he not return to the United States. And if he does, he will serve the remainder of his sentence. With the understanding also for my vote that this is a nonviolent crime and that he has served a substantial amount, and it's time to put this behind us and get him out of the United States.
Okay. Vote to deport. Exactly.
Entonces, si no había ninguna otra pregunta, procedemos a la votación. Yo soy el primer voto y mi votación es a favor que se otorgue el parol, que se otorgue la libertad condicional, con la condición de que ICE va a ser quien lo va a detener de una manera completamente legal, preparada y lista. Y si ICE lo acepta, entonces ICE lo va a deportar fuera de Estados Unidos con la condición de que él no regrese a Estados Unidos, y si regresa nuevamente a Estados Unidos va a tener que cumplir con el resto de su sentencia. Ese es mi voto, ¿verdad? Porque se trata de un delito no violento y que ha cumplido con una parte sustancial de su sentencia, y es momento para superar esto y que él salga de Estados Unidos.
Stay with it?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
And I concur with Mr. Prater for the same reasons. So that would mean that Mr. Garcia's parole is granted today to the ICE detainer with the conditions that Mr. Prater put on it. Can you let him know?
Entonces, yo concuerdo con el señor Prater, yo también concuerdo con él por las mismas razones,
Good night,
lo que
Katia.
significa que el parol, la libertad condicional del señor García, se otorga el día de hoy y se va a entregar a la detención de ICE con la condición que el señor Brewer ha dicho.
All right, this concludes our business today at the Catahoula Correctional Center. Mr. Interpreter, thank you for helping us out. And Catahoula, thank you for helping us out. This will be adjourned at 10:45 a.m.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Okay, well, that was interesting. Y'all want to watch a couple more? I have a couple more. I have a couple more pulled up. Let's see, where did I thought I had it pulled up. It was yesterday's. Just for something to do. It's 6 days ago. I don't know if y'all seen any of these. If y'all are bored, I'm sorry. I just got nothing to do, so I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit. And we'll watch some parole hearings. But Katia, you have a good night. I'm just gonna chill for a little bit, if you don't mind.
Okay, good morning. I believe we're talking to Ashley Posey, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your DLC number?
511-449.
Okay, well, my name is Steve Prater, and we're gonna be holding hearings today. We've got 3 parole hearings, 1 revocation hearing, which is yours. And I understand you're at Livingston Parish Detention Center. And we're here at headquarters in Baton Rouge. My name, as I said before, is Steve Prater. To my right is Pete Freeman.
Hold up. Hold up. All right, I think we're back. Okay, I'm gonna hit play, make sure y'all can hear. Katia went home and took herself off the computer, and when she did, I seen it down here on my thingy start making me go in circles. I'm not ready to end the stream. Katia, behave. Back up, go to bed. Take your little drinky poo and go night-night. I wasn't done. Okay, I'm gonna hit play, make sure y'all can hear because I don't know what might have happened.
Okay, and today's date is May the 5th, 2025, and the time is 8:56 in the morning. So that takes care of us. Livingston, would you introduce yourself, whoever's there in charge at Livingston?
Sergeant Jennifer Gomez, Livingston Parish Detention Center Classification Department.
Okay, all right, well, in your case, the way we do these things is we separate these cases because we handle so many that we give them particular person to do most of the interviewing, and although we're all familiar with your case, Cheryl Renatza, Ms. Renatza will be doing the interviewing, and so we'll handle the rest here, and we'll hand it over to her. And
good morning. Let me acknowledge that you have
Your attorney is here with us in Baton Rouge. Ms. Hogan, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Jane Hogan here on behalf of Ashley Posey. I'll make a statement whenever the court wants to hear from me.
Good, thank you. So first, the way it'll work, Ms. Posey, is I'm going to read the allegations against you, and then you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. We'll hear from you. I'll ask you some questions. We'll hear from your attorney, and then we'll hear from the folks who are here that want to speak on your behalf. Okay, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
First is that you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole. First of all, it's condition number 3, and it reads, you failed to obtain permission from residing away from your residence. During an interview on March 27, 2025, you verbally admitted to staying at an unapproved residence on multiple occasions. You registered employment in Cameron Parish and admitted to residing in a hotel located in Lake Charles without approval of your parole officer. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty.
Okay. And we'll talk about it in a minute. The next is condition 4. You allegedly engaged in criminal conduct, which led to your arrest of Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office March 27, 2025, and were charged to failure to register as a sex offender.
Excuse me?
That charge was rejected by the 21st JDC District Attorney's Office, April 29, 2025. How do you plead to violating number 4?
Not guilty.
Didn't expect that
Then
one.
we have number 10. According to the records, you at that time you failed to pay monthly supervision fees in a timely manner and owe $375 arrearages. How do you plead?
You plead not guilty.
And lastly was condition number 13, which is a special condition. It says per the sex offender contract that you sign, you may not knowingly be physically present within 300 feet of the victim pursuant to Louisiana law, and it mentions statute 14:91.9. You verbally admitted to being in the presence of the victim to a previous sex offense. According to court documents, you wed Miranda Wolford, which is the victim as identified in Livingston docket 19435 on May 14th, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 13?
Not guilty.
So let me just ask you a few questions, and then we'd like to hear from your attorney.
If she is pleading not guilty to all this stuff, she better have some good explanations.
To Miranda, May of 2024,
What, Hannah?
May 15th.
What, Hannah? What, Hannah? I paused it. Hannah? Hannah? What? Hannah? Hannah? Is that whatever you just dropped in Discord? I seen you drop something. Nothing. What's up, Hannah? You're hollering rubber. You got me nervous. I was right to be judging. Shut up. You're right to be judging. You're right. You're right. But you know what? Nightbot didn't get you because Katya's not here. She's drunk sleeping.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your sentence was commuted, and you were afforded a parole opportunity. And let me see, did you release on parole in June of 2023? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. June 16th, 2023.
Okay. So since your marriage in May of 2024, how many times have you talked to, reported to, or spoken to your parole officer, would you say?
No, we've had monthly meetings. We had regular monthly meetings, and I mean, there was times I talked to him if I needed to,
Yeah.
give.
So at least
know,
month. At least
Yes,
monthly.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So during those monthly meetings, at any time, did you advise your officer of your change in marital status?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I mean, it just wasn't a conversation. I mean,
Not a conversation. How do you get married and not have a conversation that you get married? Hello?
And So when you signed your sex offender contract, I think the first one you signed was, let's see, I made a note. When you released in June of 23, was that thoroughly explained to you?
In 23, no, ma'am, I was released on parole for the second-degree murder charge.
And so when is the first time you signed a sex offender contract? Do you know? I'll let your lawyer answer that question. So let me go on. Did you advise your parole officer about those overnight stays in, I think it was Lake Charles, we said, because you were working in Cameron?
Yes, ma'am. I was working out there. I did stay overnight a few times. I mean, I didn't tell him I stayed overnight. I mean, we did have a conversation, you know, if I was to stay out there, you know, more than 3 days, I would have to register or whatever. You know, I never stayed more than that length of time out there. You know, I would have to register or whatever. But I did register with the parish of Cameron because that was something that I had to do to be able to work in that parish or something like that.
So you registered in Cameron, but your overnight stays were in Lake Charles.
Yes, ma'am. That's where they was where we was residing for our employment area.
So in the notes that I reviewed that were provided to us, and I guess this is your conversation with the detective at the time you were questioned in March of this year, March 27th of this year. It says you admitted to not staying at your registered address in 2024 and 2023, staying at an unreported address with your wife. I admitted to staying in Lake Charles overnight multiple times. Also, you had a phone number that was not reported on the registry. And so tell us why you withheld all that information from your office.
I wasn't withholding information. As far as my phone number, I had gave I think I had changed my phone number in December or something, and I immediately reached out to my parole officer and gave him that number. So to Miss Normandy Hood, which is the lady up here that does our paperwork and stuff. But as far as Mr. Hotard, when he called me, that was the first time I ever spoke to Mr. Hotard. He informed me that he was the new sex offender compliance officer, and he wanted me to come in for a meeting to make sure I was in compliance. So on the 27th, that's when that meeting was held. And soon as we went into the office or the room, he kind of pretty much advised me of my rights and asked me for my cell phone. He asked me for my number and I gave it to him, and he was like, you know, that's not the number I have on file. Give me your number. He took my cell phone. Then they did ask me questions about staying here and there, which I have stayed overnight, you know, but I've never obtained residency anywhere other than my approved residence at 31088 Susie Circle North. And results of that meeting, I was arrested on those allegations where my phone, and he said that my license plate wasn't updated or something, but only my temp tag or something. But I've been having my transportation for almost since I was released. So I just don't understand how that could have been not updated, nor my telephone number, when I made sure to give it to my PO and Miss Normandy. And as far as me staying, it was only for employment areas.
Violations that we're talking about today don't really include anything having to do with the phone. I just wanted to mention that was in some of the paperwork that we had today.
Yeah,
so
and all of those charges were refused by the DA.
I'd like to see that, and I read that into the record earlier. And I do want to note also that we've been advised by the DOC that you did complete the sex offender sentence in May of 2007, but you're still subject to all the registration and things that the parole board has nothing to do with. I would like to ask, I'm sure your attorney has a presentation. We'd like to hear from Ms. Hogan.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm happy to be here. I've represented Ashley for years. We got her case when I was still working at the LSU
For
Parole Clinic.
years. That's great
It
to
was
know.
a unique case because Ashley was in prison for murder. She was serving a life sentence. Her co-defendants had terms of years, and her clemency and her parole were supported not only by the victim's family, but also by the district attorney. And whenever she was granted clemency, the district attorney at the 21st JDC had actually advocated directly with the governor to get a signature on her recommendation. So I'm here not just as her lawyer, but also as sort of a witness to all of the things that have unfolded over the past 2 years. And I also want to acknowledge that to some degree, I might have caused a misunderstanding in why we're here today. Whenever we had the preliminary parole revocation hearing at the jail, the parole officer noted that for the most part, Ashley has been compliant on parole. She's not given them any problems. And that the big issue, for the reason that after the charges were refused by the DA's office, the reason that her parole wasn't just automatically reinstated is primarily because the district parole officer didn't know what to do with the contact with Miranda. They said to us that we need it to be authorized that they can be in contact with each other. Whenever Ashley came home in June, Miranda reached out to me to say that she wanted Ashley's phone number. Miranda was 32 years old at the time. She's here today. She reached out to me and she said, I want to reach out to Ashley. I want to congratulate her on coming home. I want to communicate with her. My understanding of the victim's rights statute was that as long as Ashley is not communicating with her victims, that it doesn't, that there's no, Ashley can't reach out to a victim, but if a victim reaches out to Ashley, I didn't know that was going to cause such an issue. And because I knew that Ashley was on parole for murder, I didn't realize that she had signed a contract about, basically saying that I'm free not to be around the victim of the carnal knowledge charge, which predated the murder charge. And as Mr. Rossi mentioned, she had fully completed the term. She got 2 years on that. She fully completed it. So I didn't give Miranda Ashley's phone number, but somehow she got it. They reached, I've been in contact with Ashley for the past 2 years. So if I had realized that there was a provision in her contract that said you can't be around Miranda, I absolutely would have went about this a totally different way and gotten approval. Scott Paraloo at the DA's office also knew that they had gotten married, and I was in talks with him. He refused the charges. He's well aware of what's happened in the last couple of months. I've talked to him several times. So to the extent that I think that when you have a lawyer that you're always in communication with, you expect them to flag issues, and I should have flagged this as an issue. I didn't realize it was an issue. I apologize to the board for any malpractice that I've done in this case that has caused us to be here. But Miranda, Miranda is here. She's prepared to tell the board that she doesn't see herself as a victim, that she had actually got married a year ago, that she wants to be able to be in communication with Ashley. It's her wife, her legal wife. I also, during the preliminary hearing, her parole officer had said, if you had just gone about this a different way, we probably wouldn't be here. If you had told us ahead of time, or if you had gotten approval, or if there was a stipulation made that you guys could be in communication, then you wouldn't be here. So to the extent that I played a role in this, I apologize to the board and to all of the division of parole and supervision. Aside from this issue, Ashley's been a remarkable person over the last 2 years. Christy Sheremy is here. She's here to tell the board that Ashley went through the parole project. Even though she couldn't reside in their houses, she completed their program. She's diligently worked. She's reconnected with family. And so we're asking this board to reinstate. I understand why the unlawful presence law exists. I understand that it's to protect victims. The purpose of that law is not going to be further, though, by revoking Ashley's parole and sending her back to prison for 3 years. So I would ask this board to reinstate her parole, and also to give a condition that it's fine if she is in communication and contact with Miranda, who would also like to address this board before we
Okay, well, so yeah, let's hear from Miranda.
Hi, I'm Miranda.
First one to say that I do not feel like a victim at all. I do feel like that Ashley should have never been charged with criminal juvenile in the first place. I'm sorry, I'm a little I don't feel like she should be in jail at all. This has been.
Wait a minute. Did y'all just, Hannah? Wait a minute. I know you're sitting here listening with me of all people. This is this the victim? Was underage at the am I understanding this right? This is the person that was underage at the time for the SO, and now they're married, so it's all wiped clean. I have to back that up just a couple seconds, guys, because I think I misunderstood that. I'm gonna back it up a minute.
She had actually got married a year ago, that she wants to be able to be in communication with Ashley.
And her wife, Hannah.
Legal wife. I also, during the preliminary hearing, her parole officer had said, if you had just gone about this a different way, we probably wouldn't be here. If you had told us ahead of time, or if you had gotten approval, or if, if there was a stipulation made that you guys could be in communication, then you wouldn't be here. So to the extent that I played a role in this, I apologize to the board and to all of the division of parole and supervision. Aside from this issue, Ashley's been a remarkable person over the last 2 years. Christy Sheremy is here. She's here on the board that Ashley went through the parole project. Even though she couldn't reside in their houses, she completed their program. She's diligently worked. She's reconnected with family. And so we're asking this board to reinstate. I understand why the unlawful presence law exists. I understand that it's to protect victims. The purpose of that law is not going to be further, though, by revoking Ashley's parole and her back to prison for 3 years. So I would ask this board to reinstate her parole, and also to give a condition that it's fine if she is in communication and contact with Miranda, who would also like to address this board.
Okay, so now let's hear Miranda.
Okay, well, so yeah, let's hear from Miranda.
Hi, I'm Miranda. First one to say that I do not feel like a victim at all. I do feel like that Ashley should have never been charged with criminal juvenile in the first place. I'm sorry, I'm a little I don't feel like she should be in jail at all. This has been really devastating since all this has happened. I do want to apologize for everything that has happened and us being here today. I don't think she deserves to be in jail at all. I don't feel like she's a true sex offender. We were both really young. We were both kids. We were both in a consensual relationship. From my knowledge then at that time, she was never supposed to be charged with that. I found out Ashley had come home from prison, and I wanted to reach out to her. I was so excited for her. My only intentions in that moment was to tell her, hey, I'm so excited that she was home. I didn't think that she deserved to do 18 years in prison at all. I felt like she should come home. She's a remarkable friend. Her heart is kind. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for being here today. I'm sorry that all this has happened. I feel like Ashley should come home immediately. I don't feel like she should be in here. She's a great person. And her being home and coming home and God giving her, a second chance to, live life as she went so young, has been a really good thing for my life, because she was just such a great sister. My wife has a really good friend to me. And honestly, from my heart, she's truly not a sex offender. And I don't even believe that she should even, be on the registry list or anything, because, that's embarrassing.
That's all.
It was our knowledge.
Okay, that's all nice that she feels this way and everything, but there are legal laws that keep this from happening to innocent people. So again, like Hannah says, regardless, you can't legally, there's laws against this. You can't.
We were both kids. It was definitely consensual both ways.
And I have truly loved her for 23 years. And she is a beautiful person. And I would like to say one more thing, no matter what, I would really like, please not revoke her and let her come home. Because knowing, if she went to jail or prison because of me, I would not be able to live my life in peace knowing that, because I contacted her. She did not contact me. I pursued her and reached out to her and contacted her. And thank you.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where do y'all live now?
I live at 9387 Downey Drive. Ashley does live at Susie Circle and has in the last 18 months. There were times that she had stayed the night at different nights. But we
Oh,
haven't
you're
actually
snitching on her.
fully
Be
moved in
quiet.
together because we were trying to, in the last 18 months, go the leeway in the process of what to do as far as us being together full time. And that's what we were working with Miss Jane as far as her like moving in. As far as us getting married and really being around each other, I truly in my heart, I didn't think she could get in trouble. Because I'm 34 now and yeah, like I didn't know that she was on, I thought, she had to her time, that's when I was 20 years ago. So I mean, I didn't, and in my heart, and in the truth, she's not a true sex offender at all. And I'm really not no victim of any type of sex crime.
Okay.
We were in a consensual relationship, and like I said, even at that time, she wasn't supposed to be charged with that.
She may not feel she was a victim of a sex crime, but legally she was. That's the problem. And her not being able to admit it is a little bit of a problem. And I think that the parole board is going to have a problem with that because neither one of these women are willing to take accountability and say, yes, we screwed up. We shouldn't have done this. They're all just like, I'm sorry. We don't think she should be charged this. We don't think this. We don't think. No, they need to just apologize and, try to do better. Yeah, no remorse. Exactly. Right. And group. Thank you, Hannah. I'm going to continue.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kristen, Sharon.
Good morning, Honorable Board. I cannot speak on the circumstances in which lead us here today, but what I can attest to is that in 2023, when Ms. Posey came home,
Paula, originally it was an unaliving that she got some clemency for, and then they gave her parole, and she violated her parole on multiple ways. She should have been a registered sex offender, which she wasn't registered. And this woman that spoke previously was her victim. Let's just put it that way. It was her victim back in the day, which now they're all buddy and they're married. And when she seen her parole officer a few months ago, all shit fell loose and they rearrested her and violated her parole because she wasn't living where she said she was living. She got married. She changed her phone number. She didn't give any of this information, supposedly, to parole officer. She says she did, but parole officer said they didn't have it. So, yeah, this is a bizarre story.
we could not live in our homes because of the location of our homes.
Right, Paula.
I had to reside at her residence in Livingston Parish, which is the same parish in which I live. So therefore, every day I brought her to classes. She rode with me back and forth classes to participate in our intensive programming. During that time of her release, Ashley has been great in communications with me. I have had continued communication and mentorship with Ashley since her release in 2020. Ashley, beyond my relationship with her through the parole project, I too was incarcerated with Ashley, so I know Ashley.
Holy shit!
Ashley for many, many years.
She was incarcerated
And
with Ashley.
I've always known Ashley to be a rule. and to do everything that she has to do. She has consistently worked. She's done work for herself at home. She's done everything in her power to maintain that job.
Okay, all fellas
I-
together. We're gonna support each
Again, can't
other.
attest to anything of the circumstances that lead us here today, but I can attest that when it was time for her to register, initially when she came home, I was the person who brought her to do all of those things from the very beginning. And I know for a fact that those things were put into place. However, we're talking over 2 years now, but I can attest that throughout her course of her release up until this time, I can say that she has definitely maintained and worked very hard to maintain employment. She has worked very hard and continuously building relationships with her families and friends. And she has continuously built that mentor connection between her and I. And I too am very sorry that we are here because of these circumstances. And I just wanted to speak character witness that Ms. Posey has done.
Apologizing for being here is not relevant.
Okay, question. So you can attest to all of that. You can also attest that she signed the sex offender contract and knew the rules.
So I can't attest to that. I just brought her to the registry place. I don't know the conversation. They don't, that was a one-on-one.
You see Mr.
conversation
Freeman?
Between her.
Y'all see
and
Mr.
whoever she
Freeman's
had to
face?
register with.
You knew there wasn't certain places she could live.
I brought her to those places to make sure that those things were taken care of. That's.
Thank you.
This is funny. Yep, he said, yeah.
Um,
Can you attest? She said.
Mr. Freeman, any other questions?
So you do admit that you signed the sex offender contract?
I mean, I'm assuming yes, sir.
Okay,
I'm
and I'm
assuming
sure
no.
it was explained to you, because I know they explained that the office will relieve, explained several times. Correct?
When I went to the probation and parole office after being released after 18 years, I think I reported within 48 hours maybe. And I can't really tell you, it was a male I spoke with. I can't tell you who that was. I did sign a lot of paperwork. No, sir, not every single piece of paper was explained and detailed to me to that. And
that's on you to not ask questions.
Under my conditions of being released from parole, to my knowledge, I mean, I really didn't have any stipulations that was handed down by the board for what I was being released on.
Oh no.
When I went to the
she ain't going nowhere. She ain't going nowhere. Y'all give
probation
up.
and parole or whatever, like I said, I did sign numerous of papers. No, sir, I cannot say for a fact that everything was, written and told out to me, which was, I mean, it was my first time dealing with all that. I was under a lot of emotions already from being released after so long, so that probably wasn't the forefront of my mind at the time, as far as just being there and getting everything that needed to be done at that time. I mean, I can't say all that.
Let me ask you this. So when you was working in Cameron, staying in Lake Charles, what was your work schedule? How many days a week you were working?
Oh, that
just depended. It was never set out, it just depended on the weather. I mean, that all depends. We had no set schedule. Like it wasn't, guaranteed. It wasn't guaranteed every day. No, sir. Like, I mean.
So you really didn't have a good job. In other words, lady.
Okay, I have no further questions.
You didn't have a good job.
Okay, I believe it's time for a vote now.
So, Ashley, I know this is difficult for you, but I do see in the record you did sign the sex offender contract initially, June 19, 2023. And let's see, officer was Kevin Shockley. And they did have specific information regarding the juvenile victim. So you did sign. You know, I think the reason we're here today is because you must have had some skepticism about what you were doing, because I don't think you were fully forthcoming with your parole officer. I did look back on the record, and as has been said, you know, pretty much in every other regard, you were compliant with the conditions of parole. You just wasn't very honest with your officer. And I take issue with that. I do appreciate the presentation by Ms. Hogan, and, you know, based on the testimony that we got this morning by Miranda, my vote today is going to be do not revoke, reprimand you and return you back to supervision. We fully expect you to be totally forthcoming with your officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman?
You know, I find that you violated the rules of your sex offender contract. I think you had numerous opportunities to tell Mr. Fitzgerald what was going on. I think you knew you wasn't supposed to be around her, so you tried to hide it.
Told y'all Freeman was pissed.
So my vote is to revoke.
Okay, that's two, so it looks like I got to decide, because it takes 2 out of 3. My vote is also to grant. I think that.
Really?
I think in this particular case that you just need to be more forthcoming and grant with reprimand. I concur with Ms. Renata. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
That'll sign off from Livingston. It's 9:23 in the morning. That's the end of this hearing. Thank you.
Granted with reprimand. That is, to me, that's disgusting. Not even gonna lie, that's disgusting. I don't think she should have gotten that. I think she should, you know, like Prater said, she should have followed her rules. She was clearly given them. She signed them. That is horrible. Okay, we'll watch one more and then we'll go for the day. It's 4 o'clock. So
Okay, gonna call this hearing to order. We're in Baton Rouge and we've already done our introductions. This is our second hearing this morning. So for purpose of that, is still May the 15th and the time is 9:30.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause that for a second right here because Hannah made a point. If it was a male offender, it would have been revoked. Exactly. And yes, Paula, they're gonna release her with a reprimand. With a reprimand. Now, the fact that she still has to register as an SO makes me a little bit confused because now she's married to the victim. I see a huge conflict problem, but wow, that's a mess. That's a mess. That's a mess. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna hit this and let it play. I'm still kind of confused over how they're just gonna reprimand her and let her out. That's just unfathomable to me.
It's the 15th of 2025, might say. And we're speaking to Alvin Petrie, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is your DOC number?
593664.
Okay, thank you for that. And we're at Hunt Correctional Center. Is there anybody in there from Hunt?
Yes, sir. Deputy Warden Stephanie Michelle, Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Butcher's assistant warden.
Okay, all right, we appreciate that. And this is this particular case is assigned to Ms. Cheryl Renatza to my left, and Ms. Renatza is going to take the hearing from here on out, and we'll ask some questions, then we'll have a chance to ask questions, and then we'll make our decision.
Okay.
Renatza?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Petrie.
Good morning.
Mr. Petrie, so you're currently serving a 17-year sentence for a conviction in Lafourche Parish for forcible rape?
Yes, ma'am.
How much time have you served?
I think it's like about 16 years, something like that, because I got an out date next year around July.
Yes, your full term is July 29th of 2026.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you completed sex offender treatment?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Night,
ma'am.
Paula. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a
And
great
you
night.
did that in 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
When's your last high court write-up?
I think it was about 3 years ago, I think, because I reheld some medicine that I was supposed to take, and I didn't take it because I didn't want to take it on an empty stomach, and I had got a write-up, and which I should have took it, you know, but I was wrong in holding it, you know.
So I noticed that you were denied in 2015. You've taken lots of programs and classes since that hearing. You were denied back then because there was victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, and you had gotten a disciplinary report. So out of the programs and classes since your last hearing, is victim awareness included in those classes?
Yeah, I have a thing on here that says victim awareness on this paper that I have right now.
So tell us, Mr. Petrie, why do you think he ought to be released on parole?
Well, I know I committed a bad crime, and I'm very sorry, and I just want to go back home, finish taking care of my family, and do the right thing, stay out of prison. You know.
Okay. Warden Michelle, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Petrie?
No, ma'am, you have covered the write-up, the last write-up, and pretty much everything. He's on light duty compound because he has a few little health issues, but that's it.
So let's hear from Mr. Petrie's supporters. We have your niece, Kim Porter here. We'd like to hear from Ms. Kim. You're still on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
What would you like us to know?
I mean, from what I've been having regular phone calls with my uncle and stuff, and you know, I've seen a change in him as far as, you know, just want to say that I'm proud of him for you know, talking about God, and he's been going to church, and he's also done some schooling there that I've seen. So I'm very proud of him for that. You know, he's been in there a long time, and we just, you know, no matter what, we love him. So.
And is that Ms. Brenda Petrie there with you?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Does she want to say something? Go ahead. We'd like to hear from you, ma'am.
Well, I miss my brother, and I would want, I really want him to come home. I think he's doing good, you know, and we are proud of him for going to church, carrying the cross, and doing all the classes that he's been doing. And he's been praying for us, you know, and we've been praying for him.
Good. Well, thanks. It's nice to hear from both of you this morning. We appreciate you speaking with us. We're going to move on now, and we're going to hear from Miss Kim Free. Miss Kim, do you want to step up to the podium? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wrote down mine.
She had to write her stuff down so she wouldn't forget. Yeah, no, I think I found a couple of Judge Fleischer things I may do tonight.
Today and talk about some of the unseen and unspoken
6 hours.
ways that
Nope.
the things
8
he
hours.
did have affected me. I want to not just talk about the effects of the act, but also the effects of the grooming that took place for years.
Shit, this is the victim.
What he did to us. I suffered from severe depression, stress, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, and PTSD for years, and even up to this day. For years of From years of grooming, my subconscious has been compromised, making it hard to identify a good or a bad person or environment, only causing me to fall into more and more abuse and hardship. It took years of faith therapy and doing what I call de-grooming. And I wanted to talk for a second about the life before he initiated on the rape. He had started off in our lives as sort of loving, trying to build up a bond and connection with us. But while he was doing that, he was going and installing a lot of fear in us in many ways, physically, mentally, and spiritually. And fear of him, he installed fear of him if we wanted to talk to anyone, fear of, things like monsters and ghosts. As a kid, these things terrified us. And somehow while he was doing all of this, he made us feel loved and that what we were receiving was love, even though that's not what love was.
That's sad.
We're
Sick. Oh,
being neglected, dirty, scared, but somehow we still felt love. And this right here is what I believe did the most damage to me going into life forward, having that idea of that's what love is. After Alvin was sentenced, I spent years therapy going 1 to 2 times a week. I suffered from suicidal thoughts for years and had a few attempts. I was diagnosed with the depression, anxiety, stress, and ADHD at 11 and was on about 5 different medications. By the time I was 12, the first time I abused my medication, I was 14. It was my IV medication and it didn't seem to work. So I started to see more when nobody was like, my anxiety was severe that 2 of my 5 medications were for anxiety, and still they didn't manage to help because of the fear that I was living in constantly. Even after he was in jail, I never felt safe at school or at home. I had not really talked about this until I was an adult, but when I was in school, I had what seemed like an irrational fear of Alvin breaking out of jail and breaking into my school and then into my class and raping me in front of the class as payback. And that sounds like a crazy fear to have, but it did. And every day I was in class, I had that fear and I would freeze up and tremble. My teachers would have to come down and be like, Kim, are you okay?
that's
But
sad.
even though I was doing all of this in class, I still was an honor student making honor roll. I somehow managed to still do that. At home, I always felt an evil presence. I was constantly scared there was something in my bed or my closet, which was another fear that he had installed in us for years. And actually, I only stopped being scared of things like this only a few years ago. And I'm gonna be 27 this year.
Only 27. Wow.
I wanted to go on and say I don't use medications or anything anymore. That was something that I don't
She's
abuse
off
medications
medicines.
anymore. That's stuff I did between the ages of 14. Now
She's
I want
bettering
to
herself.
talk about my sex life immediately after the sexual abuse. I want to start when I was about the age of 9 and 10. Most kids at that age don't exactly have a sex life. While I technically didn't have one, while other kids just had crushes, I wanted more from my peers that I had crushes on. And I remember being disgusted and ashamed of myself. I hated thoughts in myself. I felt like a freak. I had wrote a poem somewhere between the age of 10 and 11. This was before he was sentenced. And I did save it all these years, and I just wanted to read it real quick, if that's okay.
Listen, Hannah.
I'm terrified.
Wait, I'm gonna pause this right here because I'm a poet at heart, and this is how I express my feelings is through poetry. I've done this all my life since I was a little kid. So I feel her right now. I feel her. She's fixing to read a poem that she wrote. So hold on to your britches because this may get bumpy.
The pain multiplies, all the abuse I have been used. Every passing day I try to walk away, but it hurts. Can't even read a verse, and with a knife I almost took my life. Instead I cried, asking God why. I just had to be. Oh, what he did to me. I used to be brave, used to be virgin, and now I'm virgin. It's screwed. He made me bruised. Used to have hope, now I mope. I try to fight, but I need some light. He's done a crime, need some time. I'll testify, make him say bye. I wrote this when I was 10. See, I also, not long before this poem, I had my first suicide attempt. But after, going into that, that was around elementary, but when I went into middle school, it was a very hard and awkward, that's when a lot of girls are mean, and there's this one conversation that I had a few times in middle school that it was really in a group of, I'm trying to find where I wrote it sometimes. Now imagine it's lunchtime, you're in a circle with 11 to 13-year-old girls, and one of them suddenly asks the group of girls, are you a virgin? And 11-year-old asks you if you're a virgin, and 11-year-old you, who had gotten that stolen from them, is now frozen and has no words to come out their mouth. And when that girl sees you frozen, they go, oh my gosh, you aren't virgin, you're a slut, or whatever it is.
No.
And when you finally find the courage to find those words to say, I was raped a few years ago when I was 9, just for a little girl who doesn't know much about anything about what happened to you, and that's, their hormones are crazy, to turn around and ask you right after you just said that, oh, I'm sorry. Like it. And this was extremely uncomfortable conversations that I had to have throughout middle school that I was not prepared for, even in high school. And then, when I did become more of an older and started to have consensual sex, that was still a scary thing for me. Even though that was something that, as humans we want to do, it was very scary, and I had a very healthy relationship with sex.
Kim, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
So your relationship with Mr. Petrie, he was the boyfriend, I guess, of your grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
And you've mentioned, in speaking with us, you've mentioned us.
Her
How many
grandma's
children were
boyfriend?
in the house.
It was me and my little sister.
And my record, I made a note at some point, I don't know if it was when he was, charged or convicted, but you were 7 or 8 years old. How old was your sister?
I was 9. It was 2 weeks after my 9th birthday when he started to engage in sexual acts with us. My little sister was born in 2000, so she's 7.
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry that, that you went through that. I'm glad to know that you're doing better. And I'm sorry you had to be here today, but I'm glad you got to share your story. I know it's difficult and took a lot of courage. I think we're in a good place. We have sufficient information to make a decision in Mr. Petrie's case. If you'd like to go on, you can, or we can just cast our.
If I could just, my little sister
She has a few more things to say, ma'am. Let her get this out.
has not been, very brave enough to get into or face any of the problems that she's had from this. But I would like to speak for her a little bit on how it affected her. Well, now I like as an adult, I'm going through life and I'm facing it in the mistakes. My little sister had the complete opposite. She, as an adult, she's not able to think through her decisions, be responsible. She doesn't seem to think at all, because to think you have to remember everything that happened to move on, you have to remember everything. And she has chosen to forget and push back, and it's had a toll on her as going into
You can't bury
adulthood.
something like that
She
forever.
hasn't seeked as much help as me.
It'll eat her up.
It's scary to seek help, especially for her. And she's scared to come here today as well.
Thanks for speaking up.
Okay, I believe, any questions, Mr. Freeman?
No, sir.
I have no questions. Mr. Locke, I believe it's time to vote.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote. Well, Mr. Petrie, you've heard the testimony this morning. Your actions had some
Two
very
innocent
significant
children.
impact on the lives of those children. Even now, I'm glad to know you took victim awareness. I'm glad to know you completed sex offender treatment, but based on the very, very strong opposition, my vote today is to deny your parole.
Good.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
Concur.
I concur. Today your parole has been denied.
Denied.
And therefore, that's the end of this hearing. It's 9:49 in the morning.
Well, you know what? Good. Good. It's been a long day, guys. And Katya's in bed asleep. And I think I want to go play with my puppies for a little while. They're being quiet. So I think they need some attention. So with that, I will set up my midnight stream. I think I've got some Judge Fleischer stuff in my pocket I would like to go over just for funsies. And until then, y'all have a great night. Peace. Forever out.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.